Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cropper here, coming to you for a Google Hangout, probably one of the last Google Hangouts because they're ending this in about a week or so. But we were just talking about how to do the new YouTube thing. I've tried to set it up and the software apparently won't run on my computer. And you're saying that I can use a YouTube encoder, Sydney?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, actually I could screen share the whole thing.
That would be good because it doesn't look like that I can run the encoder software or whatever they made me download.
No, you don't need. Well, let me get there. Hold on a minute.
I think it's probably spyware, and I think it's probably a conspiracy.
Definitely a conspiracy, but I'll show you a workaround.
Okay. So I'm just going to live stream through YouTube.
You sure will. Now, I'm going to screen share that page. Now, what you do is you go to your can you see everything? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, you go to your icon up here and you choose Creator Studio, right?
Okay.
When you get to your Creator Studio menu on the left here, you go to live streaming. Okay. Now here you got two choices. You got this stream now, which is the encoding. If you have your own encoder, or what you will do is you will go to events. Okay.
Okay.
And at that point, you'll start scheduling your new live event just like you normally would anyway. And when you get to the type, you just leave it as quick. It defaults to quick more than likely. And if it doesn't, you change it to quick. You set everything else up exactly the same way as you would. Also, under advanced settings, make sure you click enable live chat. That'll allow your YouTube live feed to have a live chat running next to it consecutively so that people can interact,
Right.
monetize or not. And then once you've set it all up, once you've done your whatever you want to set it up, the title, the time, the description, whatever you want to use, then you just click go live now. When you click go live now, it opens up the Google Hangout window, and it opens it up in just like it is right now, off air. And then it's just like anything else, just like you know.
Now, when Google Hangout stops, is it possible that
Google Hangouts are not stopping; they're just disconnecting. You can't. It's the only difference. The only difference is that, as far as I can make out, you're not going to be able to start a Hangout from Google. Have to go to YouTube, like I showed you, and start it that way. That's it.
But we won't be able to do Google Hangouts at all anymore. I mean,
yes, it'll still be a Google Hangout, but you just can't start it from Google. In other words, the connection, there is a disconnect, but well, I guess that's a one-way connection from Google to YouTube now, not from Hangouts to YouTube to back to Hangouts, whatever.
Now, there's a reason for that. I mean, the Google community was a very unofficial and loose-knit community. And
it's still a Google community.
It's not anonymous.
Yeah, nothing else is changing.
Yeah, well, YouTube's not as anonymous. It's not as informal. It's not as under the radar. YouTube is they have to have your phone number and your first child's name and stuff.
Yeah, whatever. I'm good.
Get comfy because, enjoy your chains. I mean,
how could I hide, dude? I'm not a usurper. I'm not a North Korean, government agent who's trying to subvert the governments of the West. None of that.
All right, good. I think somebody's doing that. Seamus, welcome to the jig. Unmuting you. Yeah, if maybe there's an ulterior motive in the moving it over or not, I don't know. We'll see how easy it is to live stream like that. I'll have to try one tomorrow night.
Well, it's that way. I always do it. Always do it that way. And anybody you see that has a chat stream running next to their video, next to their live stream, they've done it the same way.
I see. Now, have you run it through just encoding?
I have, but I don't really. I haven't really spent too much time on setting it up because there's you can tweak it.
Okay.
And I have run it, just not very. I ran in like a whole hour, no audio, and I didn't really check anything. So
are they making this more difficult? Maybe they don't mean to, but they've taken it from a very simple setup to more.
No, they haven't done anything different.
Okay, good.
The setup exactly the same, exactly the same.
All right. I don't.
Except you do it through Creative Studio, like I showed you.
Even after Google Plus shuts down, and
Google Plus is not going to shut down.
Well, they say they're moving to YouTube. You don't think that means that it's?
That means Hangouts aren't going anywhere.
They're going to evaporate. They're disappearing.
No. Hangouts, the video, the chat, they're going to make something out of it. It's going to be the instant messenger. That's what Hangout is going to be, the instant messenger. But it will be connected like this. We could still have our same Hangouts through the YouTube app.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is Google Hangouts?
If you want to have private chats, okay, that aren't live, then you've still got your Hangouts. You still got your. You can still do it that way. You can still invite your friends into a chat or invite a circle or whatever, but it's not going to be live. It's going to be private.
Right. Yeah. I'm not concerned about that. What I want is people like Milo Yiannopoulos and Sargon of Akkad to be able to go on YouTube and do things. And I think that they're putting a tighter and tighter noose around to stop that from happening.
Well, we'll know in 9 days or 8 days.
Yeah. It's a countdown. It's coming. It was too good to be true. I'm glad.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine. I think I'm actually going to take advantage of it and try and present a bigger footprint on YouTube. I think I'm going to use my Ask an Atheist channel.
Yeah. Do you know that our revenue has gone down precipitously? The revenue sharing from advertising.
Yeah, there's some deal. I personally, I don't care. I don't really. I don't know if I've ever even received any revenue. I'm sure I haven't.
Yo, Seamus, what's going on? Patrick Festa has been a revenue zombie, man, and he's been trying to make revenue with those book reviews and all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean, Sydney?
Yeah, but you want to hear something funny? I've already downloaded it, so I have a copy. Yesterday, I go into a hangout with Jim Barrick and Patrick and a couple other people, and Jim warns me right away. He says, "Listen, just don't fuck with Patrick because part of the reason for the hangout is that Jim wants to apologize to Patrick for kicking him out of a hangout some previous time." And okay, fine. And then somebody else joined and was told as well by Jim that part of the reason for having this hangout in the first place was for Jim to apologize to Patrick for having kicked him out of a hangout in a previous time. And then at some point or another, Jim and Patrick start having a disagreement about something, and Patrick gets, how Patrick gets, he gets his fucking, go fuck yourself and blah blah blah, and Jim Barrick kicks him out of the hangout. Fucking funny, man. The whole hangout was for Jim to apologize to Patrick for kicking him out of a hangout, and then he kicks him out of the hangout. Oh, fuck, it was classic.
If the YouTube thing might solve the whole problem with sniping and all that, maybe. We'll see what kind of machinery they put on.
Yeah, apparently. But I don't think there's a problem with sniping right now, because anybody who gets caught doing it is ostracized.
Brandon's been the only one that does intelligent hangouts. You know, Outbound makes.
Oh, he's got awesome. I love that. You know why? Because I'm an objectivist.
Yeah, but I'm saying Outbound just wants drama and just Jerry Springer bullshit. It's just boring. I'm sick of it.
Hey, Sydney, you said you're an objectivist?
I am.
You're some sort of socialist or something on the edge, aren't you?
I'm a libertarian. I'm a social libertarian.
So you think that there should be welfare state and that sort of thing?
I think there should be a safety net for everybody, a social safety net for everybody. Absolutely.
That's pretty non-objectivist, I'm afraid.
I know, but
Brandon, non-objectivist, objectivist. Here's what it comes down to. If
I'm
you're
sorry,
poor as,
but I have compassion and I have empathy. And
if you're poor as fuck, you pay taxes. So here's a problem with this. You have corporations that pay no taxes. They get welfare. Therefore, the poor person who pays taxes is more entitled to welfare than corporations. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Oh, if you can get welfare, get it. If you can stand to deal with the bureaucrats, because you'll never ever get as much from the government as they take from you. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
But good luck dealing with them. The last time I dealt with bureaucrats was to get college loans 15 years ago, and I almost stabbed people.
I've got like 90,000 in loans, something like that, and I plan to never pay them back. So I'm gonna have them discharged.
Oh, good luck with that. They go to your parents if you die early. It's true.
Yeah, well, I have a ways to go yet, though. I've not ran out of deferments. I've used. Listen to this, dude. I've had student loans since 2002, and I've only used maybe 2 or 3 deferments. I've got like probably 20 of them left, so I can defer that crap for at least one more decade, anyways.
Right, and then you can just move to the forest and fuck the system. And why not? Fuck it. Who needs to go to the shopping mall? I despise society, so.
This has been my main source of income is the loans. Like it's the only money I've had coming in the past so many years.
Yeah, those student loan checks were sure nice. I went out and bought myself computers and different shit with them. It's a bonanza, but now they're gonna. If you die, your parents are gonna have to pay it off.
You know, overall though, compared to a bank loan or a credit card, student loans are the best loans you could ever get.
What do you mean by best? Loans are terrible things to begin with.
Of course, they're terrible things, but they're the best things to get ever because they have the most lenient terms of any loan ever out there. Second to that, let's say you owe $200,000 total. As long as you pay the minimum payment for like 10 years or 15 years, and the payment's on time for so many payments, they'll forgive the entire loan.
Yeah, you're right. There's a bunch of hanky-panky like that. That's true. They're subsidized and paid off by Congress and stuff. It's a goddamn scandal. The shame is that all the money goes to the useless pieces of shit running the universities, and they're all socialist pieces of shit. All that money goes to all them. That's what sucks. We've got a big funnel going from the banks into the pockets of a bunch of leftist commie liberals, and the students have to pay for it all eventually. Most of them by working at places like E-Mart and stuff.
You see, Brendan and I are enlightened, Sydney. We're both on Macintosh, so we're better than you.
Yeah, we're the Macintosh crowd here.
That's good.
You're a what's that, a Borg then, I guess.
I'm a Windows 7 presuppositionalist.
How did you escape the coerced updates?
I didn't accept the invitation to update.
Oh.
Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. I did. I updated to Windows 10. I hated it, and you've got a grace period, and so it's not that I hated it. It fucking disabled a whole bunch of shit. I couldn't print and whatnot. So I reinstalled Windows 7. Yeah, I had it was you could do that at the time. Which you did. Yeah, you've got to be computer savvy to get around this stuff. Boy, they're getting so manipulative. I think that on the Mac.
on the internet, on Microsoft and
Nah.
and Google too.
No.
Oh my goodness.
I've actually started using the new Google layout for everything now, and I'm actually it all makes sense. Everything makes sense. There's one thing I have found though, that for the the chat, the outside chat, the best place to use it is open up a contacts tab with your Google Contacts, and that's the best place to run your chat to keep any chat windows open if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, next time I do a Hangout, I'll have to try it from the YouTube platform and see what happens.
Or yes.
Yeah, I just love the OS 10 interface though. It's a lot more stable than Windows. It's easier to use and get done what needs to get done.
Yeah, it's the most stable system I've ever seen, even of the old systems that I romanticize about. And like, I remember when System 8, either it was 8 or 9, was just coming out, and they were talking about this core kernel system where you could reboot from within the system and you wouldn't have to reboot the whole computer. And I thought that's just a daydream. But now it's here. Just, System 10 is like that. You just reboot and restart. You can even refresh the system without restarting the computer. It's amazing stuff. It's way, way better than, you poor people that use Macintosh. That use IBM. But it's expensive.
Actually, no. We'll probably all switch over to Linux at some point.
Why is that? Why do you say that?
Well, Windows, like you said, Windows is crappy. I mean, let's face it. But Linux is extremely stable and starting to become a little bit more popular and a little bit more user-friendly.
Yeah, I think it'll probably have to go open source eventually, but what about all the poor saps that are stuck on, your mobile or your iPad or whatever you can?
Well, I'm talking, desktops and laptops, and it's got nothing to do with your hardware, because your hardware will run anything.
But desktops and laptops they're now like 15 or 20% of the market, and it's getting smaller and smaller of devices that are accessing the internet, that people use to access the internet. They're
all doing it on their phones now.
That's millennial people.
Yeah, exactly, and we can't change those systems. You can't manipulate those systems.
We don't have to. All we got to do, we use what we got. We put in Linux, which will work on anything, and what's the problem?
You can put Linux on an iPhone?
The Apple operating system is written in Unix, Linux.
Oh! See, I don't know the difference between Linux and Unix.
Oh, it's much. Unix is the kind of I believe the prototype, or one of the legacy. When it first came out.
All right, well, I think we can tie off that conversation about the fact that we're moving over to YouTube. We'll see how the transition goes, but countdown beginning now. 1 week, no more Hangouts will be possible from the old Google Plus platform. It'll all be YouTube.
We'll notice no difference.
I hope so. I tried to set it up tonight, and I thought, oh well, I'm glad at least I can still do a Google Hangout, and so I came over and did a Google Hangout. So
yeah.
If that's what it came down to, was what I experienced tonight, then there won't be any more Hangouts. But I'll try my get around it and mess with it. And the sniping thing will probably be different. The live chat on the side will be nice, and everybody knows how to get to YouTube, so that'd be good for it to be. Right. Easier to get to. Google Plus is a different universe. I think it's good for it to move over, but I think
not everybody uses Google Plus. Some people use Facebook. I mean, yeah, and then they never go to Google Plus, but everybody uses YouTube.
Yep, exactly. So, but I don't know if pay rates have declined that much. I don't know if it's worth trying to make content. Just Hangouts. That's all right. It's just Hangouts. Yeah, Seamus, I didn't really leave. I just had to take a couple weeks off because I was working too much. So hopefully that'll change and I'll have more free time. But Hangouts might end anyway. I'm pessimistic about it. I think they're going to try to screw something up.
I was hoping to ask you a question.
All right.
What would your opinion be on Spinoza?
Good guy. I haven't. Go ahead.
I just got one of his books, Ethics.
The Ethics. Yeah, I haven't read, but I did read some stuff about him and read a few pages of one of his treatises or something once. And I threatened to do a video series on him once, but never got around to it. Yeah, he's very good. I remember a large section in Will Durant's Story of Philosophy about him. It was really enticing. So he's obviously not an objectivist, but he'll do you well. Jason, welcome to the thing. I'll unmute you. What is your time schedule on reading the Ethics? You plan to do it immediately, or is it just on the bookshelf for you?
It's on the bookshelf. I got some new books this week, so I'm reading a few at the moment, but I should get around to reading it soon.
Jason, do I see Natty Light there? Enjoying some high quality cocktail there. All right.
Well, it's not opened yet, but I got it on deck.
Nice.
Go about your conversation. Sorry.
So, Seamus, what are the two books you mentioned you started besides that? What are the two that you're reading actively? Because what else would be Spinoza and Harry Potter, right?
I was reading a fiction book at the moment called The Medici Seal. It's okay, but I got Julius Caesar, his writings on about going to God. And I got another book called Secret Teachings of All Ages by Matthew P. Hall.
No, I haven't heard of that.
I'll show it to you. Look at this. It's pretty big. That's there. Can you see it?
Almost. All ages. Let me present you here real quick.
Secret Teachings of All Ages. That sounds quite intriguing.
Show the cover again and talk so we can see. There we are.
It says here on the cover, it will guide historians, philosophers, and the seekers of esoteric wisdom for centuries.
That might have some interesting little nuggets in it. Sounds like it was written by some sort of idiot, though.
There's a bit here about Plato. Plato's real name was Aristocrates. He talks about ancient philosophers in it as well.
Yeah.
And then he gets into like some pretty deep stuff.
Huh. Seamus, you're in Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Good luck over there.
Yeah, it's pretty good over here.
Yeah?
Happy Labor Day to you, or whatever that means.
Labor Day? Is it Labor Day here? Oh, that is Monday, isn't it?
I hope you have a good one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is that a communist holiday? I think it's a communist holiday.
It sounds communist.
Yeah, I think it's to celebrate the working man or something, as if the working man would know what to do without the thinker telling him what to do.
That's a pretty good view.
Maybe it's Intellectual Labor Day.
Yeah, what would they call that? It's called July 4th, I think.
There you go.
Intellectual labor leads to the fruits that we know of as Independence Day. Hey,
What?
down the corner, where are you? Are you in Canada? Because you're saying people die from bad doctors up there. Is that Canada you speak of? If he's
Oh no, that's here in Ireland.
you got people dying of bad doctors there, right?
I'm talking about America, US of A.
Well,
Oh, you can sue. It's real in Ireland, though.
when I was born, the doctor that gave birth to me, he removed my mother's womb so she couldn't have any more children, and he's done it to hundreds of women. And a load of nuns and priests covered up for him. There's loads of stuff like that happens in our healthcare. Some pretty bad stuff. Then there was a thing about plastic surgery. They were doing that over here. They're putting in like bad breast implants to women. There was bad like hip replacements. It's like our healthcare is very dodgy. Like if you go into a hospital in Ireland, you're going to come out 10 times worse.
So it's a free hip replacement, and then the hip is defective and ends up giving you metal blood poisoning or something, right?
Yeah, because it grinds and then bits of metal fall off.
Are you talking about the healthcare system in Ireland?
Yeah,
Medical care in general? So it's not so good?
no.
Is it
There's a lot of... Sorry.
It's state, it's socialized, it's the National Health Service. Is it the same thing as Britain? Did you all set up together in the same sort of system?
No, you have to pay for it.
Ah, you pay,
We're separate from Britain.
well, will you pay 100% of your medical bill?
But if I was to go to see a doctor, say if I had a cold, it would cost me €50 just to see him, and then I got to pay for medication. But since I'm in college, I get free healthcare.
Oh, okay. So there is a socialized system at the base of it. All right.
Yeah, it's called a medical card.
But you do have some sort of national health care system.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
if you're working, you get completely screwed over here. It's a very socialist country.
Yeah. That's the choice you make in America is to either take it easy or get screwed working hard. But at least in America, you can make a lot of money and get over there. I guess you can't become millionaires and billionaires as easy, so it's not even worth it. But
Oh, you can over here pretty easy.
Yeah, it's really easy to make millions of dollars here. You know, the American dream is alive and well. Everybody's making that. Yeah, that's why like the top 1% have all the wealth in America. Yeah, so like what, 10,000 people out of fucking 300 million are millionaires? Wow, that's crazy.
yeah,
So many people.
that churns over constantly. Like 30% of that changes every year. So, and the top 1%. Like 40% of the top 1% just sold their house, and they'll be out of the top 1% next year. So that's a deceptive. And the average wage, down Conor, what do you think the average wage in America is?
Brandon, 7% of the U.S. population makes six figures. 7%.
All right, here we go. So the average wage would be. Care to give it? Oh, you probably just Google it. We should probably go. I can't go do shit on because my computer.
25 million people out of 360 million make six figures, and you're telling me that we have an American dream?
Yeah, because your American dream is to make 999 or 99,000 a year.
25 million people, and you're telling me it's easy to get rich in America?
Yeah, everybody who lives in America is rich as shit already. So
this is your biggest misconception ever, that people are rich in America. You know, we have a high rate of homelessness, poverty, hunger, healthcare crisis.
No hunger. People are fat. There's no healthcare crisis.
Yes, there is a hunger crisis.
No, there's no hunger or healthcare.
Yes, there is hunger.
No.
Americans are all fat and obese. What are you talking about? America's never had a famine.
Yeah, dude, you're a moron.
Name one famine in America.
We've never had a famine in America.
Why do we have so many people going to soup kitchens?
To eat.
Oh, okay. So they must be fucking hungry then, right?
Well, it's free food.
There's homeless people for sure.
Go look at a soup kitchen. A lot of the people in line are fat.
Yeah.
There's definitely homelessness. That's no denying that, but there's not like famine in America.
Homelessness is a choice. They are homeless because they're able to be homeless.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice, bro. People love to be homeless. 1 in 6 people in America face hunger. Fact.
Dan, you make it sound as though America is the cause of homelessness, but that exists everywhere in the world.
America does cause homelessness for its citizens.
How so? What is America according to you?
One of the biggest reasons people are homeless is due to medical bills.
Oh, you want socialized medical? You want to do socialized medicine, and then that would fix part of our home.
You don't have to pay your medical bills. What if you don't pay your medical bills? So what?
Andrew, you're not audible.
What do you mean? So what? They take your fucking house.
Yeah.
Not really. Not well. I don't live in a house. You don't need a house to be.
You move to an
You
apartment.
might lose your house. I mean, if that's the case, if it's. But you can move to an apartment, right?
Oh, okay. Everybody has the rent money to move to an apartment.
If they were making a house payment. But
So what you're saying that somebody else, you're saying that medical bills. You're saying that people shouldn't pay their medical bills. Is that what you're saying?
Why
That
should you have to pay medical bills?
it's the fault of doctors expecting to be paid for their work that causes homelessness? That's what you're saying? People should not be paid for services in general, or just medical services?
I know, man, because it makes total sense to charge $1,200 for fucking 3 stitches. Gotcha. Yep, make a lot of sense.
all right, so the problem is, where do the cost upruns come from? And the cost upruns come from government being what government is nosy. It should get out and let doctors charge what they see fit.
Oh, so the government's driving the price up. Okay.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Yeah. Who else would drive the price up? Why would the doctors drive the price up?
Why the fuck would the government drive the price up? Why don't you explain that to me first?
Every time they touch the industry, the price goes up because
Okay, you need to give specific examples and data.
Okay, so they say now you have to collect this type of paperwork and you have to keep it secret from certain people, but you can let other people have it, but they can only have it under certain conditions. So now you have a new secretary who's got to do all the paperwork, and that happens all the time. And it's the bureaucracy of in the medical community consumes like 1 out of $3 that you pay to your doctor goes to somebody who's shuffling paper somewhere. So there's one example. It's a huge amount of cost. If it costs you $3,000 to get the stitches done, probably $1,000 or more of that went to somebody who's moving paper around. So there's one example. There's a good example. Andrew, you're hidden again? Oh, did you go out and come in? All right, Andrew, sound check. You're not audible. Yeah, and socialized healthcare raises costs and hides them. It's like education. The cost of education goes up and up and up and up and up, and nobody knows because nobody's paying anything.
Yeah, I think the idea that the thing is things cost money, meaning they cost human effort, labor, and work, thinking, and so forth. Somebody has to pay for that.
Yeah, and
There are economic reasons why prices go up and quality goes down, but I think there's a bigger issue here. Just things are not free.
prices don't.
Down seems to be angry that things are not free.
But prices don't tend to go up. They tend to go down over time. I mean, without the government interfering with things.
Sure.
Like, and the government prints money now, so that's a whole new level to inflation. But before the government printed money, the price of everything always fell all the time. So, the function of because why should it cost you more to do something this year than it did 5 years ago? You should have figured out something.
That was an interesting shot.
Some sort of efficiency. You should have gotten a new machine that lowers your costs or something in the last 5 years. And everybody always improves everything all the time, so prices have to fall all the time. Which, incidentally, is how the government counts on paying future tax increases, where is our growth and efficiency. So, all right, Andrew, do a sound check if you. Oh man, Andrew's not audible tonight. This isn't looking good. Welcome, Marco. All right. Oh, something's going on in Canada. Andrew's having trouble. All right. Yep. Socialized medicine's coming to America. Who knows what's the rest of the world going to do? We're the only ones that create anything. 93% of new medicines come from America. What's going to happen when America isn't producing new medicines anymore? the rest of the world's like they're like piggybacking on us. So if we go to socialized medicine, it's going to be a disaster for the rest of the world, too.
Yeah, that's really true. Well, let's not let that happen then.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's happening. Trump's not against socialized medicine. Hillary's for it, so it's going to happen. And Gary Johnson's a goddamn knucklehead. Please don't vote for him. He wants to bring the troops home. Now, how would we like Germany and Japan to be on the warpath again? Which they could be if we don't occupy them. I don't know.
Maybe we should bring the troops home, I think.
No, we tried that. The 30s was a very bring the troops home decade.
Yeah, I mean, I have a very hawkish viewpoint on what to do about the parties of Islam who are trying to destroy the West. We need to destroy them, but I don't think Hillary is going to do that, nor do I think Trump would, although I can't say for sure. I'm not sure about him. Gary Johnson won't. You're right, he is a pussy. You're right about that. But if we're not going to do the right thing with the military, maybe it's better to bring them home so we can prepare them for when we have a commander-in-chief that will do the right thing. What do you think about that argument?
We should bring them home
because I consider it a very horrible, almost criminal act to have a commander-in-chief that's not going to do the right thing with the military and place America's interests first, and place the lives of the military first. So if we have them over there, they're going to be sacrificed and put in harm's way. They're not going to be able to do their job properly.
If we have them over where? In Germany, Japan, and Korea?
No, I'm thinking Middle East, anywhere.
All right. Now,
you're talking about...
Well, what if we treated the Middle East the same as we treated Germany, Japan, and Korea?
Sure, we would have to defeat them first, but yes.
Well, we invaded Iraq and we occupied it and we owned it and it was ours. So we defeated them and it was ours. And we could have set up a constitutional republic, but what did we do? We allowed them to vote on their own leaders. So if we would have done the German, Japan, Korean thing, then we, in my view, the best thing to do would be to get very comfortable there and say, 50 years from now, we're going to talk about what we're going to do 50 years from now with your country. That's our exit strategy.
That's what we should have done. I agree with you. We should have done that.
Well, and so what should we do now with Germany and Japan and South Korea? Should we continue to be comfortable there, or should we begin to try to withdraw and bring the troops home? So
can you hear me now?
Very good.
Great. What happened to the other guy? He left. I was yelling at him, but you couldn't hear me.
Who was the other guy? The kid?
The guy who was talking about poverty in the United States and that it's so bad.
Oh, down corner, yeah.
He was very angry about medical bills.
Yeah, he's some sort of socialist knucklehead.
He's lucky to be in the United States, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't think so though. He thinks it's a shit.
Oh, that's a strange perspective.
Yeah, ungrateful sons of bitches. That's the one thing I probably ever learned in all of my Sunday school attendance when I was a kid was to be grateful for things. So I don't know how. If you shouldn't be grateful to God, of course, but you should be goddamn grateful to something, to Thomas Jefferson and company.
Yeah, and like I was saying in the comments, socialized healthcare doesn't reduce costs or make it more affordable or anything. It just hides those costs, and then you have to actually you have to go to, if you want some kind of surgery done, you have to go to your doctor and get it justified. You can't just have it done here. Otherwise, you have to go to the United States for medical tourism, as it's called, and pay the money. You can't do that in a socialized system. You can't just, if you want a certain kind of surgery, you can't just decide you want to have it. You have to go through the bureaucracy. So when you have a good like that that's socialized, then it becomes scarce and it becomes delegated to those it deems needs those goods.
Yeah, I've heard that they're restricting smokers and obese people from surgery. If there's like a waiting list and you're obese or you're a smoker, then you're ejected from the waiting list.
That's in the UK, right?
Yeah.
I just heard that too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like if you have those conditions, then it what they decide is if you're when you're on a list, they decide basically the quality of the candidate, and if you're a smoker, you're lower on the list.
I love it. America, if you have money, you get surgery. I love that.
You know,
Go ahead.
yeah, the whole argument against complaining about high medical, prices as an argument to socialize medicine, it's sort of as most of these kind of attacks on, the market or capitalism, it's sort of assumed that prices don't have anything to do with reality. They just reflect the arbitrary will of the doctor. But in fact, they reflect facts about reality. The price is high for a reason. And those facts in the economy, whatever they are, don't go away just to pass a law just because you nationalize it. You still have to deal with is exactly what Andrew was saying, that you don't hide the costs. Or you don't get rid of the costs, you just hide them. Yeah. Because there's a real reason for those prices.
You not only do you hide them, but they have to go up if you.
They get worse because you don't actually deal with them.
Yeah,
the market is the only thing that can actually deal with economic scarcity and improve the productivity of human labor to solve that problem.
Yep. What do you think about organs, though? I think it becomes an interesting issue when you talk about organs and who would get them, and who can sell them, and if they can be sold.
Okay.
How big are these organs?
I would probably allow doctors to decide a lot of that, maybe. I don't know, but I would probably leave a lot of it to the medical community, and I would get the law into it only where it affected individual rights.
Well, what if you have a poor family that wants to donate their kidneys to someone who can pay lots of money? One of their kidneys, because you can survive with one kidney, but you do lose a bit of your life. So is it okay to sell one of your kidneys?
Well, I would sure hate to pay a bureaucrat to try to stop you from doing that. So yeah, I think probably so. If the medical community will do the surgery for you. What if all doctors said we won't do that kind of surgery? I mean, I know it happens in India all the time. You can buy a kidney in India. So.
Yeah.
Edward, welcome to the thing. Let me unmute you.
Hey, it's a British guy. No, we haven't had a hangout like this in
all right. It's the great Edward LaCour. Hello, sir.
Hello.
There we go. Yeah, you guys have to try your best to join the YouTube thing when it starts happening. If I can even make it work, I don't know. I tried to start one tonight and it wouldn't work, but I'll work on the method that Sydney showed me. But all these Google Hangouts are going to be done. It's all moving to YouTube in a week. So.
I thought they were basically the same thing. YouTube, like Google bought YouTube, so I always treat them as the same organization.
Well, I went to the live streaming thing and it had me download this thing called iWebcast or something, and then I had to open it and set it up, and I opened it and it immediately crashed. I restarted my computer and it just crashes. So.
No. That's why I said, forget about all that and just use Quick.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like a driver or something for your computer,
it's an encoder.
An encoder. Yeah, and if I can use the quick link, then it'll be fine. Everything should work. I'm afraid that the quick link is a link to Google Hangouts, and Google Hangouts is closing. So that's what I'm afraid of.
No. The quick link is the when you use that, you use the YouTube encoder. You don't have to set up your own encoder. That's the difference.
Well, it shall occur. We'll have live chat over there. That will be easier, more interactive. Now, the live chat disappears after the thing shuts down. That sucks. But
shouldn't we be getting a Christian sit-in by now?
Oh, I would think so, but I guess I haven't been active enough. Oh, I didn't invite many of them because now I can't invite more than, I don't know what it is, a dozen or 2 dozen or something. I used to just click all people, all friends, 100 or whatever were invited. So they changed that. These goddamn people, why they gotta change things? Just when it's perfect, they gotta change shit.
That's a sign you're getting old, Mr. Cropper, if you can't deal with change. You just want things to stay the same.
I want YouTube to go back to the way it used to be.
And you know that technology never does stay the same.
Yeah, it's a moving disaster. Moving disaster zone.
Well, it's good to see Mr. Cropper again, because I haven't seen you around for a while.
Yeah,
I've been using Nadia's Hangouts.
Oh, how's that?
Educational. Very,
What kind of
very.
people go into those
odd.
Hangouts?
Well, basically communists, Marxists, socialists. So, yeah, very odd.
Do they all have a conflict of interest? I find people like that, they're usually, jobless and poor, and they always have a conflict of interest of wanting such a system where everyone gives them money.
Well, you also get very rich people as well as a result of guilt. So it doesn't. It pretty much, you have the poor that obviously gain more than anyone else. You have the middle class who vote or support left-wing or socialist policies because it's the trendy thing among the liberal middle class, and you've got the rich who do it out of this crippling guilt complex, which rich people can often get. I mean, Bill Gates has got it big time.
He advocated socialism. I saw. I didn't read the article or find out how real it was or see a video, but he said socialism is the only thing that offers any future for America or some shit.
Yeah, because he's basically gone completely around the bend at this point. I think something must have happened because let's not forget what happened with Microsoft. They were pressured by the government into opening up headquarters in Washington so that they could lobby the government. So it's this weird sort of relationship where the government lobbies the corporations to lobby them.
Yeah.
And people think that the problem is the private sector corrupting the government. Nope, it's always the other way around.
Yeah. And what happens when Apple doesn't pay any attention to the government and Microsoft sets up big headquarters up there? They don't bother Microsoft anymore, but who do they bother? Apple. So you've got to lobby the government or else they don't like you. Yeah, it's a money machine. That's the reason for the amendment that says the government can't do anything that affects the economy in any way, and that would do away. Ayn Rand even said that we could have a lottery, government-run lottery, but I wouldn't even allow that because what if somebody wants to run a private lottery? You'd be competing with them. You shouldn't be allowed.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the government equals monopoly. I mean, you can't help that. I mean, that's why government-run anything is pretty much always going to be a disaster because that's the nature of monopolies. And the government always has a distinct advantage over anyone competing. I will address something that Andrew the Red has said. He said the religious just need to take religion less seriously, like most hypocritical Christians. The problem with that is you're banking on hypocrisy. You're banking on a perpetual hypocrisy, and it's intellectually unsustainable. This is why so many Muslims all over the world are radicalizing so much. It doesn't matter whether it's Nigeria or Pakistan or Indonesia, or even, they're all radicalizing because it's so easy to show the hypocrisy is just untenable. Because people want something to make sense. So people want a belief system to be coherent.
I just assume that you can't make atheists out of them, but at least you can modernize them, and modernizing them makes them.
No, that's even worse.
I don't think Islam can be reformed. I got to tell you.
Well, yeah, I mean, with Christianity and Islam have fundamental differences that mean that one can be reformed and the other can't. But the other problem is that the attempts to reform it are the very things that are leading to radicalization, because the making out a case for moderate Islam is such a sham. It's so pathetic. If you study the actual moderate reform theologians, I'm talking like their actual detailed doctrine and scripture, and then compare it to traditional commentaries, Islamic history, and what the actual texts say, and I'm talking like detailed exegetical analysis, the moderate reformers are a joke. They have to strip away all meaning, all context, all coherence, all consistency from their image of Islam, and that's so easily debunked. I could do it. So, I mean, the imams, the radical imams, have a field day with the attempts to foster a hypocritical quasi-Islam. It's just an absolute unsustainable mess. What sustains the degree of passive behavior among a significant percentage of Muslims is not in any sense a moderate Islam or a coherent moderate theology, but simply lapsed and they're just non-adherents, and that's all you can do.
Yeah, I think the moderate Muslims, so-called, exist because they live in Western countries and obey Western laws. That's
Yeah, I mean they
in
shape.
Islamic countries, there's no such thing.
Yeah, I mean
Right.
they shape.
It can be.
Well, they
But why do you-
shape.
It can be a country.
Why do you think they would be further radicalized by imams? Presumably they already would have been if they're sensitive to that. Like it sounds like you're saying that there's radical imams out there. There's no doubt that there is, but somehow they're going to create more radicals from modern or
Well,
quasi
they do it all the time.
Western.
Where do you think the radicals come? The radical followers come from, and they are moderates that are radicalized every time.
Right, but is that proportion increasing?
Yes, yes, because we are seeing, actually, Mr. Cropper recently linked an image of Iran in 1979, and you can see that a significant percentage of the female population are protesting the hijabs. The same goes for Lebanon, Libya, Syria, Egypt. All these countries were nowhere near as burqa heavy. And it's a good metric. It's a good sort of objective standard to measure Muslim countries by, when you can see that they are just culturally changing. The gender oppression is a key sign of an increase in political enforcement of Islam, political enforcement, and it's pretty much ubiquitous everywhere. When you got full burqas among a significant percentage of the female population of Muslim communities in the West, you know that this stuff is on the rise. So radical, judging by the statistics, we can see the statistics. The statistical data, like 100% of Muslim men polled in my country regard homosexuality as a criminal offence. Not just wrong, but criminal. So I mean, we know the poll data has trends and it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's just difficult to get certain poll data because a lot of people don't want to do these polls, because the left in particular are trying. Right now, there's a government sponsored, which pretty much tells you what the agenda is. There's a government-sponsored poll being done of the Muslim population of Britain, and it's clear that the Liberals are desperate to try to find poll data that they can say, look, everything's okay, they're assimilating, they don't hate the West, etc. And the reason why they're desperate for more poll data is because all the previous poll data does not tell them what they want to know.
Yeah, we have got the same phenomenon with Trump and Hillary going on. Every single poll they do, they're like, my God, it can't be. People like Trump. They try to spin it any way they can to make it not look that way.
What do you think of Trump going to Mexico? I don't know why the Mexican president would have taken a presidential candidate, and it seems like to me that's a soft endorsement of Trump, and yet all of Trump talking about, you know, screwing Mexico and building a wall and all that. So I'm surprised that even happened. I'm just curious what you guys think.
He probably just wants to prevent any severe issues and tensions. If Trump gets in, then pretty much the number one agenda for that president will be dealing with America and its new hostile front. So he wants to sort of nip it in the bud, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that he doesn't. I think that like calling all Mexicans the racist thing. I think he's incendiary. He's a showman. He knows how to work a crowd, and to some extent, he obviously believes a lot of, you know, the spirit of what he's saying, but you have to take a little bit of a grain of salt with it and realize that he's playing to the crowd, and he ran for president 4 years ago. He didn't act like this, so he's playing the part that people want. People are really, really sick of political correctness and feminism, and he's playing to that. So
yeah, I mean, there's a rise in a new nationalism because political globalization has just turn so many people off, because people don't like the UN, people don't like the EU. The same thing is happening, exactly the same thing happening in my country. Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson are doing exactly the same thing that Trump is doing. They are creating a new kind of nationalism, a new kind of national pride, and an anti-EU thing, which I completely agree with, because the EU is indefensibly corrupt. But the main problem is the left-wing authoritarians that never see anything wrong with any form of non-national authority. I mean, they don't like nationalism, but internationalism is for them is the greatest thing in the universe, even though, of course, international bodies are even less democratically accountable than national ones.
Yeah.
given, sorry if I could just jump in. So given that Trump is a nationalistic response to the complete emptiness and moral relativism, nihilism of the left, I think.
Yes, perfectly put.
Are you guys? I think Trump is dangerous because of that. But
Yeah, well,
what do you? Are you guys supporting Trump here? I know Brandon is, unless correct me if I'm wrong, sir. I'm just curious what your guys' arguments would be if you are supporting him.
I think he is a perfectly understandable response to an absolutely deplorable circumstance. But that doesn't necessarily mean everything about him is going to be any good. It just means that I sympathize with the people that vote for him. I don't sympathize with him.
Right.
I don't think he'd make a very good president, but I completely understand why people are supporting him because the overall internationalist or anti-nationalism, the hatred and self-loathing culture and the political correctness and the race and politics and gender identity stuff is toxic. The fact is the left has gone complete toxic, all of it. There isn't any good side of the left anymore now. And because the so-called moderates have allowed such toxicity to exist, and people are just turning to someone that's as unlike all that as possible, even if he is unlike that purely in terms of presentation, not necessarily in terms of policies. A lot of his policies are progressive. A lot of his policies are quite Democrat-like, and so I don't think he represents a radical change as much as people think he does. Just in terms of attitude.
Yeah, I think this is the time for the Objectivist Party to take root. And I think what we should do is replace the Democrats. Is that possible?
Well, and the Democrats, the people who vote for the Democrats are all poor, stupid schleps, and they can't think for themselves. I don't think you want to replace them or you want to take over their voters. Those are different things, maybe.
Well, I think the Republican Party would be a more promising target because they're really, really sick of what's going on. I mean, a lot of Republicans hate Trump enormously. I mean, the Democrats don't care that Hillary is corrupt. They don't care that she's basically getting in as a result of a rigged system within the DNC. They think the leaks concerning DNC corruption matters to them? No, of course not, because they're self-righteous, amoral zealots. But a lot of Republican voters have principles. Not necessarily the right ones, but at least they do have principles, and for them, there is a lot of never Trumping going on, and I sympathize with that as well, unfortunately.
But they're heavy religious, so never vote for an atheist. Not in the United States.
I don't know. I mean, I've been building some bridges with Christians, and they need to understand that the problem isn't atheism. The problem is that the image of atheism they have in their heads. That's what you need to fix, and they need to see you as an equivalent, because if you look at the poll data, they have less problems with Muslims than they do with atheists. Why? We're not the ones flying planes into buildings. It's because they feel there has to be something sacred and something higher, and there had to be some sort of common frame of reference. Even with Muslims or Jews or Hindus or Sikhs, something. And all we need to do is demonstrate to Christian conservatives, for example, that we objectivists actually do have a common frame of reference with them that makes us closer than a lot of people on the left, and I think that they might actually give us a chance, because I've broken a lot of ground with Christians in the last few weeks in particular by using this tactic, by saying that there are elements of our beliefs that are equivalent to theirs. For example, I've said that Aristotle is basically our Jesus, ancient Athens is basically our Jerusalem. We have the same kind of beliefs in moral absolutes. We have the same kind of beliefs in reason and logic is our guide, is our God, is our crutch. You know, we rely on reason, we rely on logic the same way they rely on Jesus. It's the same kind of psychological mentality. There are a lot of parallels between us. Quite a few if you think about it. I know it sounds weird, but it's... Although their crutch, their reliance upon Jesus is irrational, because Jesus is a fictional character in a book and it's or a voice in the head, depending on how it manifests. But at least it is something. It is something higher. It is an ideal. There is something Aristotelian. There is something eudaimomic about their approach to Jesus at times.
I think
you think that's contemporary Christians in America. They're not necessarily Christianity as such.
I don't know. I mean, Christianity traditionally has always had very strong Greco-Roman influences, right from the beginning.
So,
I think the need of religion, though, in politics goes back to the divine right of kings. They just think that if a president is a believer, then some of his conduct will be constrained by being judged by something even higher than him. I think that's where it comes from.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas, of course, we know that that isn't necessary because you've got the Constitution and you've got the Fourth Estate and you've got everything else. In a sense, that America is an extension of that principle, but extensions in a more rational sense because you've got checks and balances and you've got everything else. But so
It doesn't seem like the Constitution has constrained much of the last 8 years.
No, because you haven't had
Before that.
constitutional. You haven't had because the media dropped the ball, the Senate dropped the ball, the Congress dropped the ball, the courts dropped the ball. Everyone has dropped the ball. Everyone is guilty of this, including the electorate for not holding Obama to account. They don't care that he acts like a king.
I think Americans need to either have another revolution or to fix their mindset of constraining government, because it seems like with Bush and Obama that's been lost. The government's done whatever they wanted, and that's not supposed to be the spirit of the United States. And the reason why I care, I'm in Canada, the reason why I care is wherever the United States sweeps to is what will happen in Canada double. So I have an interest in as well in the United States.
You've got your own Obama now. You've got Trudeau.
Yep, that's right.
A pathetic, spineless simpleton. He is exactly like Obama. He is despicable for all the same reasons that Obama is despicable. He cares more about politically correct narratives than about what's good for his people.
He's despicable, and he's got that nice hair that the ladies love, which makes it even sicker.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Well, Canada has no intellectual tradition. We float in the wind of nonsense. That's how it is up here.
Yeah.
We have no great history. We don't even know what it means to be a Canadian. We have no idea. All it means is we're generally liked around the world and are peacekeepers, and we're fairly diverse. Although I don't think we're as diverse as the United States, which is kind of funny. But yeah, we have no real identity up here. So we just float around and don't take ourselves too seriously.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing is true in Europe. European countries have had any sense of identity sucked out of them by the sort of the anti-white, anti-Western, anti-reason, anti-Western values left. And so at this point, there's just nothing left. There's no sense. The Germans in particular have zero sense of identity, because it has been because of what happened in the Second World War, which the left have been exploiting ever since. The left love it when the West does something wrong. The war in Iraq was a godsend for the left because they can then use that to promote their post-colonial narratives indefinitely. Whenever the West does something wrong,
think the EU would just help prevent war, because Europe is a whole bunch of different countries, very different cultures, different languages. How do you possibly bring those people together? But I think people want to try because they fear war, because you've got too many different kinds of people right next to each other.
I don't think they fear war. I mean, if you know Europeans, they don't want war with each other. I mean, that kind of mindset was the product of late 19th century, early 20th century, like hyper-militant nationalism. There's nothing equivalent like that in Europe. I think that what the problem is that the left are simply obsessed with meta-national entities. They're obsessed with the UN, they're obsessed with the EU. To them, the higher the authority, the more legitimate, the better. They have this we are the world, borders don't matter sort of mindset. The zero border mindset, that's the really, really demented thing. It's an obsession with the left in Europe in particular.
It's like a lust for power, right? If they can grab more tax bases, then they can do more things, right?
The more centralized the government, the more the people in charge of the government have power. Yeah, so it's just a power grab. Ultimately, but it's also, as I say, a subordinate mindset.
I'm really hoping that we can dissolve the left-right thing and go to authoritarianism versus, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, libertarianism, and then they would really shine a light on those people who are basically authoritarians.
Well, the
forget the left-right thing.
Yeah, because people are too distracted by the left-right thing. That's why the right allowed Bush to gain too much power as in the executive branch, and the left have allowed Obama to gain too much power, because they the many people on the right worshipped Bush, particularly in this first term, and all of the left pretty much worship Obama.
Saint Barack.
Yeah, and then you can also categorize then when the Tea Party rose up, and you can start putting those people in the right places. These people are against a strong government, and I think that's a healthy thing. But it's still left-right, because then what happened was actually the media framed that kind of stuff in terms of, oh, but look, there's racists, and oh, maybe they're white supremacists and all this crap, but that wasn't actually what they were fighting for.
No, I mean, they had to do a lot of careful, clever editing. The CNN in particular always do that kind of thing.
The Clinton News Network, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the Diane Rehm show. You guys have probably heard of her on NPR. She did a show recently on the alt-right, the alternative right, just a few days ago or last week. And it was such a joke. They are so clueless. They think that it's a bunch of white supremacists who go to church and they're all Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And they're so clueless. They think that they're like these religious KKK members. That's what the alt-right is made of. And a lot of the alt-right is like atheists and anti-feminists and like fans of Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a clue because they're operating on narrative. I mean, to them, everyone that they oppose is a white supremacist, church-going, Anglo-Saxon, Ku Klux Klan, gun-loving. You know, that's the caricature. They dehumanize everyone that disagrees with them. They categorize everyone that disagrees with them in the same little box.
Transphobic, don't forget that.
Yeah, and also whatever the next phobic is that they've just invented.
But I think the war begins, though, because you remember in Clinton's last speeches, she mentioned the alt-right and Breitbart and a bunch of other stuff. So they're making this a big issue, and I'm surprised. I wonder, like, there's no doubt that Clinton and Trump, they have meetings with people and they figure out what they're going to say. So for some reason, Clinton and her group thought that, hey, let's attack Breitbart and these other people. I wonder why they did that. I think that's usual, isn't it?
It might be the
Because
elephant.
it's advertising. Doesn't that really help them more than hurt them?
Well, what if it's the elephant in the room that they just can't ignore? They look like Obama who won't use the word ISIS. They look stupid. They look like idiots if they don't talk about it. You know, they might have looked at it like that and said, we've got to mention this. Breitbart is killing us. We've got to at least say their name and tell people that they're idiots. We've got to at least attack them.
I wish I could sympathize more with the alt-right, but they need to do some house cleaning because there are actual scumbags on the alt-right, real nutcases.
Name them. Do you have some examples?
Oh, no, I'm not talking. A lot of the lead spokesmen are okay, like Milo and a lot of the Breitbarters, but I'm talking about the like grassroots. I see the kind of trolls online trolls that can easily get exploited for narrative purposes. I mean, you as long as you've, because this is the Anita Sarkeesian sort of thing, the strategy, where they basically the feminists and the SJWs and the left wingers will use trolls on the internet, but not just trolls, but people who are genuinely nuts, and they will just cherry pick these people and say, look how bad these people are, and use it to smear the rest. Because you've got a lot of people who say the really, really messed up things. Like I've seen the most anti-Semitism is very on social media all the time. That kind of stuff is going to hurt the alt-right to a huge degree.
I mean, I guess a lot of Jews are anti-Semitic in that sense, maybe.
Yeah, but it's more like it's sort of some of the alt-right have a kind of Noam Chomsky sort of approach, where post-colonialists basically, and so they buy into the whole kind of narratives on Israel and narratives of foreign policy. Because a lot of the alt-right are isolationists.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it couldn't be anything else. Isolationism's the enlightened position, isn't it? It's just anyone who wants to sound intelligent or sophisticated says, we should let everybody else do what they want, and we should do what we want. Yeah, well, sometimes we go to war.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. I mean, they want to. This is the problem with libertarians. They want a one-size-fits-all approach to foreign policy. And that's impossible because you've got a lot of different nations, different governments, different cultures, different agendas, all these different pieces all flying around in different directions in the rest of the world, and you have to take more of a sort of case-by-case sort of policy. You can't have this is going to be our general policy, this is going to be... No, you can't do that. You have to be more reactive, responsive.
You guys must watch Pat Condell, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he's the best, man. It was great.
Yeah. And there's another British guy too. Who's the guy on the street that he's a British guy as well?
Damn.
I think he's been in jail once.
More than once. I know, yeah, I know who you mean.
What's his name?
Oh, God, what's it? I blanked out
I
his
was, I
name.
was just trying to look it up, but I couldn't find him. But
Tony Robertson?
Yes,
yeah,
Tony Robinson.
that's it.
Robinson.
Yeah,
Is he the
Tommy
guy that goes
Robinson.
into the
Tommy
Islamic
Robinson.
ghettos and
Yeah.
films it and gets slapped in the face and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's been attacked on a number of occasions by both the police and Muslims because the police always side with the Muslims. I mean, they have their PC marching orders, and they've done their best to try to get him killed. They've harassed him, sent him to court on trumped-up charges over and over again. And basically, Tommy Robinson has crowd-funded legal support now because the courts and the police are all basically corrupt traitors to the politically correct Cthulhu-like god that they worship now, and they will basically do anything to silence people and to censor people and to harass people who say things that are against the immigration and the politically correct narrative. And so Tommy Robinson basically has crowd-funded legal support for all the times he gets sent to court on bullshit charges, and it just happens over and over and over. And just every time I follow him, I think, oh, I wonder what is he caught for this week. Because they're desperate to try to put him in prison where they know he'll be killed because all the prisons have been taken over by Muslims.
And you think he's a good part of the alt-right?
Pardon?
Do you think he's a good part of the alt-right?
Yeah. Well, I don't even think of him as alt-right because he's older than the alt-right. He's been doing this for a long time. But I guess he fits with that narrative. It fits with the rough term.
Edward, you're in London, is that right?
Sometimes, yeah. I sort of alternate. Sometimes I'm in the north, sometimes I'm in London.
So as I understand, the UK has banned Robert Spencer and Pamela Geller from.
Yes. I think they also tried to ban Trump as well from entering the country because you say anything politically incorrect, you are regarded as Hitler, basically.
Do most people in the UK are they even aware of like Robert Spencer's books?
No, none of that kind of thing ever is allowed to be mentioned in public. We don't have free speech in Europe. There is no First Amendment in Europe.
How different is it there from Soviet Russia 40 years ago? Just the punishment is different. Your punishments are a little bit lighter.
Yeah, we typically go for like banning censorship and police harassment. Basically, it's sort of anything. If they can put you in prison for some minor thing, but it's even started to happen in this country. Look what happened to Denise D'Souza. He was put in prison on grounds that no one else has ever been put in prison for, and was also given a mandatory psychiatric evaluation, all because the guy is conservative, pretty much.
Yeah, there was something strange. That was Dinesh D'Souza. There was something strange about his conviction. Something about like campaign funds, or but it looked like they kind of screwed him and put him in there anyways for that movie he did.
Yeah.
That movie's got Obama, right?
Oh, yeah, there are liberals who gave more money under the same circumstances, and they didn't even go to court.
Yeah, nobody has ever been put into prison for that offense. I actually looked that up, and I'm not a legal expert, but that's a claim.
It sounds like that attack on Dinesh D'Souza was the similar thing with the IRS and conservative groups, right? It's just
exactly
part of all
the same
that.
sort of thing. Yeah. So, but imagine that kind of thing on a daily basis, and you basically got Europe.
That's not different from Soviet Russia. It doesn't look good.
Well, Soviet Russia did control half of Europe at one point.
Edward, I'm just trying to concretize this. Are you saying that if you go into a London bookstore, you will not be able to purchase The Infidel's Guide to the Quran by Robert Spencer?
I have never seen any of Robert Spencer's stuff in any bookstore. It might be, but people don't really go in bookstores anymore. I doubt you'll find it. I mean,
can you get it on Amazon?
Yeah, you can get it online. I mean, getting this online culture in Britain is completely different to like street culture. Completely. Yeah.
I thought you were asking if the book was banned. I thought Jason was asking.
I don't know whether the book is banned. He is banned. Don't know whether the book is banned. I guess they don't bother banning books because you can get them online. I mean, so long as things like Amazon exist, you can get proper books in this country. But your typical bookstore will not, because there will be riots.
There will be riots.
Yeah, no, there will be riots because the Muslim population here can basically do whatever they want and get away with it.
So Edward, if I were to write a letter to the editor in London talking about criticizing Islam, could I go to jail for that?
Well, it depends on how it's worded. It depends on, or I mean, you're an American citizen, so it's not going to be that big a deal.
Assuming I was a London citizen.
Well, in Scotland, they've already started arresting people for social media posts that criticize Islam.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, Scotland is even worse. Scotland is more politically correct. They love there's lots of pro-EU people. So yeah. I mean, it's Scotland is
so the cops
insane.
show up at your door and say you posted something on Facebook that someone didn't
Yes.
like.
Yes, that's what happens to Tommy Robinson all the time. The police regularly break down his door and harass him and his family because he's criticizing basically the fact that Luton has been turned into Baghdad.
So he's a danger to the public. He's an enemy of the people, perhaps.
Yeah,
You might call
that's
him
how,
that.
that's how it's seen. There's even where's that? Did you post that video, Mr. Cobber? There's actually video of police harassing him that was taken like a few days ago.
No, I didn't post that.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the police are actually sort of saying, well, we know the kind of things you're doing. We know that they act like an Orwellian thought police. You know, the actual language that the police are using. If you watch the whole video, is chilling as hell. This is put online. I posted it somewhere, but that kind of stuff is scary as hell. His own life. If you study what's happening throughout his own life, the police deliberately orientate things so that he will get killed. They want him to die. They want him to be snuffed out by Muslims in prison. That's the ideal scenario. Because as I say, the Yorkshire Ripper, for example, who is the most infamous serial killer of Britain, has converted to Islam and is now being protected by a cabal of Muslims in prison.
Do they still call it hate speech, or what's the technical?
Yes, it is hate speech. Yeah.
Okay.
Because hate speech is treated because in Europe we don't have free speech and we don't have First Amendment. So things like hate speech legislation has been around for ages. I mean, it's a prisonable offence to deny the Holocaust in Germany. You'll get put in prison for it.
So if you print in Britain that we should get those Muslims out of here, that'll be hate speech. But if we say we should ban Trump from coming here, that's not hate speech.
Well, as I say, they seriously had a discussion, a parliamentary debate about whether or not that he should be banned from entering the country. That's why he was in Scotland rather than England.
But let's bring in jihadists because.
Yeah, well, actually, the Defense Department has just released the Defense Department has just released a memo saying that they're going to allow members of the Muslim Brotherhood from Egypt to come in, the leaders, the actual rabble-rousing jihadi leaders, to come in under asylum because they're being persecuted, end quote, by the Egyptian government right now. The Muslim Brotherhood, the fanatics who are the ideological bedrock of jihadi terrorism, because they're being persecuted, end quotes, in Egypt, because they're a bunch of evil fanatics, they are now eligible for asylum, according to the Defense Department in the UK. And so this memo came out, it got leaked, and they're basically, they're planning to take in leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood from Egypt and give them asylum and cushy positions and everything else. That's how insane they are.
I've never heard of such. This is like evasion and self-denial. That I can't even. This is worse than Chamberlain.
Yeah. I mean, basically, this is why I say that this is why I call the left traitors, because if this isn't betrayal, what is? But they don't know they're being traitors, a lot of them, because you need to know what you were betraying, and because they don't agree with any fundamental Western principles, they don't really understand that they're betraying these principles. I mean, like individual rights, limited government, constitutional rights, rule of law, national sovereignty. They don't care about any of these things, and they don't recognize this is why they support the EU, because the EU has attacked and undermined the political and legal sovereignty of Britain and every other country in the EU, and denied the electoral rights of the people in Greece, Ireland, Holland by denying their referendums. And yet the left love the EU because they don't care about any of these things.
Did you hear from Trump's immigration speech something about that there be a test for ideology or something like that? Yeah.
Well, the problem with that is the Muslims will just simply lie, as they're allowed to.
Well,
I mean, they've been encouraged. They've been trained right now. ISIS is training them to pretend to be Christian.
So
when I heard that, I was just curious of what that test might be. But I don't know if someone knows more about it.
I think there should be. I think this is a really interesting discussion because this is a good question. If we are in a state of war, in a decentralized way, where we have, you know, people that are not necessarily part of a government, although some of them are, all over the world, coming from any place potentially, should there be, should there be some kind of ideologic test? And as Edward said, they would just lie about it. But there should be, but you might be able to have some kind of objective criteria to say, okay, this person
No.
came from Syria, so that's, that's a red flag.
The only people I would have over were people that could prove that they are Christian, that have been part of a Christian community for a generation or two. If you can't prove that, no, you're not allowed in because you are most likely Muslim.
I don't think it has to be a religious test, but if there's no way to do a background check on someone, they lack papers, then there's no immigration possible. I think that's how it should work. If you come from Syria and you have no papers, you're not getting in the country. Like, we don't know who you are.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. I mean, if you can demonstrate, if you do have papers and to demonstrate you're a Christian, but to me, well, because the reason I said Christian is because those are the only true worldviews we're dealing with by and large. Because there is a Muslim population in the Middle East that is being slowly exterminated, and I do have tremendous sympathy for their problem. Because of course, most Christians aren't even aware of this is going on because it contradicts their narratives.
Yeah, they explain it away when they do see it.
Yeah.
And ignore it.
Because they want that ecumenical one big happy family sort of thing.
About the free speech thing that was going on earlier, Andrew, it's happening in Canada too. You probably know about Ezra Levant and the problem he had with the human rights.
Yeah, we have these weird human rights commissions which are supposedly lack power and also supposedly have like a 95% conviction rate. And I don't know where they came from. I don't know why they're legal. I have no idea what's going on up here. I just live here.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
It's not. Yep.
Yeah, well, the human rights is basically left-wing authoritarianism.
It's a bullying mechanism of the government.
Yeah, because human rights isn't individual rights. Individual rights are negative rights. Human rights are typically positive. That is to say that they place a burden upon others, and they're fit part of a socialist redistribution mindset, and they can't be removed. Nothing that the most evil scumbag in the world can do will in any way negate their human rights. Unlike individual rights, like liberty, which you can lose if through criminal activity. So they're basically sort of it's an infinite entitlement right, basically that the left have essentially made up, because human rights are defined by the left and expanded upon infinitely. I mean, every 2 seconds there's another human right that's been invented by SJWs or by the UN or another.
I'd be curious to know whether Europe or Britain has an equivalent of the Human Rights Commission, because Canada doesn't seem to really do anything on its own, and Canada is largely actually
this is
its
one
government
of the reasons...
is based on Britain, not the United States. And I always thought it was an experiment, this Human Rights Commission stuff, but maybe there's an equivalent to Britain.
No, they're sinister Orwellian authoritarians. We have the same thing in Britain, but, and this is one way of light, pretty much all our human rights commissions, which are hated in my country. Every now and again, because a lot of our newspapers are not left-leaning, they actually do have some good reporting, and there have been a lot of reports over the last 20 years of human rights lawyers, what do we call them? Solicitors, basically defending the most despicable people, the most ridiculous grounds on the basis of their human rights are being violated by this or by that, and it makes front-page news because it's just such an affront. It's like, why are you defending this so-called human rights of these scumbags? Because it's a sort of a thin end of the wedge of moral nihilism, basically. But the good news is that not only are they despised by a lot of the population, a lot of the press, but also because they're almost all from the EU, because we're kicking the EU out, they're going too. We're kicking out a lot of the human rights commissions, a lot of the human rights lawyers, solicitors are going as well, and there's now a campaign led by our new Prime Minister for a new constitution, a exclusive British Constitution, similar to that of the American Constitution. That's what we're trying to do right now, to replace the human rights. systems, because the term human rights is tainted in my country because we've seen how absurd it is, and so has Canada, of course.
Well, that would be fantastic because the light of American liberty and British liberty, if they go out, the world is doomed.
Yeah, I mean, Britain and America are the two most important countries in the world. I mean, it's simple as that. I mean, we've basically invented freedom. And, yeah, it's a huge problem because the rest of the world can't even grasp what freedom is for the most part, unfortunately.
It's still an amazing thing, though, that the island, the small island of Britain, in comparison to the rest of the world, at one time ruled the seas and thus ruled the world.
Yeah, because we had a free market society. I mean,
With
there
the
was
East India Company?
Yeah, I mean, well, the 19th, well, yeah, I mean, there were the same thing with the 19th century in America. There were, unfortunately, exceptions where you had companies get into bed with the government. But, I mean, outside of that, the government was a fraction of the size that it is today. In the 19th century, British government was 10% of the GDP, and everything else was done by these huge companies that were making huge amounts of money because they could do what they want. And so we were able to have tremendous power despite being a very small country, whereas these days America could barely eke 1 to 2% growth despite having every conceivable advantage because you've got your red tape bureaucracy throttling you, as we have had since the end of the Second World War. Because Britain became quasi-socialist after the Second World War because all of Western Europe was weakened and by our losses fighting the Nazis and by the fact that half of Europe was basically in the hands of Stalin.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
basically,
after
the
World War II.
communists won the Second World War.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I might have brought this up before, but a while ago in these Hangouts, that I'm always curious about why the Allies chose to take out Hitler and not Stalin, because it seems like not having dealt with Stalin, communism was just as horrible. Not having dealt with Stalin in World War II led to the East becoming communist and led to all those other wars, Vietnam, Korea, the Red Scare. And so it seems like deferring Stalin in World War II led to further conflict. What if the opposite had been done?
Well, the problem is you can't side with the Nazis. I mean, you can't sell that. There's no chance.
I know,
yeah.
but I'm just curious, though, because wouldn't then we have dealt with Germany later, but maybe it wouldn't have been as bad as communism spreading to the East. I'm just curious, what would the history look like?
I like Ayn Rand's option. She said, let Russia and Germany fight it out. As it happened, we actually armed Russia. We sent them enormous amounts of material and stuff. We should have let them fight it out and been on the side of America and Britain, not on the side of Russia or Germany.
I mean, the problem is that most people at the time didn't want to acknowledge what the communists were. I mean, Ayn Rand, when she published We the Living, had a tremendous backlash because she depicted Soviet Russia as a horrible dystopian nightmare, and the liberal press and the intellectuals and the academics basically, no, this is ridiculous. There may be some isolated incidents, but the whole thing is fine. Because you've got to remember, the New York Times during this time period was going out of its way to cover up the atrocities of Stalin. So, huge numbers of people didn't want to admit that there was anything all that wrong with the communists. It's only now that we realize they're just as bad as the Nazis. And even now it's taken a long time because a lot of the atrocities of Stalin and Mao were covered up. I mean, there's recently been a reveal of a number of the atrocities of Mao that have come out because people have been able to get to some of the Chinese archives. And it's exactly what we knew all along, that Mao not only was presided over the deaths of tens of millions of his own people, but many of those millions were deliberately killed.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked the question. What would the history look like if another choice had been made? But I think the other view is right, that if the United States had just helped Britain and not landed on Europe and let Germany and Russia beat the crap out of each other, then the Americans could have cleaned up and Canadians could have cleaned up after. Maybe that would have been a better history for all of us, and for Europe, and for the East.
Hard to tell.
Yeah, an interesting thing that I point out is when Russia fell apart, they had to shut down all these steel plants that were not economical, that had to suddenly make a profit or else shut down, and so they shut down. Most of those steel plants were built by America or shipped to the Russians, and they built them, and they were our steel plants. We sent them to them as aid, and 50 years later, when the country fell apart, they were still using the World War II steel plants. So who knows if they ever would have built anything if we didn't arm them.
Well, I mean, we had someone from one of the satellite countries. I don't know, was it Georgia? Was it Ukraine? Who was basically saying that the only economic hope for his country was that they get back some of the actual Soviet era factories. That's the only hope that they have. So that's how low their own expectations are. There's zero chance of growth, zero chance of. They've given up completely on innovation. Their only chance is to get hold of these old Soviet era plants. It is like something out of Atlas Shrugged. It's quite unbelievable. The entire mindset is just completely extinct.
They don't even believe in the creation of wealth. It's totally
No.
outside of their.
Yeah, all they can ever do is scrounge and scavenge. They're
Yep.
an entire
Distribute.
continent of scavengers.
Yeah, they just redistribute wealth that already exists. They don't think about creating new wealth. Where's the
Well,
entrepreneurial spirit in the
Well,
left?
they
It just
don't
doesn't
believe
exist.
you can. Well, even the left in America don't believe you can create wealth. Even their entire approach is how evenly could we divide up the pie.
Yeah. Yep.
And the income gap. Oh, the income gap's too wide. What are we
Yeah,
gonna?
yeah. I always laugh when that's the main discussion topic. Not creating more wealth. It's just like, oh, we just need to deal with the wealth people already have.
Wealth distribution. Yeah,
Yeah.
give more of it to women. Yeah, it's going downhill. Hey, you guys heard about the funding, the YouTube, what is it, the monetization and stuff? Like Sargon of Akkad's videos are singled out and revenue is decreased to people like him, whereas Huffington Post, of course, not having any problem with that sort of issue.
Well, just from my own channel, I think the rate has been about $1 for 1,000 views, as long as, of course, you have the video monetized, and that's with the 5-second skip videos. So I don't know if that rate has changed. First of all, I don't know if that's accurate, but that has been in my experience in terms of the money I've gotten from my channel over the last, I don't know how many years I've had the channel, and the views I have, it works out to be about $1 for 1,000 views.
I think it's gone down. I've certainly noticed.
Like, do your own math, Cropper, for your views on your channel versus your how much money you've gotten from Google, but maybe a lot of your videos aren't monetized, so maybe that won't be accurate.
Well, I noticed my the amount that I was getting was going down. It went down drastically, so I went and monetized every single one of my videos, which took like 2 weeks, because it takes you about 45 seconds per video times 1,000 videos. That's hours and hours of bullshit. And I got it done. I got it all done. And so I used to get 20, 30, 40 bucks a month. Now it's $2, $3 a month.
Well, I would always get installments of 100, and I used to get maybe $100 every 3 or 4 months. But
Yeah.
that was when I was making like stupid Let's Play videos. My book videos have gotten very little views, but the video game ones would get views.
Yeah, I have two channels, a video game channel and a philosophy channel, and the video game channel is always bigger.
Oh, yeah. And which one's more important?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I'm trying to combine the two. I'm trying to figure out some way of doing it. I mean, on Nadia's channel, there's a guy who does live Let's Plays while he's discussing philosophy.
Oh, that's an interesting way to mix it. Bioshock. Go through
Yeah.
Bioshock, play Bioshock, and talk about the significance of the things.
That's actually been done. Someone's already done that. It was really good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have all my old links are gone, so I can't reference anything. It's a pain in the neck. And people keep demanding that I reference stuff. It's difficult to reference reality when it's coming at you from all angles. It's not like I read it from a particular book. I get a lot of the stuff from everything around me. I just absorb it all. Americans have trouble grasping what's going on in Europe. Huge amounts of trouble.
It's just figuring out the good way of packaging the video, or packaging the content, right, in something that's entertaining and people would click on, and
Yeah.
If you
not clicking on new books from Mr. Cropper or new books from me, and I also tried. I made another channel, and I just have kind of audio clips of me. I'd read a book, and I'd make lines in the book that I thought were interesting ideas, little lines on the side of the page, and then I would go through the book, and just each one would be like a little audio clip. Those don't get many views at all either. That's on a separate channel that I made. So that's another failed experiment.
well, I don't know. What do you mean failed? I mean, who are you trying to reach for what? How many people do you need to reach? If you're going to explain something about Plato, how many people do you need to reach? 1,000 or 10,000 or just 100?
Well, very few people change the world, so there's a lot of people who turn gears, and there's a few people who write and change the world.
Yeah, and this is why people need to understand philosophy, because all of our issues in society, in broad strokes, can be boiled down to a handful of philosophical perspectives. I mean, everything in Western society is basically Plato or Aristotle.
Yep.
So when you tell people that all they need to learn is two names, two philosophies, and everything is a subset of those two, essentially, that makes it sound a lot easier for people to grasp. You don't want to scare people off by throwing them in the deep end.
It's the basic difference between those who think that the individual can acquire knowledge and those who think that you need to rely on either another realm that only can be accessed by a few, or the super intelligent elite that have to tell us what to do, right?
Yes, because both liberalism and theocracy are essentially derived from Platonic thought, because Plato was a stooge for both the political and the religious establishment, and was also essentially the world's first communist.
World's first authoritarian, that's for sure.
Yeah, because, well, he was specifically arguing against private property and the family. Anything that generated any degree of financial and therefore ultimately mental independence from the state, he was dead against. He wanted everything, including our own, because he was a eugenicist as well, so he wanted all our breeding habits, shall we say, to be controlled by the state. So everything.
And a little bit of the distortion is that often Aristotle is shown as just Plato's student, like a little Plato or like a small amendment to Plato, but not someone who had he certainly had some Platonic ideas, but certainly also had ideas that are very different than Plato, a whole bifurcation from Plato.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he recognized his master basically got all the essentials completely opposite of right, rather. I mean, it's because Plato made Aristotle in the sense that Plato was an anti-role model. In the same way that Plato was somewhat a anti-sophist. So the sophists went one way, and then Plato went another way, and Aristotle went another.
Yeah, Plato was fighting off the nihilist sophists, and then created his own more authoritarian, knowledge-orientated. And then his student, go ahead.
This is true of the religious right. The religious right have been scared by the nihilism of the left into embracing absolutism to an even greater degree than they already have. And they don't need to. This is what I say to them. You don't need to be afraid of nihilism. There is another option. There isn't just divine command theory or burning everything down.
It's a strange situation to be in when the left and right today are basically the two options of Plato.
Yeah.
Right?
The authoritarian left and right, yes.
That's all we talk about. It's which version of Plato do you want?
Yeah. Well, because because the left represents the sophists, or at least the nihilists, and Plato, because they alternate between chaos and like the riots and the open borders types and the anti-law enforcement and the authoritarians. And it's a bizarre contradiction. They're telling you to follow the government and pay your taxes and obey the government in every way, but not the police. So yeah, it's an interesting contradiction. I'm trying to figure out where that's heading.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? What is the end game here? How is this going to look in 20 years?
Well, you can't predict because the left are fueled by chaos to a certain degree. They have no values and principles. So anything, I mean, who could have predicted the French Revolution and the American Revolution, or sorry, the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution? You couldn't predict where they were going to go because they were fueled by a nihilism and a chaos, and it depended upon the mood of the mob, or it depended upon the mood of the dictator controlling the mob. And that's the problem. When you're dealing with pure groupthink, or when you're dealing with pure authoritarianism, then the number of variables increases exponentially because you're dealing with like pragmatists, sociopaths, cynical exploiters, and it boils down to the worst elements of human existence, both in a group way and in an individual way, because that's the paradox of collectivism. Collectivism ultimately results in too much power accumulated in a single individual, a single demagogue. And so you alternate between groupthink and total individual think, whereas with individualism, ironically, you don't end up with an individual controlling everything, because we don't believe in a pyramid hierarchy. We don't believe in centralization and unchecked government. We believe in having a large number of decentralized quasi-authorities that are answerable to the people. So with individualism, the last thing you end up with is an individual running everything, whereas with collectivism, that's exactly what you end up with.
I think over the next 20 years, broadly, there are sort of two options. We can either have a big fuck-off war, or we can avoid it, and that would be like the Cold War. So either it's going to be a bit like a World War II sort of thing, or it's going to be just like a dragged-out thing where we're always wondering if there's communists in the State Department or whatever. And it'll be some sort of Cold War against the Muslims, but the tide's going to turn and people are going to start being very suspicious of Muslims. And this Islamophilia and the love of everything Muslim, I think, has a limited time remaining.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at some of the people I've been arguing with, where I try to explain to them the problems with Islam, and I go through every single thing. I go through the doctrine, I go through the scripture, I go through the life of Muhammad, I go through Sharia law, I go through all the poll data and statistics demonstrating them. She's still living in the dark age. All the geopolitical situations right now where every single Muslim country that borders a non-Muslim country is creating border tensions. I've gone through birth rates, I've gone through every single detail, and it's all, it's racist and it's prejudice and we should get along, and they're brainwashed as hell. They're hopelessly brainwashed. No amount of evidence is going to change their politically correct addiction. Arguing with liberals and progressives is like arguing with crack addicts. You're not going to get anywhere.
They may have to be punched in the face. That might change it.
Can't do that. Initiation force.
Isn't it 5 a.m. there in Britain?
Yes.
5 a.m.
I don't get to share a stream with Mr. Cropper very often because of our. So it's worth the strange side effects of not sleeping.
I've tried to put the rooms on earlier, but Edward's not game for earlier rooms. So. But we'll see if these rooms are even possible eventually. I'm really, really scared about this. I'm scared about all changes, but.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Cropper and I need to have a talk about availability of hours, so we can sort of book some time.
Yeah, we've got to get something worked out. My daughter started school a couple days ago, so hopefully I'm going to have an extra 30 hours a week that I didn't used to have.
Because there's only so much Nadia Hangouts I can stand, because she surrounds herself with the most messed up people imaginable.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, I mean, she had some neo-pagans on the other day. She had some holographic universe types, Christian fundamentalists. Oddly enough, I get along better with the Christian fundamentalists than I do with the Marxists. Because at least Christian fundamentalists don't necessarily want to break down my door and arrest me for not cooperating. Whereas all Marxists, of course, by definition, are fascists, effectively. So.
Yeah, well, it's the difference between M-type and a D-type. Do you want to deal with somebody that's got some principles of some kind, or someone who has no principles at all?
Yeah, I mean, they have a principle in a sense, and that's power. But I mean, every single policy is smokescreen for a power grab, that's what defines the left. That's what separates the left from every other side, is that there's always a power grab at the back of it. I mean, that's why we define, the left is defined by big government, it's defined by top-down, it's centralization. That's the broadest definition. That incorporates every single left-wing group. Even the most moderate person on the left still believes in government control this or government control that. They can't get out of that authoritarian mindset. So they're all authoritarian. It's not like there's a non-authoritarian left, unless you're talking like the fringe people like Nadia herself, who is an anarcho-communist, which is a contradiction in terms, but I haven't quite got round to explaining that to her yet, because it just sort of amuses me.
That's the syndicalist position like Noam Chomsky has.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. Socialism, Marxism, communism are dogmas, how do you impose dogmas uniformly without an authoritarian, centralized authority?
Yeah, they
I
always
assume,
avoid that question.
I assume that Nadia would just argue that people just have to change their point of view and everyone just becomes a communist, and then
Well,
that's
yeah,
it.
how do you do that without centralized brainwashing? You can't.
I don't know, but she'd probably be okay with that.
Once
Yeah.
there's no advertising anymore, then people will stop beating their kids, and if people stop beating their kids, then no one will want to hurt other people, and that will lead to total communism.
Yeah, it's usually something like that.
Yeah.
Because
Stuff
the
on
problem here, the main problem with socialists, Marxists, and communists is that they think that socialism, Marxism, and communism works. Once you understand that it doesn't, then you understand why it always has to be authoritarian. The authoritarianism isn't an explicit part of a lot of their doctrines, but it's always an explicit part of what happens when it's applied. And the reason why is because it doesn't work, and so you require authoritarianism in order to maintain it. Because if you have a free society, if you have independence, and if you have a free market, then you always have socialism and Marxism die on their own because people will apply it, find out it doesn't work, and abandon it. This has been true since the Pilgrim settlers. Time and time again, it has been applied and it hasn't worked, and people have resorted to free market processes and private property because that does work. And because they don't understand that, they think that they can have freedom and socialism, Marxism, and communism. They don't understand that if you can't have freedom, you have tyranny. If you can't have freedom, you have centralization, and that's the opposite of anarcho-everything.
Yeah, they don't see it in those terms. You either have freedom or you have something besides freedom. Well, they want freedom from rent payers, freedom from hunger, freedom from unhealth, freedom from stupidity. So they want all free education.
Yeah. Well, they want freedom. They want freedom from reality. They want freedom from necessity. They want freedom from causality.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding about what the word freedom means.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is
Accountability.
It's very existentialist.
What's existentialist?
Their understanding of what Edward was saying. They want to be free from reality, and they're rebelling against the fact that you have a causal universe.
yeah, because
Do you
they
think-
believe that's what positive
think
rights are
that's-
about.
Do you think that's the psychology behind it, though? I think that a lot of people are just naive and think they're doing good.
Yes, that's true. A lot of them think that. Let's take minimum wage, for example. A lot of people think minimum wage is good because they don't understand economics and they don't understand the origins of minimum wage and the real purpose of it, and so they don't understand the results of its application. And so, if you don't know anything about minimum wage sounds like the greatest thing. How could anybody oh, you're against minimum wage? You must hate black people and the poor because they don't know anything about minimum wage at all. Anything at all. And so
All you have to do is ask them whether they'd be in favor of a minimum price on just pick any random good, and then they're like, oh, I don't know, and then they'd have no idea.
yeah, well, because as I say, they haven't thought it through economically. They literally cannot break down any issue on actual economic grounds because nobody on the left is ever taught to think economically.
And then they talk about a living wage, and then they talk about a living wage, and then you ask them, but people working at a retail job, was that supposed to be a full-time job? That's supposed to get someone through life, is working in a retail job?
Right. Should you be able to work at McDonald's as a burger flipper and have a house and a car and a family?
Yeah,
No.
that's what they say, though. They say, well, we need a living wage. It's like, come on.
Yeah, well, how do you incentivize people to work harder or train harder or go to night classes or anything? How do you incentivize people to better themselves if you're sticking them in a gilded cage?
And remember how it switched. Remember when they talked about the Walmart and the food stamp thing? Notice how the rhetoric switched to, oh, but these people are having to have their life subsidized by the government because Walmart's not paying enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. It's funny.
Yeah, I thought of that. When I heard that, I thought, that's a really shady way to attack a company. To say,
Yeah.
government has gotten so big and so bloated that people who work an honest day's work actually have to go to the government to get, food stamps or whatever to feed themselves, and therefore Walmart is evil. Very strange. Very strange.
I bet you something like that is out of Atlas Shrugged, that they would condemn a company for that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they did to Reardon Still. It was productive, therefore they wouldn't allow him to sell it.
Yeah.
You know, you can't win. If your prices are too high, you're gouging people. If they're too low, you're trying to drive out your competition. So.
And if they're the same as everybody else, then you're in a conspiracy.
If they're too low, it's predatory pricing. And if
Yeah.
it's the same, it's collusion. And if it's
Yeah.
too high,
Even though there's never been a single example of predatory pricing in the entire history of economics.
And if it's too high, it's called gouging.
Yeah, even though gouging is a necessary part because you need prices to reflect the demand, otherwise you don't have any economics based on reality. There has to be some reality, some resource and need and consumer reality behind the economics, behind the numbers. Otherwise, you've just got a fantasy. And that's why gouging is actually, you know, being anti-gouging is irrational because ultimately you're saying that reality shouldn't be reflected in prices, and therefore the market shouldn't reflect reality. And that's why you end up with all these bubbles.
Katrina disaster in the States, I think that's when they were trying to fine people for too high prices. And then an example of the too low was when Microsoft got hit with whatever it's called for the putting in. They had an internet browser within their Windows, and that screwed Netscape over.
Yeah.
And that was considered.
It was an antitrust thing, I think.
Antitrust, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, that was what eventually led to Microsoft moving to Washington and lobbying the government because it was part of the process. First they screwed them up over Internet Explorer, then they basically started lobbying Microsoft to lobby them. And when I say lobby, I mean really threaten. And so, yeah, that's why Microsoft is such an appalling company now, because they have government in their corner, and so they can basically get away with behavior that a society, a corporation entirely dependent upon the goodwill of the consumer couldn't. You can always tell about the shitty companies. You can always tell which companies are lobbying the government because they're the companies treating the consumers like crap.
Yeah, Ford and GM don't make as good cars as Toyota. And Toyota does not lobby the government as much as Ford and GM, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because Toyota's from a different country.
Yeah. I mean, that's the irony is the very thing that keeps American companies in check is in play is the very violation of the most American principles. But this is one of the points I was making earlier, is that the people who understand America in terms of its liberties and its constitutional principles, they aren't doing a good enough job of convincing the rest of the population about what real principles are, about how the fact that a lot of these things that the left care about are irrelevant as far as government is concerned. If you care about the poor, then you get off your fat ass and help them. You don't use the government in order to steal from other people. You don't use the government in order to force employers to pay more than what they want or what makes any economic sense. You don't use the government to violate individual rights, property rights, etc., etc., etc. You know, but they don't see anything wrong with using those means because it's been in a gradual process of desensitization since Lyndon B. Johnson. To basically see nothing wrong with using the government this way or that way, creating this tax or this tax.
And they don't regard the wealthy man as having earned his money. They think he stole it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the narrative. That's how they justify theft, by saying if you cast every single rich person as the Sheriff of Nottingham and yourself as Robin Hood, then you can basically justify stealing from the evil bad guys, because everyone is the hero of their own story.
You know what's funny is I certainly heard of Robin Hood and enjoyed the Disney movie way back when as a kid, but it took a long time for me to realize that the guy was just a thief.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends.
A long time.
It depends, because in a sense, the Sheriff of Nottingham was a thief, and so there was one thief stealing from another thief. I mean, this was the whole. This is the whole point of this was Ragnar Dennisgold's position in Atlas Shrugged. He's basically saying that I'm a pirate. I steal taxpayers' money, but it's stolen by definition because he didn't recognize the legitimacy of the income tax, and so he basically, because free reign money. No one really owns it, kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no such thing as public ownership. The public is an abstraction. If everyone owns something, then nobody owns it. Because there's no, as I say, there's the same thing with the collective brain idea. There's no just, people don't think in groups. Individuals think. Only individuals have brains. Only individuals have rights. Only individuals can own. And so the moment you have groups, this is why corporations have to have the legal fiction of being people, which is entirely necessary for to have a company that exists beyond a lifetime. Down corner wants. Oh, he's basically saying. Fuck,
Cropper,
fuck.
isn't this the guy who was saying that homeless people in the United States means that the United States is a bad thing? Like, are you sure you want to broadcast this guy?
Oh,
No.
it'll be hilarious. Go on.
No, this is the guy that porn bombed me one night. Welcome down corner.
Oh, is that him? Oh, he can go screw himself then.
He doesn't have anywhere to go, though. He wants good intellectual conversation. He can't go to his friends.
He doesn't want good intellectual conversation.
He just in the comments he just wrote "fucktard." This is retarded as fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
That's a good intellectual conversation.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to address this guy. So here's a continued problem that I see. We have corporate fanboys like Edward, and Brandon may be one as well. I don't know you well enough, but Edward's definitely a corporate fanboy. Edward sits back and says corporations can do whatever they want. They can take the bailout money.
straw man.
They can crash the economy. They can do whatever they want because under the Constitution they have free reign according to you. So therefore, the people should pay taxes to the corporations, get price gouged by the corporations, get ass stripped 6 ways to Sunday when their own tax dollars are used to bail the corporations out and give them corporate welfare. While at the same time, you're going to bash people who are on fucking food stamps. Why don't you reevaluate your argument, retard?
Yeah, when did I promote corporate bailouts?
You sound like an Alex Jones guy.
Yeah, what do you mean taxes to corporation? What does that even mean? What makes you think I'm for corporate bailouts? What makes you think in a free market there wouldn't be corporations at all? Study some economics, God. The point is that
we're talking about individual rights. That
but private companies have to have share the same rights as individuals in order to be protected.
You're totally for corporate welfare. This is why you never bring it up. You always bring up the fucking person making $10,000 a year because they're the problem.
How am I for corporate welfare? Please explain.
No one here is for corporate welfare.
Yes, you are because you never bring it up. You never address it.
I never mention it, therefore I'm for it? You're an idiot.
Yeah, you are because you want to make it seem as if it's not an issue.
If you want to talk about corporate welfare, fine. I am against corporate welfare. Happy now? God.
No, I'm not happy because you will only say that when somebody calls you out. As long as no one calls you out, you're going to live in your fantasy land.
Why? I'm against all government involvement in the economy. That includes corporate welfare. Why would I be for corporate welfare?
Well, then you better be for the shutting down of the Federal Reserve as well.
Yes, I am.
Yep.
You have no idea what kind of person you're talking to, do you?
Yeah, maybe you should listen to us a little longer before you start making accusations.
Ask some questions. Don't just throw accusations around.
Well, what's going on? It's the leftist narrative. He's got the leftist narrative book in front of him.
Yeah, he thinks that it's either welfare for one group or welfare for another group. It never occurs to them that you can actually do without welfare. You can separate the state from the economy.
I just don't get why somebody who has millions or billions of dollars needs my fucking welfare to begin with.
They don't. Nobody really says. Who's for corporate welfare other than corrupt politicians?
Well, again, you are. You continually bash the poor person.
I don't. Where am I bashing the poor person?
You bash the poor person by denouncing LBJ's Great Society.
So you're making a dichotomy between welfare statism and yeah, that's a bad dichotomy. You can't.
I'm not bashing poor people just because I disagree with the left's approach to the poor. Believe it or not, there are actually other ways to be for the poor people other than the left. I know you flatter yourselves that you alone are the champions of the poor, but actually all your policies hurt them. My position is
do you want Republicans to solve
the welfare state have created today's poor?
The Republican solution is to make all the poor people become religious and have to depend on churches. Is that what you want?
No.
That's their solution.
I don't care what their solution is. I care what my solution.
You got to bash the Democrats for wanting to give unemployment benefits, food assistance, heating assistance. I don't know how is that a bad thing?
Because it's theft. It's redistribution.
Oh, it's theft.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a trap. You ever heard
It's
of the
also-
poverty
yes.
trap?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the
Watch
welfare
anything
trap?
but
Have you ever heard of the welfare
MSNBC.
plantation?
Again, attack the poor person, ignore the.
I'm not. I'm attacking the system. We
Attack
just
the poor person, ignore the corporation. Same fucking tune.
Yeah,
This
again.
person's an idiot. Why are we talking to this person?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you
They
need to
only
get
watch
rid of.
MSNBC and they don't read anything. Forget it.
Yeah.
this
I mean,
guy
he
doesn't-
doesn't.
Yeah,
doesn't care.
I don't read anything at all. You know, the funny thing is,
No.
none of you have any historical foundation to discuss
Right.
these topics.
That's it.
You've never taken a constitutional. You
You
never
got
done
it.
any research in
No
constitutional
history.
law.
Yeah, I don't know it. No, we know no history here. None.
You don't. You don't.
No,
Yeah.
If income tax isn't theft, why are they taking them down?
You're a bunch of Wikipedia warriors. That's all you are.
no. You don't know objectivists very well.
I mean, at the end of the day, we want a total separation between state and the economy. That does not allow for welfare.
Your microphone sounds like shit.
Here we go again.
I'm not sure if it's worth our time to educate this person, quite frankly.
Oh, it's not possible.
I don't
Yeah.
think he's demonstrated
Why-
honesty here. So.
No interesting discussion going to be had here. The person's just a carbon copy of an MSNBC viewer.
Yeah, with a narrative in front of him that he's not going to deviate from.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's not asking questions. He's just coming here making assumptions and
Yep.
accusations. So. It's not a conversation.
And that's the curse of this sort of hangout. If we get somebody like that, then we can disagree and everything gets lively. And if we don't have him, then we all just sit here agreeing with each other. So.
If Edward's back, he needs to be broadcasted.
I mean, the best thing to do is just simply outline what our position is. He's not interested in our position, but at least for the record, we can state it. We believe in a total separation of state and the economy. Any form of government intervention in the economy is a violation of individual rights, individual freedoms, the choices that people normally make, the actual rights of the individual mind to make the kind of decisions without force, without coercion, without people ultimately, because the government is basically a gang with a bunch of guns, ultimately. It's a giant people shooting machine, as Ben Shapiro puts it. And so you need to withdraw as much coercion of force from society as possible. And that's what the government does. The government exists as a monopoly of law, as a monopoly of court, and as a monopoly of enforcement in order to extract force from society, the force that we would ordinarily use on each other. That's America is a compromise between a Lockean principle of rights and a Hobbesian necessity of order, because human beings will violate each other's rights unless there is a single objective arbiter. And also the government will violate our rights, which is why the government has to be limited by constitution, and that's why theft, when the government redistributes wealth, because it's violating individual property rights, which is why the income tax required an amendment to the Constitution, because it's a violation of the Constitution.
A good way of putting it for all the sports fans is the government's a referee. They don't play the game.
Yeah. The moment the government starts playing a role in the economy, it is violating its remit, and it is interfering in other people's rights. Public sector. Yeah, public sector is a monopoly. All monopolies, by definition, are corrupt and inefficient. And so you've got this huge, great, big, corrupt, bloated monopoly that is interfering in the normal flow of the economy and is basically stalling the economic development of the country. If you have a total free market capitalist system, you end up with far more positions than there are people to fill them, which means you have a lot more competition for workers, which means everybody's wages go up. Everyone's wages go up. Because whereas in this kind of system, where the economy isn't growing as fast as it ordinarily would, you don't have enough positions. Or when you do have, but you also have the added problem with minimum wage and with welfare. You have the fact that you have large numbers of people who aren't prepared to work for low-paid jobs because they get paid even more for not working. And so the corporations then have to import large numbers of immigrants that are not from welfare countries, and thusly do not have that entitlement mindset. all of this is due to government intervention. If the government didn't create all these problems, the corporations wouldn't have to find all these solutions. Many of these solutions I disagree with. Many of these solutions that corporations use are bad. But at the end of the day, they have no choice. They are not the monopoly with the guns. They don't have any choice but to operate in the climate that the government creates. And so a lot of the time, a lot of the corporate problems that the left obsess over, oh, you corporate fanboys, a lot of the problems with corporations are due to the fact that the government creates the rules. The government is supposed to get out of the way and allow the people to trade freely, but it doesn't.
Oh, so now it's the government's fault that corporations are evil. Okay.
They have no choice
I follow
but to
you.
operate. Do corporations make the law? Outside of obviously lobbying,
I follow you, Eddie. It makes total sense to me. Corporations are evil because of the government. Nothing to do with the corporation.
This guy, but the funny thing is, this guy thinks that we can fix corporations with the government. If corporations will take over the world, the government wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, governments have never declared war. Governments have never become imperialistic. Governments have never created death.
Is the government.
It was governments that created death camps. It was governments that created gulags, not corporations.
I'll show you exactly.
So every government in the world has created gulags.
Yeah, my country invented concentration camps that they put the Boers in South Africa. France created, pretty much all the governments of the world have been guilty of atrocities at some point in history or another. Pretty much all of them, because they are a monopoly of force and basically coercion. Governments make laws.
It's obvious, dude. Absolve the government and let Walmart run America. Okay,
That's
this solves the problem.
We need a government because we need rule of law. We need a monopoly.
Let's have Walmart run America. Walmart can make the law. Let's do it.
Rule of law.
Walmart will give scooters for everybody. So
you are not listening to a single principle I'm outlining. These principles are foundational. You have to have rule of law. Every single state of society.
Walmart can do rule of law. Why
no, it can't.
Why?
Because you have to have objective law. Do you know what the word rule of law means?
Why can't a corporation
Nobody on the left understands what the word rule of law is.
You're counting corporations as not being the problem. So why can't they do rule of law?
They are a problem when they have to operate on the bad laws made by the government.
Well, okay, let's dissolve the government and let Walmart run the whole country.
No, you have to fix the bad laws.
No, you don't. You dissolve the government and let Walmart run everything.
This is from a bad science fiction novel. This idea that corporations that take over the world is ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous? It's a good thing.
Fantasy.
If Walmart could run America,
this is an Alex Jones conspiracy there that you're coming in this room with.
Not even Alex Jones. No, Alex Jones is stupid. No, you have to have a government to enforce rule of law.
Walmart will lower the prices on everything. I want them to.
What the hell has that got to do with rule of law?
They'll lower the cost of healthcare. They'll lower the cost of roads. Everything.
Well, they probably would, but that's got nothing to do with rule of law.
Walmart can handle rule of law. Why can't they? We have corporations that run prisons.
Because if they did, they'd be the government.
That's rule of law. Corporations run the fucking prisons.
Corporations would be the government if they had all the same responsibilities as government. We'd be back to square one. At the end of the day,
Walmart can do a better job of it.
No, they could not with rule of law. You need objective. You can't have private enterprise. You can't have multiple.
Yes, you can. Corporations are the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, they drive the prices down on goods. Look at if we were still in a system where we had little like mom and pop stores, shit would be really expensive. Walmart has dropped the prices on lots of things. That's good.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. The reason why mom and pop stores are more expensive is because they are harmed more by regulation than large corporations that have teams of lawyers to jump through the hoops. Regulations screw small companies.
Well, the government creates those laws, so it's the government's fault.
No, the government creates the laws because they are lobbied to do so by corporations because the corporations want to destroy the smaller rebels. Not the corporation's
fault. You just said it's not their fault.
I didn't say it wasn't their fault. I say that they operate badly because of the bad climate.
Story, Eddie.
Who here heard me say that the corporations act in a bad way because of the situation created by the government? The government acts badly, and then the corporations have to act badly in return. It's cause and effect.
Stop changing your story, Eddie.
That was you are a liar and a fraud. I specifically laid out what the problem was. Corporations act in ways.
Does he have any other response? Does he have an argument or not? Is that
Of course
it? Is
not.
he
He's just
in
a
No,
troll.
no, I'm giving my argument. I said that and my argument is Walmart should run the country. Period.
The hell does that even
Walmart
mean?
should take the place of the government.
If Walmart was a monopoly that ran the country, they'd be a government, wouldn't they? That's what a government is. A government is a monopoly of force and law. If the Walmart operates as a government, then it is a government. What's the difference?
But Walmart would be operating under capitalist
No,
laissez-faire.
it wouldn't, because it would have monopoly of force. Government is capitalism is about.
Laissez-faire is what you already said you wanted. Walmart would be laissez-faire.
No, because they'd be the ones making the law. You have to have laws separate from
He
that.
doesn't
He doesn't
understand.
understand rule of law.
I do
That's the
understand.
problem.
You don't
No, you
understand. I'm applying your own logic. And
No, you wouldn't know logic if it bit your head off.
This guy's just a troll, guys. Do we really want to waste time talking to him?
No,
Well,
I don't.
Like, Dan, why are you here? What do you want from us?
I'm here because I'm tired of the circle jerk where you all want to agree and be bobbleheads. So I want to give you some. I
You
want to
read
give
a
you
science fiction novel
You know,
where the
don't ask me a
corporations take
question.
over the
Don't ask me a
world.
question and then walk away. Don't ask me a question and then
You got
walk
a really loud dog too.
Yeah, and he will keep barking until you shut the fuck up so I can finish talking.
No, why don't you take your conspiracy theory somewhere else?
Okay, you know what? Here's how it works.
About corporations
You
taking
talk,
over the
you
world.
talk and hear your own voice. You talk and
You're
hear your own
lunacy.
voice, you jerk off.
There's plenty of other hangouts of your lunacy.
You talk and hear your own voice and jerk each other off, and I will sit back and listen. Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's what you want. You want to be able to jerk each other off and not have anybody bring
I
in
would just
counter-
You
prefer you
want
to
to have a
read
discussion.
something other than science fiction novels.
Stops.
And
You need
then
to.
you can come in here.
You haven't.
I have given some very workable examples. That
No,
you
you
disagree
haven't.
with.
No, you haven't.
Straw
You're talking
man.
about
Because you
Walmart
disagree
taking over
with
the
them.
world.
Because you disagree with them, you want to dismiss me.
But no, because you don't know what our position is, and you don't acknowledge what our position is.
You just said that governments are evil. So let's put.
No,
in
I
Walmart.
didn't. Again, you're putting words into my mouth. You never repeat
I'm
what
not
I
putting
actually
any words
say.
in your mouth.
You
This is exactly
always-
what you said.
I didn't say governments are evil.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
You
he
see
didn't.
what I mean? I said that governments represent a monopoly of force, a necessary monopoly of force, but one that is prone to corruption and prone to the most appalling atrocities. That's not the same thing as evil. Just because a government can be evil doesn't mean a government is evil. It just means it can be. That's why you have a constitution. That's why you have checks and balances. That's why you have a free press. That's why you have an electorate. All of these things are designed to keep the government from being evil. They are all built on the recognition that the government will do evil when it is not so constrained. That's why the American founding fathers created the checks and balances in the Constitution in the first place. Not because they thought the government was the greatest thing in the universe, but because they knew the exact opposite was true. If you do not constrain government, it will be evil. Whenever you have the Nazis, fascists, communists, they're all unrestrained government, and they all commit atrocities every time. 100% reliability. And so you need to restrict government. The government's role is rule of law and nothing else, because rule of law allows for capitalism and allows for freedom and allows for stability and order, etc., and individual rights. But you can't have corporations do it. That doesn't make any sense, because the corporation's job is to operate according to the law, not to create it. They operate through coercion, through cooperation, and the government operates through coercion. But you have to have coercion to have rule of law, but you have to minimize the coercion to prevent dictatorships. Why is this so difficult for people to understand? You have to have a small, limited government to allow for freedom and prosperity, because you can't have prosperity without freedom. You think your socialist and Marxist paradise is going to create prosperity? Then why has it never done so in all of history? Oh dear. It's water off a duck's back with these people. It really is, because again, they're not listening. They're just listening to me right now. Everything I just said went in his ear and went into his brain, and his brain translated it as blah blah blah. Corporations are perfect.
Well,
blah blah blah. I hate the poor.
He read a very powerful science fiction novel about corporations taking over the world.
Well, I mean, every single cyberpunk
And
story.
then what happened? But hold on, what happened in the novel is that then they ran to the government, and the government just made a paradise, and the government constrained those corporations and made a paradise.
Well, no, it's hypocrisy, because this is about monopolies. This is about monopoly of power. The government is a monopoly of power. That's a bad thing. When the corporations have a monopoly, that's a bad thing. The left are able to recognize that corporate monopolies are bad, but not the government monopolies are bad. And they don't understand the difference. And they don't understand why it is that the government has to have a monopoly in that one area of rule of law, but then as a result of that necessary monopoly, why you need constraint on it. They don't believe in in a limited government. They believe in unlimited government. So they have zero problem with one type of unlimited monopoly, but not another type. There's no consistency. There's no coherency whatsoever with them. They have no coherence at all on anything. And so this is why they end up strawmanning and trolling, because they can't intellectually engage with anybody. I have never had a single legitimate intellectual engagement with anyone on the left, ever. Ever.
If Walmart became a monopoly, that's a bad thing. But if we make the government, which is a monopoly, and make it very powerful, then that's virtue. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, because they're authoritarians. At the end of the day, every single liberal and progressive on the planet is a fascist.
Or stupidity.
Yeah, is an actual fascist in the original Mussolini sense. They believe in a largely unaccountable government bureaucracy that controls the private sector through regulation. That is fascism. That's what Mussolini practiced. Big government monopoly, controlling private sector through regulation.
I do prefer the Christian sit-ins than the corporation conspiracy theory people.
Yeah, well, Christians aren't as irrational as leftists. It's as simple as that. A moderate liberal is more irrational than a Christian fundamentalist.
I think when you're talking to Christians too, you might be able to talk about more fundamental philosophy.
Yeah, because the Christians are Christianity. Yeah, because Christianity is basically super dumbed down Greco-Roman philosophy, basically. So at least there's something there. At least there's some epistemological and metaphysical.
They care about morality. They care about good and evil. That's a good thing.
Yeah. At least they think the good and evil exists. Their approach to it is abominable because they have divine command theory, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they're still authoritarians, but they just don't think the state should be authoritarian. They think their religion should be authoritarian. So they split the power between religion and the state, right?
Yeah. They don't believe in an absolute monopoly. They
believe
quote
in a duopoly. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar, right? Blah blah blah. So if they were to then all of a sudden decide that or think that the government is religious or is a theocracy, now you've got a problem. Now you've got a typical authoritarian. But as long as they're split, as long as they think that religion and state are split, then they're more likable, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them actually do believe in freedom. I mean, a lot more than the left, because they need limited government. They need freedom of religion in order to avoid sort of having to sort of deal with government breathing down their necks all the time. They don't want government breathing down their necks, basically. And so, and
they also think that virtue can come from their religion and not just from the state, which is another difference between them and the left, right?
Which is not entirely incorrect. There are because Christianity is dumbed down Greco-Roman philosophy. They do actually have some sets of basic principles, some Cynic and Stoic principles, with a little bit of Aristotle from Aquinas, and so they do have some moral virtues. It's buried under layer upon layer upon layer of theological doctrinal garbage, but it's there. It's something there. The left have zero moral principles. Every single so-called love of the poor and love of minorities shtick that they love to flatter themselves actually means something is just a smokescreen for power grabs. But that's why prove me wrong. Find me a single left-wing policy that doesn't result in more power, more centralization for the state every time. And there's a reason why it's always that they choose as a solution. It's because that's what it's really all about with them. They don't care about anything else but power. Or they would, let's just say that they genuinely cared about the poor, they genuinely cared about minorities or women. They would pick, if their agenda wasn't ultimately just about power, they would pick a number of different solutions to deal with these problems. There are free market solutions to poor, there are free market solutions to minorities, and yet they never go for them, ever. It's always the state one.
Edward, can I interject one thing here?
Yeah.
I just want to ask a question of the group based on what you were just talking about. Do you guys think that the left's response to Islam, in terms of ignoring the misogyny and the anti-gay stuff, is sort of proof that they really don't care about women and gays?
Yeah,
it's always just been a tool to acquire more power. It's never been real concern.
No. Everyone on the left is a cognitive sociopath, not a behavioral sociopath, but a cognitive, as demonstrated by the fact they can't get into the heads of the people that they force to go along with their plans. So when they say, well, I don't mind paying an extra 20% more taxes, they're not thinking about the people who aren't happy with that, but are going to be forced to go along with it. They are incapable of thinking of other people that aren't part of their victim group. So the Christians that have been persecuted in the Middle East, they don't give a shit. The Jews are the victims of Palestinian terrorism. They don't give a shit. The whites who are being exterminated in South Africa, they don't give a shit. They have no interest for any of the majority of the population that are actually suffering. The only people that they, open quotes, care, close quotes, about are the designated victim groups according to their narrative. So if they're like old school Marxists, it'll be the poor. If they're cultural Marxists, it'll be black people or minorities or women or whatever. But only when it is ideologically convenient and directly necessary for the expansion of power. So women in the first world, they're a source of power, they're a source of votes, and so they care so much about women in the first world. Women in Saudi Arabia have been beaten to death. Women in Somalia or Egypt having their clitorises cut off, they don't give a fuck, because there's no political power to be gained from any of that. The left do not give a shit about any of the people they claim to care about. You take away the political opportunity, and they yeah. Pardon?
Except for the great Christopher Hitchens, who did care.
Yeah.
But he's kind of not totally on the left either. He's kind of
well, he had to leave. Same with Sam Harris and Bill Maher. They both had to sort of distance themselves from certain elements of the left because they actually do give a crap, and they try to be consistent. So, for example, Sam Harris and Bill Maher both care about women's rights, and so they criticize Islam, as everybody who cares about women's rights does. But because the left don't care about women's rights.
If the left were made up of Bill Maher's and Christopher Hitchens, I think we'd be in much better shape.
Yeah, because they'd have actual consistent principles, whereas the left don't have consistent principles, and that's another way of saying they don't have principles.
Sam Harris is definitely on the left, and he has paid a bit of a price with his opinions on Islam, but I have more respect for him now that he doesn't care about that, and same with Bill Maher. It really, Bill Maher was great when he used to run a show called Politically Incorrect.
Yes.
But now that he's like the last, I don't know, 10 years or so, he's been reprehensible, but still not on Islam. So he deserves a tiny amount of respect just for that.
Because again, if you care about women's rights, if you care about individual rights, if you care about freedom, you have to be against Islam. I mean, Islam, the Muslim world, for example. Because there was this Marxist the other day who basically said that Western wealth was based upon slavery. If that's the case, why isn't the Muslim world rich? Because not only did they have practiced slavery, not only did the Africans started slavery of Africans. Then the Muslim world was the part of the world that actually turned it into an international trade, and then basically the West came along and we sort of took over for a while. But the point is that. Yeah, not only were we the latecomers on the slavery racket, but also we were the first to give it up. And yet the Muslim world, which had slavery for centuries, and in many parts of the Muslim world they still practice slavery, their economy is shit. It's because slavery is the opposite of capitalism. Slavery is the opposite of economic prosperity. It's a horrifically inefficient, bankrupt system. I'm not talking just morally, I'm talking economically. This is why the South lost the war, because they were industrially and economically inferior to the North, because they were still relying on slavery, which is an economic deterrence. The idea that slavery created Western prosperity is ridiculous. It was one of the things holding back Western prosperity, which is one of the reasons why it was easy to convince people to abandon it.
Slavery was a worldly problem, right?
Yeah.
So, but eventually it was removed first by the West.
Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, we developed an entire navy dedicated to wiping out slavery all over the world. And we don't get credit for that for the left, because they're a bunch of evil Western civilization-hating bigots.
Cheers to Britain for that. I'll give you credit.
Yeah. No, it was great.
Really powerful narrative, though, in the United States, the whole racism stuff, even though there was more slaves sent to South America and the Caribbean, and the Middle East practiced slavery for a long time, even after. Yet the we had the most for that.
Yeah, Britain had to use gunships to prevent slavery from flourishing in the Muslim world. It was only under force of pressure from the West that they stopped it at all. And yet, the Muslim world, not only do they not get any crap for that, but also the Muslim Brotherhood specifically scammed black people into joining their group by saying that, well, unlike the Christians, we are not racist. We care about black rights and things like that, which is a joke, because there's still black slaves in Dubai. And by the way, did you see Will Smith go to Dubai and basically say, Muslims are great and they treated me really well here, and we need to fight against Islamophobia in the West, while sitting in a country that still has black slaves? Because Will Smith, like everyone else on the left, is a fucking retard.
He's an ignorant ass, yeah. I didn't know that about Will Smith.
Shame.
He literally turns to the camera and said, "We need to fight against," and then there's a pause, and he leans into the camera and he says, "Islamophobia," spelling out his virtue signaling. You should see the video; it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love it when someone tries to virtue signal me and I don't respond.
Yeah.
I enjoy that very much.
What's an example of that? What's the virtue signal people send you?
Well, that would be a good example right there. If they talk about Islamophobia, and you just say, like, why wouldn't you be afraid of Islam? It wants to take over the world and have sex slaves and kill everybody.
What do you guys think about the whole burkini thing in France? Which I think is just hilarious, but...
Well, yeah, the left don't understand what freedom is, and so they say, well, you should be free to wear the bikini. But the problem is the bikini is a symptom of oppression. It's like saying that black person should be free to wear chains. I mean, I guess theoretically black people are free to wear chains, but if you were arguing for the freedom of black people to wear chains while slavery still existed, well, it does, as I say, in the Muslim world, but in America, you'd be what else could you possibly be doing but essentially trying to normalize slavery? And that's essentially what the bikini does. It normalizes the oppression.
Point, Edward. Are you saying that allowing like the hijab to be worn?
Yeah. Well, because we're allowing, that's like allowing a Jew to wear a yellow star. You know, it is invented by and it is enforced by evil, psychopathic, sexist theocrats in the Muslim world, and it's essentially a sort of spillover from the most evil and oppressive tyranny in the world. Muslim women are the single biggest persecuted minority on the planet.
Well, I think that's. I would like to finish this thought, but I would like to come back and talk about how we could convert Muslim women out of Islam, because I think.
Well, we need to shoot down the left first, because the left are arguing that Islam is feminist. That's how demented they are. The most psycho.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I've just been finishing up reading the Quran. I never read it all the way through completely, so I wanted to read every part of it in chronological order.
You have to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking for their this pro-woman stuff that people claim. What a joke that anyone would think this is pro-woman. Verse after verse. One of the things, I'll just mention this one point. I could talk for hours about all the misogynistic bullshit in it. Yeah. But one of the things that's interesting is that the men, there's promises of the afterlife multiple times. These dark-eyed virgins that are there for the believers in the afterlife, and it's all for the men. Yeah. It all caters to men. There's not a single verse that talks about women getting Chippendale dancers or anything like that. It's all about
What
women,
do they get? What do they get when they die? I'm just curious.
They go to hell.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything.
No. It's not in the Quran. It's in the Hadith. But in the Hadith, Muhammad specifically says that most women go to hell.
That's right.
Is it in the Quran? Is it in the Quran that men get the 72 virgins?
They get virgins. It doesn't mention the number. The number's from the Hadith. People are sort of confusing the two.
There's a lot of virgins mentioned in the Quran, but no specific number. But I think, just think about this for a minute. If you're a woman growing up in that culture, the men that you look at, your fathers, your brothers, your husbands, all of them are allowed to have 4 wives. They can have sex slaves. And all of them are looking forward to an afterlife where they will be having eternal sex with a bunch of dark-eyed virgins, drinking alcohol that will never make them impotent. And you're supposed to have a relationship with these men as a woman, and not feel completely humiliated and like a piece of shit, and then you're going to come out and tell me this is a pro-woman ideology.
I can give you. I'll give you a real-world example. In Toronto, there was an Islamic school in Toronto that had this assembly, right, where all the kids have to go to the gym or whatever, and all the boys sat at the front. The girls that were not on their period sat behind them, and the girls on their period sat behind them. You call that feminist?
Oh, no, not only is it not feminist, but that's actually the reason why they have them in that arrangement is because that's the order in which people are beheaded whenever Muslims conquered a territory. They would basically arrange them in terms of male, female, and then males that had pubic hair, and then females that had pubic hair, and so or had a period, and then basically they behead all the males and females that had pubic hair, and the boys without pubic hair would be slaves, and the females without pubic hair would basically be turned into sex slaves. That's what happened to Khyber and a large number of other Jewish settlements. Because Muhammad was basically like Hitler, only more successful, because he succeeded in wiping out all the Jews. That's why there are no Jews in Arabia. Arabia used to be a multicultural, multi-ethnic society with a large Jewish population until Muhammad came along and committed the most thorough ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Jewish people that has ever existed in all of humanity.
He was a wicked, evil person.
Oh, that sounds very progressive. And I'm sure leftists.
Well, ironically, it is because the Jews are doing, and the left are doing everything they can to kill every Jew in Israel. So yeah, that makes sense.
I thought that was funny when they started bringing up about all these anti-Israel student groups, and I was thinking, geez, anti-Semitism is coming back.
Yep. Yeah, anti-Israel is just a smokescreen for anti-Semitism. If you look at the BLM, for example, the BLM movement, it's not BLM. What the hell is it called? Boycott of BDS. The BDS movement is just a front for anti-Semitic Muslims, but they hide it because the left has spent the last 50 years drumming up this reputation of Israel as the most evil country in the world, and the UN, of course, supports that because the UN is in the pocket of the Muslim world. Because the UN is controlled by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the OIC, who are the largest voting bloc in the UN, and they basically are the ones that keep making resolution after resolution after resolution against Israel. And so they're creating this illusion that Israel is some sort of rogue nation or totally evil nation when they're surrounded by Muslim countries who not only are evil because they're Muslim countries, but also have tried to wipe out Israel from the face of the earth and commit the second Holocaust 3 times now.
If you run into someone, especially a woman, if you run into someone who's anti-Israel, just ask them, if you had to go to the Middle East, which country would you go to?
Yeah.
And of course,
they'd probably say Saudi Arabia. That's how brainwashed they are. There was a woman hiker, progressive, who basically went around the Muslim world on a sort of hiking expedition to prove how wonderful it is and how great women are treated in the Muslim world. They found her body in Turkey after she'd been raped to death.
I heard about that.
Not to mention, of course, you got all the Muslim, all the pro-immigrant, open borders, Islamophile idiots in Germany and Sweden being raped by Muslim immigrants, who then offer apologies to them because now it'll be this horrible, tragic misunderstanding will be exploited by those evil, racist Islamophobes.
Hey, I have a solution.
Yeah.
Okay, a solution for what?
To the migrant disagreement. Let's compromise. Tell me what you guys think of this. We'll continue to bring in Islamic refugees, but only women. All the women from the Middle East, the men have to stay. We don't want any men. What do you guys think?
No.
War. I think you'd create a war.
I like the idea, but there's a problem with that, and that is that the women would. They know about it because Muslims aren't stupid. The left, obviously, because all the left are racist.
Men would tell the women trying to leave. That's what would happen.
Well, no, something else would happen as well. The left are all racist, and because they think that all Muslims are like subhuman and they don't have their own minds and their own agenda. They never attribute any individual agenda to the Muslims. The Muslims are just mindlessly reacting to whatever the West do. If you ever hear leftist narratives, it's always, well, it's blowback from what we did, etc.
Yeah, that's a lot of libertarian stuff too.
Yeah, as well. They always forget that Muslims might actually have their own minds and their own agenda, and might actually have at least to them, a rational logic to their actions. Because the left don't believe that non-whites are human. I mean, that's why they treat black people like they're just sort of like the cripples that can't, work for themselves. But what will happen is that the Muslims will know that's the policy, and they will therefore construct a counter strategy. Because this is what Muslims do. They counter strategize. They're not idiots. They're evil, but they're not stupid. Whereas the left think that they're stupid, but not evil. So the problem is that, that's basically the difference in a nutshell. So who's the racist? One who thinks they're stupid and one who thinks they're smart. But what's happening is that the Muslims will know that that's our policy and therefore train women to be suicide bombers. And the Muslim world is full of women prepared to be suicide bombers because women lose rights. I mean, women have no rights in the Muslim world anyway, but they lose what little rights they have through various dishonor things. If a woman gets raped, she loses her honor because they have an honor-shame dichotomy, and so there are loads of women that are desperate and have no support. Women, for example, can be divorced by a man saying, "I divorced you 3 times" in the public street. And women have no legal recourse. Women can be raped with impunity because under Sharia law, women's testimony is worthless. And so there are loads of women in the Muslim world who are desperate enough to be suicide bombers. And so if we had that policy you just listed, we'd probably see the number of suicide attacks go up.
Yeah, you're probably right. And suicide bombing is the only, or dying in jihad is the only way to guarantee an entrance into heaven. So. Yeah,
because the worst, this is why a lot of suicide bombers are seen drinking alcohol or go to strip bars like the 9/11 hijackers, because from their point of view, they've got a guaranteed way to getting to heaven no matter how they behave. Constantine was the same way. He got baptized just before he died, knowing he was going to have that happen to him. He behaved like an absolute tyrant for his entire life. And so this is a sort of a loophole. And so women and other people who have already lost their honor, who have already been ostracized by society because they've been raped or whatever, they are perfect prime recruiters for suicide bombings, because from their point of view, they are going to hell, guaranteed. And so when they already think it's guaranteed because of the ostracization and the dishonor, offering them the opposite guarantee is absolute gold dust to them. And that's why you get women suicide bombers.
Yeah, maybe Christopher Hitchens really has the right approach. You gotta go at people's belief in God to begin with. You just gotta. That's biggest lever.
Well, I'd actually go even more fundamental. I'm actually with Peter Boghossian on this one. I'd say that it's epistemological. You need to go at their understanding of knowledge.
Right. If you get
really fundamental.
If you get them on your side about how reason works, then the whole God thing is just water under the bridge. So.
Yeah, I think the problem with going after God too much is that you're hitting something that's too sensitive. People are going to recoil a lot more quickly. Whereas if you argue with them about truth or epistemology, religious people don't have the defenses to deal with that. They don't have decades, because you go after something that they already care about consciously, they'll reject you. So you need to argue with them on something that they care about, but they don't have a reflexive defense against. And this is why I prefer the Peter Boghossian method. He calls it street epistemology, where you basically, in the street with people, argue on the matters of truth. I do this with Jehovah's Witnesses all the time.
Who's this guy? Peter what?
Peter Boghossian. He wrote a manual for creating atheists. He's basically he's like the next step up from the original Four Horsemen. He's Four Horsemen step 2. Only there's only one of them so far. But his approach is to focus on epistemology, which is fantastic.
How do you deal with people compartmentalizing it? Like, you could get them, because a lot of people are very rational in certain areas of their life, but
that's why you focus on epistemology.
What's that?
Because it is that's why you focus on epistemology, because you can focus on the contradictions through direct epistemology a lot more than if you're focusing on God, because you're focusing on the result of a bad epistemology, and so rather than the bad epistemology, and so it's easier for them to compartmentalize when it is a result of bad epistemology, whereas it is not easy to compartmentalize when it's the foundation. The deeper you go, the more foundational you go, the harder it is for them to wriggle away. I've just given you a link to the Wikipedia thing on him. His book,
Manual for Creating Atheists. Is that one of the books?
I have read that book 20 times. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal.
I'm going to order it right now. Yeah. Thanks for the recommendation.
I haven't even heard of Mr. Bogosian.
Yeah, well, as I say, he's basically the new generation of new atheists. Because the current generation have basically all completely collapsed because of Atheism Plus and the progressives.
Do you think that really made an impact, the Atheism Plus thing?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it basically it meant that we lost Richard Carrier, who's now gone completely around the bend. It meant that we lost Aaron Arad to a certain degree. It meant that Richard Dawkins was smeared rather badly. A huge amount of the skeptical communities were completely taken over by SJWs and feminists, and so yeah, they basically just the far left destroyed a lot of atheism and a lot of skepticism, and then they moved on to the gaming industry, and where of course we kicked their ass. That's why I love being a gamer, because being a gamer teaches you real life skills. Ironically, because we're often accused of being detached from reality, because we actually learn about disappointments, failures, competition. We learn how to survive against adversarial relationships, because we are constantly fighting each other in fantasy realms. But competition and sort of market forces are a major part of gaming. I mean, if you look at a lot of the more popular video games, World of Warcraft and EVE, they have their own economies. And so we actually learn about pretty much all virtual worlds have their own economies, and pretty much all virtual world economies are laissez-faire capitalist. Like EVE, for example, every single company and corporation in EVE and every single manufacturing position in EVE is owned by players privately, and they actually make real money off it. There's a huge amount of this. So gamers tend to be libertarian, they tend to be free market, they tend to be free speech, they tend to be pro-competition and anti-authoritarian. And that's why the SJWs and feminists failed to take us over, because we basically just weren't having it. Whereas a lot of atheists and skeptics are a bunch of limp-dicked, spineless, leftist, bleeding heart morons who aren't even remotely capable of comprehending the need to combat authority. Well, this is why I'm not a left-winger, because when I saw what was happening to the skeptical and atheist communities, I realized that even the best of the left are screwed.
Do you think that same mindset of competition is found in the Olympics?
I have no idea. I don't follow anything else like that.
Like, do you think it's still strong there?
I haven't the faintest idea. I don't care. Sport and athletics means nothing to me. If it involves exercise of the body, I have zero interest in it. There's only one muscle I exercise, and that's the brain. It's the only muscle that counts.
What about the old Greek idea of a fit body and a fit mind?
Nah, screw that. Explain Stephen Hawking then.
What? Would you exercise all your bones?
No,
Sounds like some projection there, Edward.
Dong bone?
Are you a heavy guy, Edward?
No.
Oh.
I look fat because when I'm on camera, because I've got a gaming chair and it's reclined, because I spend a good gaming session could last like 10 hours solid.
Do you take after David Hume?
No, I don't. I do like him though at times. He had a cool. My YouTube icon is David Hume wearing shades.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I heard he was a hefty fellow.
Yeah. He was a Scotsman, so he was already 95% haggis, as we'd already established.
I think Stuart Hayashi introduced me to you, Edward, because of he got to know you through gaming. Is that true? Did he get to know you through gaming?
No.
I mean, because of gaming.
Yeah. We basically just we started talking about Gamergate because Gamergate was absolutely brilliant. But the problem was that the media, of course, depicted as just a bunch of sexists and racists and the usual blah blah blah. In a sense, the Gamergate was part of the alt-right, but in a very loose sense. Because most people in Gamergate are just gamers. They don't have a political agenda. They don't fit, except in the broadest libertarian sense, because we just want to be left alone to game. I want to blow up dragons with a bazooka. I do not want to have to worry about feminists telling me that I can't wear this or can't do that. Oh, carry on.
I recently actually picked up one of his books from my library. I guess he wrote. He wants to write 3 books, and 2 of them are published right now.
Yeah.
The first one's called The Market for Something, I can't remember quite the full title, but
They're
I've been
quite
reading.
expensive, so I'm not any of them yet.
Is he a professor? Like, how does he?
Stewart's
Sure.
right, Brad?
Stewart's what?
Stewart's the one you're talking about, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a,
Well,
he's
I
a
read
writer.
the introduction. He mentions he was writing 3 books and in a series, and the first 2 I know are published, and I don't know about the third one, but
He's got loads published. They're huge, very expensive.
yeah,
Is
the
he-
one
is
I
he-
have is a big, basically almost a textbook.
Pardon me.
Are they self-published, or does he have like a publisher?
No, it was a publisher. I think it was Lexington Books or something.
Cool.
Yeah.
He's really smart. He's got a lot of.
Yeah, I really wish we could get him on the Hangout because I've been trying to debate him on immigration because he has a very libertarian approach to it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, he might be a little too libertarian about it, but
Yeah,
but
Is he open? Or
In-
what's his view?
just that we shouldn't. Closing the borders is not the answer, basically.
yeah. Well, it is in Europe, that's for sure. Bloody hell! If our borders were any more open, I mean, we'd be completely destroyed. The tiny degree, because right now there's a huge like diplomatic war going on between England and France over border control, because our borders with France is kind of complicated, and it's like front page news because it's
Well, it's just
everything.
the tunnel. Isn't it
Yeah,
just the tunnel?
yeah. Well, it's Calais. It's specifically Calais because Calais is the port to get into England, and the French are arguing about who should control Calais and what rules should be used. Because the French want the Muslims to basically use France as a byway into England because they don't want them staying there, obviously.
Yeah.
And so they want as many Muslims as possible to pass through France into England, so that we get blown up instead of them, basically.
Do they still have the jungle in Calais? I think it was in Calais or France or somewhere. I think it's called the
Yeah.
jungle. It's like a giant refugee camp.
Yes. Yes, it's in Calais.
France, which just
Yes.
people go to
yes,
France and drink wine and have a great time, and there's a jungle of like a slumlord place. Like I think that's crazy.
The front again. This is front page news. They've actually started this new tactic where they ambush cars and set fire to them. They're doing this a lot right now. Muslim immigrants.
I hear that they get on trucks and that's how they get through.
Yes,
tunnel.
they get smuggled in through trucks. This is why you need an incredibly strict.
Or I guess they call them lorry. They call them lorry drivers in Britain.
Yes, that is correct. Well, this is why we need an Australian system because
The lorries.
it's chaos. Well, one
And
of
they
the
call
most
apartments flats. You live in a flat. You live in an apartment in Britain.
yes.
It could be a lorry driver renting a flat.
Yeah, you sure can be.
Well, most lorry drivers, I would imagine, do rent flats. But this is why one of the most popular shows in Britain is Border Control. I think it is the Australian border system. People love watching the Australian border system in my country. It's a very popular show.
What borders do they have? They don't border anybody.
Well, no, it's basically they have a very strict customs. And we love watching them with their strict customs because we envy the crap out of them. I suspect a lot of European countries do because, as I say, the stricter the better. We don't want a wall. We want a force field. I mean, we want just to live in a giant dome with "fuck you" everybody else written on the outside because it's insane. And yet we still have all these left-wing nutcases going on about open borders because that's their virtue signaling narrative. They don't care about the consequences.
Let in your poor huddled masses.
Yeah, yearning to be free. That's the point, though. That part is always left out by the left because they don't want to acknowledge that there are people in the world who don't want freedom. They want free shit. That's the difference. This is why all these Muslim refugees, end quotes, bypass all the southern European countries and go straight for Germany or Britain because we're the richer countries with the richer welfare state, and these people want to live with us. Because it's
We
against
have to
Muslims.
help the oppressed, though. You're blaming the oppressed.
Yeah, but no. There's no such thing as a Muslim oppressed. If you're a Muslim, you are an oppressor because you're part of the same ideology. That's like we need to save Nazis that are victims of oppression. Nazis are the oppressors. Just because some Nazis turned on other Nazis doesn't change the fact that they're all Nazis. At the end of the day, Muslims believe in, right down to the fundamentals, the most repressive ideology in the history of the world. Every single one of them. They either renounce the religion or they get the fuck out of my country. That's my approach.
How long has your London mayor been in, and have you noticed anything?
Yes,
Oh yeah. I'm
he's
curious
been
to
in,
know what your experience is there too.
yeah, he's been in for about 6 months now, and he's already started to ban certain forms of advertising that contradict Sharia law. He's already been leading gender segregated rallies in around him. So yeah, we're starting to see Sharia law in London in a big way because Muslims don't believe Sharia. See, the left have this naive view of, well, everything, but they have this naive view of Islam that Sharia law is like kosher to Jews. It's just a local custom, and it just doesn't involve anybody else. Sharia law is the most imperialistic, racist, apartheid, sexist legal system ever. Sharia law was applied over 30 countries, over a significant percentage of which were non-Muslims. So non-Muslims lived as third-class citizens for over 1,000 years, and still do in many parts of, even Egypt. Even like Christian Coptics are still persecuted in Egypt. And again, it's like the Copts have been the recipients of the slowest genocide in human history. So Sharia law is an apartheid, oppressive legal system specifically designed as a form of conquest enforcement. And so the idea of having Sharia law in the West is an absolute abomination. But they can't grasp that because you can't separate a left-winger from the narrative. They are completely brainwashed. I could deconvert a Christian quicker than I could deconvert a liberal.
Well, surely the BBC and the Guardian are making sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, the Guardian is a Daily Mirror's worse actually. Daily Mirror is beyond compare. They're going insane at the moment because they're so. Anybody that voted for Brexit is now been declared a traitor by the Daily Mirror.
Is that a London? What's the Daily Mirror? Is that a London paper?
It's a national paper. It's one of the biggest national tabloids. It's like super ultra left wing.
Is the Guardian the biggest one?
It's one of the biggest. The Times is the biggest, which is more conservative. Oh. The Times is the biggest newspaper. The Sun is the biggest tabloid, and you basically got Daily Express, which is the right-wing tabloid, and Daily Mirror, which is the left-wing tabloid. So Daily Express is sane, reasonably, and the Daily Mirror is absolutely crackers. As I say, I'm a traitor because I believe in the legal and political sovereignty of my own country. And I don't believe that we should have our laws stolen away by anonymous bureaucratic Brussels bureaucrats that are unelected. So that makes me a traitor to the Daily Mirror because they're that insane. They're not loyal to the country. They're loyal to the EU.
How would you label the Guardian and the BBC then, compared to those other ones?
Communist.
Communist?
Yeah, they're just outright communist. I mean, it's as simple as that. The BBC did everything they possibly could to undermine Britain's position against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Everything. I was actually part of a campaign to expose during the 80s. To expose the actual complicity of the BBC. Well, my parents were into that kind of thing, and because there were a number of Eastern European exiles, for example, that were banned, blacklisted by the BBC. Their artistic work was blacklisted because they were known anti-communist activists, and the BBC were like, no, we're not going to have anything to do with you. They did everything they could to try to sort of spin what the Soviet Union was doing, and sort of give them. There's even an episode of Doctor Who, for example. If you watch one of the Sylvester McCoy episodes of Doctor Who from the late 80s, 87 I think it was, where they actually have communist characters put in the most positive light imaginable. It was unbelievable. You remember? Does anybody know about the Sylvester McCoy era of Doctor Who? With Ace, the companion Ace.
I stopped watching after Peter Davis. He's after Peter Davis, right?
Yeah, he was after Peter Davis. Well, he was after Colin Baker. It was first Peter Davis, then it was Colin Baker, then it was Sylvester McCoy. Sylvester McCoy was good, and he had a really awesome companion that liked to collect buttons. And so but they did this subplot in one of the episodes where she was sort of gets chummy with a Soviet Union soldier, and he gives her a hammer and sickle badge, and she adds it to her wonderful coexistence collection. Cool. I mean, it's sickening. It's like sticking a swastika with a coexistence bumper sticker. I mean, but that's how nihilistic they are. I wouldn't be surprised if liberals and progressives today were around in the Second World War. They would have had coexist bumper stickers, including a swastika where the S is. I guarantee you they would have done.
It reminds me a lot of William L. Shirer's The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, where he talks about how the middle class and the sort of educated people in Germany are the ones that brought the whole system. They built it, they voted the guy in, they supported him, they paid for it, and they were the first ones into the oven, you know. They were the first ones destroyed by this.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Muslim immigration. The liberals will be the first to have their throats slit in the middle of the night by the Muslims when they take over. The same thing happened in Lebanon. The Christian middle class were all into coexistence with the Muslim population until the Muslim population turned on the Lebanese Christians and basically exterminated them. I mean, it's the same thing with the Buddhists in Thailand. They're all for coexistence because, you know, Buddhists don't really care about anything. And so, yeah, they're now being completely blown to bits by the Muslim. Because you don't hear about this in the news, of course, because the news don't never report anything about the Muslim world. And so the lower third of Thailand has now been almost completely cordoned off as a sort of Muslim principality by the Muslim population. And the Buddhists don't know how to deal with it because, again, they believe in all that coexistence crap. They believe that there is no good and evil. It's just yin and yang. Yes. They can stop their yin up their yang because that's just asinine.
It's, if you've got two cultures and one of them says turn the other cheek and the other one says expand whenever you can, what's that? Which one's going to win?
Yeah. Well, see,
one says turn the other cheek, the other says cut off their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the left think that Martin Luther King and Gandhi are like universally applicable strategies.
Ugh.
They don't understand that the only reason why Martin Luther King and Gandhi were able to do what they do was because they had a strong moral high ground and they were up against people who were not fundamentally evil. Gandhi knew that the British people were not evil and that if he maintained a moral high ground, he'd be able to win against us, which is what happened. Same thing with Dr. King. Whereas when you're dealing with people who are actually evil, because an interesting example of this is the limitations of the sort of coexistence, turn the other cheek philosophy. I've actually read the original letter written by Gandhi to Adolf Hitler, where he actually, Gandhi wrote a letter to Hitler to try to talk him into a sort of a peaceful resolution to the crisis in, I think it was Czechoslovakia at that point, and it's the most pathetic thing you've ever read because he's like constantly groveling and apologizing. Excuse my presumption, oh Chancellor of Germany, and sort of, oh, could we please do this? Could you please? That'd be really great because I know that you care for peace in your heart, and it's the most pathetic thing you've ever read. And if Gandhi had actually operated in virtually any other situation than the one he was in, he would have been the world's biggest idiot. But because he was in the, so his philosophy applied well in those circumstances, but it was a fluke largely. I mean, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that his strategy would work. Same with Dr. King. But their philosophy as a general philosophy is terrible because the world is full of people who don't give a crap about turning the other cheek. Yeah. They'll just see weakness. They'll see weakness and they'll go for the jugular. And every single time people like Obama and Trudeau and the rest of these spineless, dickless morons capitulate and bend over backwards for the Islamic world smell weakness and it's chum in the water for these sharks. Never show weakness to evil.
Yeah, Gandhi is a good way to fight British people, not such a good way to fight virtually anybody else. Jesus fought the Romans as they were.
Well, he didn't. He didn't fight the Romans. He fought the Jews. Oh yeah, because when you think of hardened fighters, you think of Jews. But no, he fought Sadducees, Pharisees, and scribes. Those are the only three groups he ever criticized. Yeah, because when you think the jackboots of tyranny, you think Jewish scribes. No, he never fought the Romans. He never stood up to the Roman authorities ever, because again, the turn the other cheek bullshit wouldn't work on them.
Well, he delegated. Remember that quote I mentioned earlier about give unto Caesar what's Caesar's? He just delegated the state. He
never ever. In fact, the only time he ever showed surprise at someone's moral fortitude was with Gentiles. That was the only time, because you could really tell the writers were giving up on trying to convert the Jews because they can see through bullshit. I mean, the Jews have rejected every fake Messiah that's ever come along. You've got to give them the credit for that.
They look more and more like atheists the more I learn about them.
They are atheists, basically.
Cultural. Yeah. I think it's more strongly cultural now than religious.
Yeah, because again, it was the Holocaust. The Holocaust destroyed religious Judaism pretty much forever.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of it still in Israel, though. I mean, well, who knows how really religious.
Well, I think it's more cultural though than religious.
Well, the religious Muslim Jews are seen as a sort of bizarre fringe curiosity, but even by many Jews in Israel.
Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, the Orthodox Jew, I think, is a minority now. Like the
Yeah.
big bearded with the hat guy, like that doesn't exist except for Israel.
Yeah, I mean the Hasidic.
In New
Well, the
York,
ones
we got a lot in New York here.
Yeah, but even they're not that bad. I have my best friend.
I don't know.
My oldest friend in the world is an Orthodox Jew, and they're absolutely fine. I have zero problem with Orthodox Jews.
Some of them are pretty misogynistic.
Well, if you're talking about the ultra Orthodox, yes, but there's a huge difference between Orthodox and
There's
ultra
another
Orthodox.
category of ultra Orthodox.
No. Ultra Orthodox is like a very established category that always gets talked about. The conservative, the Orthodox Jew, and the ultra Orthodox are totally different.
I just figured that if you wear the costume and you grow the big beard, then you're Orthodox and you're kind of out there.
That's typically ultra Orthodox. It's sort of, there's a fine line. I could usually pick them out in a crowd. I can pick the difference between an ultra Orthodox and Orthodox. The ultra Orthodox, the Orthodox may have two sinks in the kitchen. The ultra Orthodox will always have two sinks in the kitchen. That's basically a difference, at least. And also, the ultra Orthodox won't have a TV.
What's that all about? Why do they got two sinks?
They don't believe in mixing dairy products and meat. So they have one sink for meat and one sink for milk and cheese.
Wow.
That's the kosher stuff and the halal stuff.
Oh, halal's a scandal.
Yeah, oh God, yeah, it's awful.
Then they're going to standardize it. All meat has to be halal in some.
Well, they've already stopped
You have to be culturally sensitive. This is 2016.
Oh yeah, they've
That's
already
what
stopped.
actually, my prime minister uses that argument all the time. He'll just say, whatever, and then he says, but it's 2016, so we got to do it.
It's the current year, yeah, that's the cliche.
Yeah, the current year.
Well, certain Subway, Subway sandwiches, certain Subway shops in my country have stopped stocking bacon.
Wow.
What? No BLTs? You can't get BLT at a Subway in Britain?
Yeah, you can't get a bacon BLT in certain subways in London right now because there's just so many Muslims around that there's no point. And it's the same thing with the pubs closing down. Pubs are closing down in record numbers all over London because the Muslim population is taking over huge sections of it. I know that Hounslow, Twickenham, most of Whitton. I know because I live in this area, and my family lives there. And there's no pubs; they're all closing down, all over the place. And it's bizarre because in my country, you can instantly tell a pub they're a unique type of building in a unique type of locale, and now they're all like Tesco's or they're all just.
And that's because they don't drink.
Yeah.
Right? No alcohol.
And they've taken over street after street after street after street. Not Hindus or Sikhs, not anything. We've had a Chinese population for over 200 years that have been completely stable, whereas the Muslim population is always the one that expands.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of pubs, maybe we should all take a trip and we should all meet in a pub sometime and have an in-person hangout.
Well, I live opposite a pub, so you can come here.
I don't want to go anywhere near England.
I was thinking, Edward, you should come here to New York.
Yeah, I want to go to Texas. I want to go somewhere freer.
Well, okay, I'll fly down to Texas then.
Yeah, I want to go to a redneck bar, and I want to go to a gun range. I want to do tons of things in America you can't do in Europe. It's like you wouldn't believe how many things you can do in America you can't do in Europe.
You know what? Texas is so wealthy and has so many leftists in it that you would be better off going to Nevada. You should fly into Vegas because you can shoot guns and stuff there. You can do all the things you want to do, but in Texas, there's more control on it. Nevada is the only place I know of on planet Earth where you can walk in to a casino with a firearm and nobody will even glance at you. They don't even care.
That sounds like utopia.
I carried a pistol on my hip into a casino. I checked in, went to my room, nobody mentioned it.
Hey, Cropper, Super Fin Guys needs broadcasting.
Oh, is he? Oh, Super Fin. Welcome to the jail.
Hello, Super Fin Guy. Yeah, I'd love to go to. I want to know exactly how long it would take me to actually get a concealed carry permit if I lived in America, because it would take a long time for me to become an American citizen.
No, now listen, the trick is to live in a state where you don't have to get a permit.
Yeah.
In Utah, Wyoming, Nevada, Idaho, Colorado, and a lot of states in the Midwest and the West, you don't have to tell the government. It's none of their
Yeah.
business. You can
Well,
get a gun, you can carry the gun, as long as you are a convicted felon or something.
What do you own? What do you have?
A couple of 9mm, 12 gauge.
Is it true that the average American has about 4 firearms in their house?
Yes, and that average is a strange thing because, like, 77% of people don't own guns or something, or 68% or something.
So they claim not to.
Yeah, they claim not to. They're not, known to.
Yeah.
So what you've got a lot of people that have 12 or 15 or 20 guns in the house.
Yeah, the one thing you're allowed to lie about the government about is how many guns you've got.
In Utah, you don't have to tell them. It's not the government's business unless you want to, like, get a permit to carry in special areas or something like that. And in a lot of states, there are no... Here in Connecticut, you can't get a gun. You can't even have a fucking BB gun. You have to be like a police officer. But in a lot of states, you don't have to tell the government. So there are 50 different systems, and Texas just recently started liberalizing again. But they had no concealed firearms for a while. In Utah, you can carry a gun on you as long as people can see it. So
I sellotape it to my forehead.
You don't have to have a permit or anything. Just carry it over your shoulder, strap it to your forehead.
Well, because I find gun control advocates fascinating because they live in a fantasy world where no government has ever been a dictatorship. And I keep wanting to point out to them that you can count on one hand the number of governments that haven't been dictatorships. Very strange people.
Well, it's just a loss of history, I think. You don't have people going through periods of time where there have been awful governments and people have had to flee countries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem with Europe right now is that we don't have guns. We were supposedly not dictatorships, even though we have less freedoms than America. And we don't have gun ownership, and as a result, a lot of our freedoms are being lost specifically because of a lack of gun ownership. I mean, a lot of our there's already talk of a European police force, for example, which sounds horrifically nightmarish and Orwellian, and was one of the reasons why we left Europe, is because it's becoming a police state. It's operating like the Nazis won the Second World War, because you've got Germany that runs the EU, and the EU runs Europe, period, and is crushing democratic resistance, and is smearing and demonizing anybody that speaks out against it, which is why we're seeing the rise of the far right. I don't want to see the rise of the far right, because some of the far right parties are a bit nuts, but at the same time, there's no middle. All the middle are a bunch of spineless, useful idiots who are basically just nothing more than puppets of the left. And and so that doesn't really allow for any sort of healthy, moderate right resistance. There are no moderate right-wingers in Europe. You're either a left-winger, a communist, or a far-righter, because the middle has basically been completely absorbed by the left-wing gestalt.
Yeah, that's what was happening in Germany before World War II.
Yeah, well, it's because again, it's for the same reason. The Weimar Republic invented the welfare state, and so it created a generation of entitled morons who basically saw the government as the solution to all the problems. And it's the same thing today. Germany has such a healthy welfare state, and that a lot of the open border Angela Merkel policy is a side effect of that welfare mindset. Welfare states destroys the moral character of a society. In every conceivable, I could sit here for hours and talk about the moral degradations to a society as well, the welfare state, because I've seen it. I've seen it in every European country I've been to, as well as my own.
No, that's Stewart's real beef with immigration. He just wants to get rid of your welfare state, and then it wouldn't matter how many people came, because either they come and get a job or else they go home.
Yeah, well, you can't do both, right? You can have open immigration, but you can't have a welfare state, or you'll just bankrupt yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what was happening to Sweden.
Yeah, and if that's the choice, then they're going to have a welfare state and open immigration.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
they decided on.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't once a population gets addicted to the government tea, you can't get them off it. I mean, there's just no hope now, and Europe is addicted to this. Even my country isn't giving up on the whole thing. Even though the NHS is going through yet another crisis, nobody dares say that maybe we should abolish the NHS.
Right.
It's a massive cost. Like Canada brought in, I think it's 50,000 Syrian supposedly families. And
Yeah, right.
the adults of those families will probably never be productive, like on average, of course.
Well, most
but
of the
their
kids,
kids,
most of the
might
children.
be.
are
So
in
in
their
the short
20s
term,
and
there's a
30s.
lot of cost.
Yeah. It's hilarious because a lot of the actual Muslim immigrants are in their 20s and 30s, and they just basically say that they're children, and everybody buys it because nobody gives a crap. You know, nobody questions anything they say because it's politically incorrect. So you can have a Muslim in his 30s saying, "I'm a child. I should get asylum." You know, even though he's not even from Syria. You know, even though he's not, he's an economic migrant pretending to be a Syrian child refugee, and they get away with it. And it's apparently it's been going on in huge numbers. I think it's in Canada, and certainly been going on in Europe.
I saw the thing in Sweden where the high schooler, or it was like a middle schooler that won a foot race, or the local race at the local gym meet thing. He looked like he was 23 or something like that.
Probably was 30.
And these two 12-year-old Swedes standing next to him, place number 2 and place number 3, and he got the first place prize.
Yeah, because the Muslims are allowed to walk all over you because they're protected by the politically correct fascist elite, and political correctness is a fascist Orwellian nightmare in Europe.
Yeah, it's getting
and the left, there are many of the left even deny it exists. That's how utterly, completely divorced from reality they are, despite the fact that everybody's lives are dictated by this. Our language that we use, what we're allowed to say, we're allowed to publish, the amount of at the very least, social ostracization, if not outright arrest, that could occur as a result of saying things are politically incorrect in Europe is astounding.
Do you know what areas of England that Tony Robinson guy was walking around? He was getting attacked.
Luton.
I was going to say Luton.
Oh God, Luton. Oh my God.
Whereabouts is that?
It's in London, south east, I think. Because I live in the southwest of London, and near Hounslow. Holy crap, it's bad. It just basically every day a pub gets closed down and a mosque goes up.
I'm surprised there wasn't any kind of demonstrations of any kind at the Queen's birthday thing. That I think that's what it was, right? That recently happened.
The Queen's, but the Queen, everybody loves the Queen in England. Yeah, it was because she's not.
That was a 3-day thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, she has 2 birthdays a year.
2 birthdays.
How is that?
Well, she has an official birthday and an actual birthday.
Right.
Why is that?
We don't question it. Nobody bothers to ask. It's like, oh, the Queen has 2 birthdays. Okay.
Because if you were the Queen, wouldn't you have 2 birthdays?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't question. I mean, at the end of the day, part of Britain is like a bizarre fantasy world. You know, it's sort of a bit of Dickens, a bit of King Arthur, a bit of Alice in Wonderland. That is what England is like. A lot of us live. A lot of our culture is just completely insane, but we don't give a crap. You know.
Did the Queen? Does she not ever talk about like what she thinks of certain things, like immigration or Brexit?
Politics? No. The Queen is not allowed to publicly express any political opinion.
Says who?
A constitution.
Oh, okay.
We have a
so then what's her role then? What does she do?
She's basically a executive. The government answers to her as well as to the people. The government serves her. It's a really complicated, bizarre system.
She's not allowed to say or do anything
publicly. She basically she expresses she talks. She has private meetings with the leaders, but nobody knows what they say. It's purely private. So the reason why it's so important that she doesn't express her political opinions is if she did, it would instantly tear the country apart. Look what's happened in America. Every time Obama opens his mouth, a third of the country lose their frickin' minds. Same thing with Bush. I mean, you have these toxic, divisive systems because, as whoever it was that brought it up, the whole left-right divide is so strong that people ignore the fact that the real division is between the authoritarian and the libertarian. That's the only division that makes any sense. That's the meaningful division here.
Yeah.
And people can't see that for the left and the right. And my country, we don't have that problem because our executive is not political. And neither are our judges. And so we basically just have a political election system for the parliament, and that's it. That's the only political side. We don't have a political court. We don't have a political executive, and so the politics.
Is there no way to infer what you think? Like, is she a schemer? Is she a peacemaker? Like, what? Is there no way to know or to infer what her attitude might be?
An entire industry in my country is dedicated to trying to figure out what's going on in her head. They're called royal watchers. It's a huge thing. It's known that she, usually it'll come out like a decade or two later because she's been in power for like 60 years. And it's one of those things where we can sort of trace back, like Margaret Thatcher, for example. We know what her opinion was versus Margaret Thatcher because it later came out. And it's fascinating because she's often been more right than the democratically elected politicians. She's actually been more forward-thinking.
What was her attitude toward Thatcher?
Well, she basically Thatcher, for example.
Iron Lady.
Yeah. Well.
No.
Yeah, I mean Thatcher was a great leader in some areas, but
a European currency is something through the back door.
Yeah. I mean she's the reason why we didn't enter completely into the EU, which is what saved us in the end. But I can't remember what issue it was, but the Margaret Thatcher one issue, one position, and the Queen another, and the Queen's position was better. It was more forward thinking. History proved the Queen right and the Thatcher wrong. I can't remember what it was. But no, I mean because the Queen is not political, her approval ratings, if they existed, would be in the 90s, like 90% approval rating or something like that. It would be through the roof because she unites. She doesn't divide because she is not political. Politics can only ever divide, which it's supposed to, of course. It's like competition in the private market. Capitalism is about competition. It's about division, but that's necessary for quality and accountability and for vitality. You need competition, but if you also need a unity in a society in some other sense. So we need unity in one area and division in another area, and it's about striking the balance. And the Queen is our way of unifying, because the only people that disapprove of the Queen are like Republican scumbags.
But the division caused by politics is not necessarily divisive, because maybe you can have particles that can unite and can defend the same policies.
It depends. The problem with America is that the politics is cultural a lot. In my country, there is no real connection between culture and politics. In America, when I hear right-wingers go on about latte drinking, what's the cliche? Latte drinking, what's that food that supposedly liberals eat all the time? There is a sort of cultural element to the disagreement between conservatives and liberals. That's why there's a lot of anti-Christian stuff on the left. And with my country, the very idea that religion or culture could have anything to do with politics is ridiculous. Politics exists in its own little bubble. It's isolated from everything else. It doesn't bleed over because it's seen as very, very rude.
What does the Labour Party think of the Queen? Or did they
always... They don't approve that much. Well, left-wingers are Republicans a lot of the time. They believe in democracy, or at least they do this week. And so, there is. I mean, nobody in the Labour Party disapproves of her, apart from maybe the leader, who's a socialist. He's our Bernie Sanders, and even older, if you can believe that.
I would just wonder whether they would think the Queen is anti-democratic, or at least her influence would be.
I don't really think anybody cares what the Labour Party thinks. I mean, they're a party that in total, complete freefall. It's hilarious. All the left-wing parties are dying in Britain.
Right.
So. I mean, the Liberal Democrats have completely imploded now.
Will you be getting another election?
Yeah, sooner rather than later. Nobody's that bothered right now. Everybody's focusing on
the one guy stepped down, so do you have to call one or no?
No, because we have a parliamentary system. Our leader is whoever the leader of the party that wins is. Doesn't matter who. We could have like 50 leaders in a week, theoretically. Literally, because there's about 350 of the ruling party right now. So,
Edward, do you think that the Queen is a necessary peace in the in the British
Yes.
society?
Yes.
You think?
Yes, absolutely. Every single great event in the history of freedom and constitutional systems has been because of the British monarchy. Whether Magna Carta, because of King John. The first constitutional systems because of Charles I, the first parliamentary republic system because of Charles I, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution in America because of George III. Every single major leap forward in freedom and liberty has always been associated with a specific British monarchy. Every single
Yeah,
time.
yeah, exactly. Like
So
they were a very important factor in the Enlightenment and in the appearance of democracy and stuff.
yeah, because democracy is actually irrelevant. It's about constitutionally limited government. That's line item number one. That's the most important
Yeah,
thing. Constitutionally limited government, rule of law, checks and balances, individual rights, and then democracy. Democracy is like 5 or 6 on the list of the most important things in society because we had for centuries a constitutionally limited government but no democracy. And as a result, we were able to develop and refine our constitution to an incredible degree. So when the Founding Fathers came along in America, they didn't have to do all that much work. They just took a lot of our constitution and just improved a few issues.
Yeah.
It's working.
Improved quite a bit on it as far as the 10 amendments. I can't believe when I contemplate once in a while, what if we would have just had the Constitution without the 10 amendments? Those amendments are, because some of the founding fathers thought that stuff is implicit anyway. Why spell it out?
Yes. A lot of them thought it was so obvious.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. It was intellectual complacency. The problem with being as genius and as smart as they were is they often forget that politicians and the general public are retarded.
Well,
Spoken like a true statesman.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the problem. The only problem with the Founding Fathers is that they were too good and they were too smart. And so they forgot that a lot of other people are neither of those things.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of constraining the state they should have constrained it more?
Yeah, they should have been more explicit. They took for granted that people would understand what they meant by the militia reference in the Second Amendment. Instead, we've had decades and decades of the left misconstruing the militia reference in the Second Amendment out of sheer malice.
The general welfare one is
exactly the welfare
worst.
clause. The welfare clause is the biggest exploitation of language in the history
General
of
welfare.
humanity.
It just means that we do everything.
Yeah. Yeah. They use the welfare clause to undermine every single principle of limitations in the entire Constitution.
No, I don't understand though. Those courts, those what do they call them? Like the highest court people, the Supreme Court. They should know that the general welfare clause cannot undermine the entire document. They should know that.
They're socialists.
Yeah.
Of course they know that. I mean,
what's going on here?
Well, because you've got people like what's her name?
I hold Mr. Cropper responsible.
For what?
Your Supreme Court.
Yeah. Mike me as my welcome thing.
That's actually a reason why a lot of people who don't like Trump would rather have him in, because then the Supreme Court won't be stacked with Hillary Clinton's buddies.
Yeah, let's go back to a Supreme Court like under Scalia that puts religion before the state. That's much better. That'd be great, man. That's wonderful. Fuck yeah. Religious freedom! Yeah.
Is it the troll? I thought the troll was gone.
The troll is never gone.
What's funny is that you want to go back to your circle jerk bobblehead bullshit, and you don't want
this
anybody
guy
to
thinks that Walmart is going to take over
you
the
don't
world.
want anybody to bring up valid points.
Walmart will staff the Supreme Court too.
They could. Why not?
Yeah. They'll just hire people to be on the Supreme Court.
I would rather have Walmart staff the Supreme Court than fucking Trump.
You mean then fucking Hillary too?
Oh no, he's probably a Hillary worshipper.
Oh yeah.
Well, probably he's probably Bernie Sanders supporter. He's probably an outright communist.
Yeah, actually, I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, and I was pissed off they sold out.
Yeah, he
Yep.
did sell out. That's true.
Yeah, but newsflash,
Right.
every socialist does. Socialism
Hey.
and Marxism are cons. They always will.
Hey,
The
yeah,
Democrats
Brandon,
without any principle.
Amarish is still hitting, bro.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, can I get some controls, by the way?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Thank you.
Yo, Brandon, I need controls as well. I'm being harassed by trolls.
Oh no way, dude! The down guy,
well,
he's the guy that booted everyone the other day from the left
Who
hand.
is, like...
Be careful with down.
Okay, wait, who's down? What's going on?
This Doug guy is why we need a government, by the way.
Yeah.
This Doug guy.
You know, maybe Walmart will give me controls. Like, that'd be great.
Why?
Question with Walmart. I don't even have Walmart.
He loves
in my country,
Walmart.
so I have
He
no
shops
idea.
at Walmart.
They seem to be a bogeyman to the left. I assume they're actually reasonably corrupt because they are obviously crony capitalists.
Yo, Walmart would not run up a deficit like our current government does. They would have no deficit at all.
Do you admit the deficit is a bad idea?
It's always a bad idea to put yourself into debt, but we're in debt because of war.
Uh-huh.
No.
Nonsense.
Can someone please explain to him the federal budget?
Food stamps,
How many-
and energy
How many
assistance.
trillions of dollars is the U.S. debt now?
Food stamps and
19
energy assistance is why, and Social Security is why we're in debt, right?
Well, yeah, because if you look at the federal budget, 2/3
Wow,
of it is,
man, you are
programs.
so clueless. You are so fucking clueless. Let's look at the federal budget right now. Let's pull it up.
2/3 of it goes to welfare shift.
Hold on, wait. Like, let me adjust Down's, like, volume, because you were, like, super fucking loud for some reason, and I have no idea why.
Oh, do a mic check.
Alright.
Okay, real quick here. I'm going to share my screen so we can look at the federal budget. Let me know if you can see it.
Okay, wait. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to mute him. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, don't give him any power.
No!
What is it? What is this right here? What is this right here? What is this? You see this?
Yes.
That's a joke.
Yeah, it's probably that's probably a fraud.
I wish it was that big. What's wrong with that?
That's a total joke.
Let's make it bigger, actually.
Social Security, unemployment, and labor. Look at this. 29.
Okay,
Look at that.
see. This is from National, what is it?
Yeah,
National
I'm looking them up right now. Nationalpriorities.org. I'm looking at them now. I'll tell you now.
Yo, Down, can you, like, turn down your, like, audio for just, like, a little bit? Because you were, like, really fucking loud, and I don't know why.
Am I loud for anybody else? Because my bar is not even red.
Yes.
I mean, you're fine beyond that. It's just that you were, like, really your audio is really loud for some reason.
My audio's not even halfway up.
Like, I don't know. It might be I'm trying to find out what's going on with your audio sensitivity. Hold on.
Okay, so basically,
go ahead.
Ignore him. He's giving us propaganda. I'm having a look at
this
national
is propaganda.
priorities.
Now the federal budget is propaganda. That's funny.
Okay, the key, if you want to know your propaganda, look under partners. That says it all. Daily Kos. Okay?
Let me explain this to you.
You can't pull data off a Democrat website. Like, come on.
Okay, like,
I know, because
They're
gonna fudge the numbers on the federal budget because nobody can
the American way. Every single one
nobody
of
can
these
fact check the
partners.
federal budget.
Wait. Here's the thing,
It's
though.
Obama's budget.
If it's sourced from a legit website, yeah, you can trust it from a Democratic website.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, these people are partnered with all left-wing
These people, dude, are you this dense? If they fudge the numbers, they would have their site shut down. Do you know how easy it would be to call them out on this?
That's a myth. Like, why do you get their site shut down?
I don't believe it because they would fudge numbers on a federal budget. Nobody can double check the federal budget.
Okay, wait, Down. Like,
no one cares. No one over there
I
cares.
feel you, homie, but you can't. But don't be a dick to him, you know.
Well, these guys are not very bright, man. I mean, they don't know how to interpret data or scientific information or data literacy of any kind.
Yep.
Yeah, but like.
Yep, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I mean, yeah,
What's wrong with having a big military budget?
Okay, you were again.
That's a
Let's
bad
stay.
thing.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's stay on topic here. The topic was welfare is draining the system. Food and agriculture. That's food stamps. 13.1 billion. Social Security. 29.1 billion. Let's add the numbers up. Medicare. Where's that at? Housing and community. That's welfare. Medicare, health. All of those numbers together, all of them together, don't even come close to the military budget, dude. Every form of welfare doesn't come close to the military budget, and you're telling me that welfare is costing us so much money.
That's like
Again,
saying
you want to attack?
That's right.
budget. It's like saying the majority of our budget is spent on rent and food.
I'm going through.
Speaking of welfare, what's not on here, if you notice, is a corporate welfare. Where's that at? Where is it at, buddy? They won't even show us. They won't.
Nobody here approves of corporate welfare.
Yeah.
Why do you keep accusing me of that? What's wrong with you?
Wants corporate
Anyway,
welfare.
I am going through.
Guys, you keep going after the poor person on food stamps. You keep saying the guy on
We haven't
food
been
stamps is
talking
ruining the
about
country.
that.
Wait. Stop. Hold on, calm down.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned food
Alright.
stamps once. I'm going
haven't
through
been talking about that.
going through the partners for this site. Every single partner that I've gone
Can
through
you let the
this
guy
site is
talk who
progressive.
said calm down and stop talking over him?
Alright, hold on. Okay, all y'all, let's calm down for a second. Alright, Edward's gonna go. Then, like, Doug, let Edward and Jason make their points and you can respond.
I'm just saying that I've seen huge numbers of federal budgets, pie charts, and all of them disagree with this website, and all of this website's partners are far left progressive sites, all of them. Jobs with Justice is an SJW group. Daily Kos is communist propaganda. Just look at the website, it's unbelievable. Democracy Collective, Collaborative, all of this. Central budgets and policy priorities, Coalition of Human Needs, these are all cultural Marxist, all collective, all far left. There's nothing legitimate about this at all. He's getting all of his data from echo chamber reinforcement sites.
Okay, that was insane. Go ahead, Andrew.
I assume the military spending will be higher than those other things, though.
Why?
But the question is, though, whether that's a bad thing. But this Doug guy isn't making an argument.
No, the federal budget for military is 37%. At least on the statistics I saw from a couple of years ago.
Okay, Doug is gonna get a chance to defend himself, so let him go. Go ahead, Doug.
My name's Down, by the way. But
I'm sorry, Down.
Yeah,
calling you Doug for some reason. I'm sorry.
No, that's Doug Saylor, a different guy. Anyways, Eddie, can you show us the real charts, because obviously I'm showing one that's been fabricated. So let's see the real ones.
Well, do you have any non-partisan
Wait,
sources?
Jason, hold on.
Do you have any charts from non-partisan sources?
Okay,
you're
the one making the claim that this one is wrong, so show me.
No, I'm saying it's non-partisan. I'm saying it is a partisan source.
Okay,
I've
you need
demonstrated.
to prove your claim.
I
don't prove it for you. I don't prove your claim for you.
Daily Kos is a communist website. All of these websites.
Okay, prove your claim then. Give us the real data.
I don't have the data on me. I'm not
this
making.
Game, though. We don't have to play this game. What's your point
It's
about
not
the
a
budget?
game. It's called you're having a debate, and in the debate,
what's the debate?
When you make a claim, you prove it.
I'm saying
What's the
that we
debate?
don't have to pay any attention to this data because it's not from a non.
What's
Okay,
your argument about
you have made a claim. You have made a claim. You've debated, and you don't even know what your own claims are or what you're debating.
Debate. What's the question?
Okay, wait. The claim. Okay, wait. The claim. I'm guessing is that Edward, you believe that this information is faulty.
Yeah, it's from
okay.
About that.
That is the claim. That is, and Down is wanting evidence of Edward's claim. It's not necessarily a debate as much as it is Down wanting evidence of what Edward.
That's nice. We can talk about something else.
Okay, whatever.
I could say one thing.
Go ahead, Jason.
If you just do an image search on Google for federal budget, you'll get about 20 different versions of this.
Yeah.
So obviously.
Well, show me the 20 different versions. Come on, show it. Let's see it.
Okay, okay, hold on. Can you link us what you're looking at, Jason, or at least the Google thing you're looking at?
Just chat it or Google search there.
Okay.
Well, I can share my screen.
Okay, yeah, just share your screen. That'll be allowed.
All I see is Mr. Cropper walking around.
I have no idea what Brandon is doing.
Brandon's walking around naked.
Why are you walking around naked, Brandon?
I'm getting another of those horse piss 50-cent beers, I think.
No. Tonight I'm drinking Sex on the Beach with cranberry juice.
Also, why the hell are you ending the Hangouts?
I was busy. I was working a lot.
So that's why you're ending all the Hangouts?
No, they're ending in a week. Google Hangouts is going off, and it's going to be all YouTube live chat.
Oh, so are you going to do a YouTube live chat now then?
I tried tonight, but it wouldn't.
Okay, hold on. Jason,
Okay.
Jason, are you the one that wants to show the chart, or somebody else?
Yeah, Jason is showing the chart, so I'm going to present the chart to everybody.
Okay, I appreciate it. So
I'm presenting to everyone. There we go.
I'm just demonstrating that if you just do a simple Google search, you'll get about 100 different.
Okay, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We're looking at 2015. It's very specific, so I'm glad you can find different pie charts.
According to this one, it's defense is only 16%.
Yeah,
Social Security's got to be bigger than most everything else.
Hold on. Defense is only 15%.
Well, look,
that's amazing! Oh my gosh, that's amazing! This is from Wikipedia. We take on the whole world with only 15% of our budget.
Okay,
awesome.
This is from Wikipedia. Okay, so according to a chart on Wikipedia, it's only 15%. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
2015, the WordPress. I've got defense and international security systems at 20%, safety net programs at 13%, Medicare is 21%, Social Security is 20%. Are you denying the amount of percentage of the budget that goes to Medicare? Can
you look at the chart that I showed you? The chart I showed you says
it doesn't fit.
Okay, stop talking over each other. Hold on.
It's called discretionary spending. Discretionary spending.
He came in with imagined view, and now it's being disrupted, and it's hard.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Down is going to defend himself now. So, do you have anything to add? Down?
In public finance, discretionary spending is government spending implemented through an appropriations bill. This spending is an optional part of fiscal policy, in contrast to entitlement programs, for which funding is mandatory. So, discretionary spending is what was passed for that year. I have no idea what chart you're showing. That is not discretionary spending.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any charts from non-partisan sources? That's
I don't
all
even know what the fuck your chart is even showing.
Okay.
It's not about my chart, it's about yours. I just want to know, do you get any data from non-partisan sources?
And by the way, read what it says in the legend.
He's a completely...
Okay, hold on. Down. Answer his question, and then you can make your observation, please.
I don't even know what he asked.
Ask your question, Edward.
Do you have any statistics from non-partisan sources?
Yeah, I'll go directly to the federal government's website, and it'll
Okay.
Non-defensive spending is for the EPA and other bullshit departments.
Yeah. Also, for everybody who's listening, and Brandon will testify this, I'm probably more left than down here, so here you go. Just put that out there.
Yeah, but the thing is that Don is an asshole.
Well, look, you're such a nice person, super fin guy.
Well, it's just the truth. Yeah.
So
I agree.
Yeah, such nice people. All right, so
I think we should vote him off the island.
Okay, you can.
So here's how it works. Hold on a second. Here's how it works. If you pop up with a Wikipedia pie chart, which has nothing labeled and is a general pie chart, it totally disproves my discretionary spending chart. That's your argument.
But like that's why we're just gonna let you get like the you said you could get nonpartisan sources, so you can get your nonpartisan source as a response.
It's common knowledge that military spending has never been above like 24% since World War II.
This guy's laughter is an argument, apparently.
Could I say one thing?
That was a forced laugh.
Wait, hold on. Who said something?
Oh, that's Jason.
That's Jason. Say something, Jason.
Yeah, I think this whole conversation is irrelevant and a distraction because The real question, the real moral question is, what's wrong with having this spending?
Yeah.
If
I
it's
would love it if
40% or if it's 50%, I say increase it myself.
Yeah.
So he's just arguing about numbers, but avoiding the moral issue.
Okay, that would be an interesting question. Down. Do you want to comment or respond to that?
50% is okay. We don't mind if it's 57. That's okay.
I go for 60.
All right, Down. Do you want to respond to an increased budget, basically?
I don't know what he asked me. I have no idea what he asked me.
Okay.
It's not a problem. If your chart were correct and it really is 57% we spend on the military, that's okay. There's no problem with that.
Basically, they're saying they don't see what's wrong with the big budget, with the big military.
Well,
budget.
we gotta stay on one topic at a time because you say something that's totally wrong. Hold on.
I can't
respond.
Totally
You ask
wrong?
me a question and then I can't respond. So just go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
I just want to know why you think it's totally wrong when all your sources are from basically partisan sites. How do you know what reality is if you don't stick your head out of the echo chamber?
This is probably a better topic to go on to, honestly, because y'all are just going to keep arguing with each other about sources anyway.
Well, sources is an
So
important issue.
Wikipedia is a nonpartisan source and it's reputable.
Yeah, that's
Really? Wikipedia is, it's full of Democrats from universities and stuff. So Wikipedia is very questionable.
So Wikipedia is a better source than the one that I gave you. Is that your argument?
Yeah, probably.
A little bit.
No, don't fall for this crap. He basically has to demonstrate that he is capable of objective research. He gets his pie charts and statistics. He needs to demonstrate he isn't just a partisan hack, that he does actually have the ability to do objective research.
I think he's done that. He has tried to demonstrate it, and he has failed.
I failed.
Well, it didn't take 2 seconds for me to realize that
love your circle.
All he does is laugh and talk about Walmart taking over the world. That's all we've gotten from him so far.
Okay, so this is okay. So, like I said before, do you want it down? Are you cool with just switching topic to the what's wrong with an increased budget?
No, I'm not going to switch topics because no, let me finish because they made claims and they want to avoid being called out on those claims. They want to just gloss over it. The fact remains, you made a number of factual errors. The first factual error you made is that you gave a pie chart which does not represent the same data that mine was representing. Show me a pie chart that says the discretionary spending for 2016 that differs from mine.
Go show your neighbor your pie chart.
Second to that, you claim that military spending has not gone beyond 20-some%.
Stop. Let him.
Third to that, whenever I make a valid point, you continually have to talk over me to try to drown out the fact that you were wrong.
Your dog is more interested in this conversation than the rest of us put together.
Yeah, but let him make his point, though. I mean,
there's no points.
He fucking has a point. He believes he has a fucking point. So let him make his point.
He has no point.
I just see the problem with me is that he's filled with anger and self-righteousness because of his ideology. I don't see that there's any rational mind there or there's any desire for objective truth. He needs to show that he can do research, that he isn't just a brainwashed idiot repeating talking points. I have never seen any federal budget like he has presented from from anything other than left-wing sources. The left have their statistics, and other people have their statistics. I'm not defending any statistics that the right will present, nor am I defending Wikipedia. All I'm saying is, he needs to prove he can do objective research, or I'm not going to take anything he says seriously. Nobody should take anybody seriously.
Okay, let me respond. Hold on.
All right, Edward, he is responding.
Yeah, let me respond. Okay, Edward, would you consider a source from the House of Representatives, the Senate and the House, directly from them? Would you consider that a reputable source, or is that fake as well?
Well, given that the House and sources, the Senate at any given time is controlled by a partisan side.
Okay.
But I would at least.
So that's out then. So any government source that says .gov is out. Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking through the .gov data right now. I'm perfectly happy to look at it. I'm just going to bear in mind it comes from tainted source.
Okay. Let me explain this to you. Okay, this is the discretionary spending from 2013. And look at that. Defense is $625 billion. You see that?
Yeah.
So what? What's your argument? Who cares?
Point is,
what's the point?
Yeah, I'd rather be more like 800 billion. Would that
It should be more. It should be less. What's the point?
800 billion? Nigga, we ain't trying to fight the world. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yes, we are. Haven't you updated lately?
No, we're not trying to. We are not trying to fight the fucking world, Brandon.
The world's trying to fight us, dude.
Man.
No, the world is not trying to fight us.
Yes, they are.
Yes, fucking Japan is. Fucking Japan and fucking China are trying to attack us right now.
Not Japan.
We've occupied China.
China is expanding.
Something about China making islands.
Yeah, they're creating.
They're not trying to attack us. Like, we do not need an $800 billion budget, defense budget.
Do you think there'll be another war, Black Miaza, or are we done now?
Do y'all want to fucking continue this conversation? It's up to y'all. It's up to Brandon, really. This is his fucking room.
Do you think there's going to be another war in history, or do you think World War II is the end of it?
Yes, we're going to fight with giant fucking mechs and shit. That's what we're going to do.
All right, good. I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know.
Of course, that's what I've learned from you, Brandon, that we're going to fight World War fucking 3. Oh.
What are the numbers again for carrier battle groups for the world? I know Cropper knows the numbers.
Well, the problem is that a significant percentage of the world's countries have no real military at all because they rely on America. So, like Scandinavian countries have no military, and they depend entirely on America for defense, as does a lot of Europe, as does Japan. So, a lot of that a lot of the military budget is for defending other countries. And isn't that altruistic? Yeah. Isn't that selfless? Isn't that a good thing? Not that I agree with that. I think we should allow Scandinavia to defend themselves against Putin. The smug socialist motherfuckers deserve all they get.
As the U.S. pulls out of the world, the thugs and barbarians will take over. Well,
yeah, but I'm not saying pull out of all the world, just defend the parts that deserve it.
Just consider the East, though. What if the United States pulled out of Okinawa, South Korea? I don't know if there's any in Vietnam, but in Taiwan. Taiwan's another one. If the U.S. pulled out of there, do you not think there would be war in the East, or do you think this stuff would just carry on? I think there would be conflict over there.
Why would there be conflict? South Korea has a big fucking military. So does Japan.
No, they don't.
Japan doesn't have a military. They can't.
Oh, they don't? Japan does not have a military. Let's fact check this.
The Buddhist population have been setting themselves on fire in protest of an expansion of the Japanese military because the Japanese have had no offensive military force for 60 years. That's been national policy for 60 years.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use your source.
That's why Buddhists are setting themselves on fire.
Okay, wait, guys, let him respond.
I want to respond to your claims. You said Japan has no military. Japan has
offensive military force.
Shut up, Eddie. Japan has the Japan Self-Defense
Don't call me Eddie.
They were created in 1954, according to Wikipedia, your own source. So, I'm sorry, you said Japan has no military? Can you explain that?
No offensive military force. That's why there's been mass protests.
Oh, okay, stop talking over each other. Okay, wait.
Japan have a submarine or a carrier?
Okay, Japan has 27 million available fit with active personnel. 247,000 active personnel. That's pretty good for a standing army. So they have 247,000 in their standing army.
He's not listening to anything I say. I said offensive, and he just ignores that.
Okay.
So they have 247,000 men ready to fight. That's not offensive?
Okay, guys.
No, not if they have no strategy, plans.
Guys. Okay, stop talking over each other. All right, now, he said, Edward said offensive military.
Called a self-defense force.
So is there a branch of the military called offensive military force? Can you explain that to me?
That is.
Okay, let me explain what's been happening. Japan has recently started to basically budget for offensive military plans and
Can you explain to me the branch of the military called offensive military?
Oh, God, damn it. Don't nitpick. I'm trying to explain what's going on. There is now massive public protests against the Japanese government going on right now because the Japanese government is basically planning to go to a not just because up until now all the military in Japan is strictly for defense, like local defense. They have no outreach, no power projection whatsoever, and they never have for 60 years. They've recently been planning to stand on their own 2 feet and basically kick out the Americans, and they've been planning to go for a more offensive, capable military force, and there's been massive protests, including Buddhists setting themselves on fire in Tokyo. This is, history, reality here, that little thing that you're apparently at war with.
Okay, now Down is going to respond.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I stated facts. You stated personal conjecture. They have 247,000 active military personnel. That is a military force. That is a military force that can carry out offensive and defensive tactics. What's your point?
I've got an interesting thing on PolitiFactor here. Pie charts of federal spending circulating on the internet is misleading.
Nice.
Look closely at the chart of federal spending. There's a website here.
Okay, so now you're just going to avoid my question.
Wait.
Go make some YouTube videos and spread your brilliance around
now
the...
You're going to avoid answering my question.
What is Down? Restate your question, please.
I already told my question.
Well, just restate it anyway. Okay.
Yeah, never mind. So here's how it works. When I show how what you stated is utterly wrong, you just change the topic.
This is the original topic. You've been babbling and going all over the place.
When did that happen?
I'm sorry if I'm a little off, but it's late as shit here, and this is kind of crazy. So
I think a better topic is if the U.S. pulled its troops out of the East, what would result?
Oh God.
Could it get any worse? Well, yeah, of course, ISIS would take over the Middle East. So what?
I think
the East.
We went in. I think look at the history of Europe. We went into Europe in World War I and pulled out, and that didn't end well. We went into Europe and stayed, and that did turn out rather well.
Yeah, he's got a point.
We go into a small Asian country and leave. Turns out to shit. That's Vietnam. We go into an Asian country and stay. South Korea and Japan, and they turn out rather well. So, and plus, look at the British. Every time the British give up one of their things, the very next day, like after Rwanda or Zimbabwe becomes in, the very next day they call London and say everything's falling apart. It would be chaos. That's what I think. That's what history.
I think Brandon just made some killer kick-ass points. The very broad.
Okay, wait. What happened to Down? Did Down leave? Yeah, he left.
And the guy left anyway. So
well, because I just debunked. I gave a source to a site that actually debunked the chart that Dan.
I mean, I know he was abrasive as shit, but I'm trying to be fair to both.
Yeah, but
sides,
he's porn bombed us. That we are not obliged to take him seriously about anything.
I mean, yeah, like I said.
Porn what? Porn bomb?
He porn bombed us.
Yeah, he porn bombed the Hangout. He booted everyone. So yeah, that guy is not unstable.
Yeah. Well, he's a troll. He is.
Why did you give him a second? You should have just booted him at the beginning.
Well, because we wanted to play with the troll. Because
my thing, I just came in here and I'm trying to be fucking fair to people, so that's why I was,
you did a good job. Don't worry, we don't immolate the moderator.
Yeah.
Doug Pridgen made a good point. Hume got rid of the metaphysical glue holding his bundle of sensations together. I like that. That's actually a good way of putting it. Just to try to elevate it back to a higher state of mind after that progressive retard, lower the tone.
He was stuck with sensations. He didn't have any idea of perception, which John Locke did.
Yeah, so he's saying he was disintegrated.
Thank you, Jason.
John Locke didn't like conception. He stuck at perception.
That's the way that Doug puts it, because that if you get rid of what the metaphysical glue that everything's embedded in, then you've just got a sensation.
Are we going to talk about physics? Like, what are we going to talk about? Like philosophy?
Well, ultimately, we're all philosophers here, aren't we? So, yeah, that's the fine setting.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I still want to know how many battle groups. I just want the number.
Right. Does anybody? I'll tell you how many America had.
Yeah, go ahead.
Either 12 or 13 or 14, depending on which one of our ships we're putting out. We're putting 2 out of commission and floating a new one. So it was 14 and it went down to 12 and maybe it's at 13 now. So
are these nuclear-powered carriers?
All of them are nuclear-powered.
Yep.
And they have accompanying cruisers and battleships and subs, right?
By a battle group, I mean one battle group is like 40 ships or something ridiculous like that.
I think there's a submarine, an American submarine that circles the planet, and it has nuclear warhead launching capability. So if everything happens, it's ready.
Yeah, my country has that. We call it Trident. We have nuclear submarines that hardly ever come to the surface, going around the world with nuclear payload on it. So, you know, just in case you want to fuck with us, you know.
Yeah, like Iran, for example, it's threatening to attack the West. The other day, I saw on the channel Jihad Watch that they were talking about destroying the West.
Yeah, well, Iran wants to turn Tel Aviv into glass. They've been saying that for decades.
They got a big payout too. Interesting. They just got a big load of money in unmarked bills.
Well, Obama loves funding evil terrorist dictatorships because he's a progressive. I mean, yeah.
I thought that was against the law.
That is the progressive
funding known terrorist groups.
Yeah, Obama's broken the law in every way imaginable. So is Hillary. Nobody cares.
I would like Mr. Cropper to speak to that because he's responsible.
It's against the law to negotiate with terrorists. Funding them is not a problem.
Yeah.
Huh. I thought it was against the law.
To negotiate with them.
You got hostages. Didn't you negotiate to get hostages?
No, supposedly the payment was for something else. It was a coincidence that it happened the same.
Oh, coincidence.
Yeah, it's called plausible deniability.
Oh, totally.
Okay, it's called not really plausible deniability, but nobody's going to question him.
Yeah, it's called he doesn't give a fuck because he's a Muslim and he just lies to your face anyway. So.
Yeah, it's called anybody that criticizes him is a racist. So, you know, there you go.
Has he ever been photographed in a church?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I think with some pastors, some preachers.
This is ridiculous.
No, we don't think he's a Muslim. We're just taking a piss.
Yeah,
fucking God.
Well, at least he was a Muslim.
He was raised that way, but so was I. I mean, I was raised Christian. He has a sentimental regard for Islam, but so does Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau wasn't raised a Muslim. It's part of the progressive zeitgeist. I mean, they just love sucking up to Muslims because it's the in thing to do. It's pure virtue signal.
Clearly.
Obama is a cultural Marxist. I mean, that everything he says is part of the cultural Marxist framework. We know that his college professors were cultural Marxists. We know that he was indoctrinated by them, and his wife is, and it's all the rest of it. That's why his wife keeps lying about being a victim of racism, for example. That's what they all do. Even Sarah Silverman lies about being a victim of sexism. I mean, they always lie about. It's a sort of dead giveaway.
Speech. One of Michelle Obama's speeches, she said that she was ashamed of the country, and I was thinking, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she has this amusing story that she tells where she was basically mistaken for a woman working in a checkout in a supermarket because she was black. Because she was asked by someone else to sort of pick up someone from a shelf. But in the original version of the story she tells, she was asked that because she was tall, which of course she is. I think she's taller than Obama.
Yeah.
And she later on she changed the story so that it was she was asked that because she was black. So she changes the story so that she's now a victim of racial prejudice.
You don't Edward. I know you. I doubt she would lie about being mistaken for that, because
Possibly.
racism does
This
exist.
is-
Racism
yeah,
does
yeah.
exist in this
It
country.
does, but it also doesn't exist. It
Mhm.
exists in some areas, and in other areas of our lives, it doesn't exist.
It's Schrodinger's
No,
racism.
racism doesn't exist in 100% of our lives, does it?
Well, it's
I've never
mostly
seen
black people
personally.
are racist. White people,
Personally,
I've never seen it.
Racism nowadays is very rare. At least in my case, you know, very rarely I find
But
an
the
asshole.
point
that
is
I-
that
Not here in the South. No,
Yeah.
it is so very much
Yeah,
alive
I
here
know
in the
nothing about
South.
yeah, yeah.
the point is that progressives have been caught out lying about being victims of prejudice over and over again. Sarah Silverman, for example, was caught out lying about not being paid for a gig because she was a woman, and she got called out on it, and the guy that actually she was lying about said, no, it's because you weren't scheduled, and he basically proved it. And so progressives always get caught lying because they need to be victims. They need to fit a narrative. Everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to point it out all the time, as Anita Sarkeesian said. And so that's part of the narrative. This is what they teach them in colleges. All of the Marxist professors brainwash the children into seeing racism and sexism everywhere. And so in order to fit in with the narrative, they're often pressured into lying about being victims of prejudice. This is why there's been so many women on campus that have lied about being raped, because the feminists teach that there's a rape culture on campus, and so to fit the narrative, to fit in with the ideology, women claim that they're being raped, and they get caught out and exposed as being frauds. This is what happened with the Rolling Stones article. The Rolling Stones
The mattress girl.
writers, the mattress girl, they get caught out lying over and over and over and over again. There is a huge culture of fake victimhood that's been propagated by the left in order to promote narratives, and this has been exposed time and time again, which is why nobody believes what feminists say anymore. It's why nobody believes what progressives and SJWs say anymore, because they have every reason to lie. If even Obama can lie and get away with it, then everybody can lie.
You know, they are feeling so weak that YouTube, for example, has started censoring people that speak against feminism.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, Milo's been banned from Twitter. You've got loads of people being banned from Facebook because, of course, Zuckerberg is a progressive, i.e., fascist. And then you've got all the Facebook has been censoring conservative speakers for absolutely ages. Pretty much all social media is basically. This is why a lot of conservatives are trying to create an alternative social media platform, because they want to create an actual free speech forum, because they're all being drummed out. I mean, more and more conservatives are leaving social media, and even non-conservatives, like Sargon of Akkad, for example. He was basically drummed out of social media, and not Sargon of Akkad, Total Biscuit, because Total Biscuit is not partisan. He basically deliberately avoided siding with either Gamergate or the anti-Gamergaters, but because the feminists and SJWs are so fanatically left-wing that not siding with them was seen as him being an enemy, and so he was a recipient of massive amounts of social media attacks from the far left, and as a result, he basically just quit on social media. And that and his cancer as well, because they actually attacked him for having cancer, because SJWs and feminists have no conscience. And so
Does this happen to anybody else? Every time I log into Facebook, Zuckerberg's stupid smiling face is on the right side.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Is that for everybody?
No,
for high profile,
yeah.
I thought only Trump would stick his face on everything. Now we got Mark Zuckerberg doing the same thing.
I mean, what disturbs me is what's going on in Germany right now, of course, because Facebook is censoring people in Germany to 1,000% worse than anywhere else, because Angela Merkel is a fascist and Zuckerberg is a fascist, and we know that they've been conspiring in order to prevent people from speaking out on certain issues. So, I mean, when you've got that level of collusion between a fascist in the private sector and a fascist in the public sector, you've got an absolute mess on your hands.
Brandon's also an objectivist, and I'm a liberal, and we're conspiring too. You guys don't see it, but we are. He's smiling because he knows it's true.
Yes, I'm shaking in my boots. Well, the good thing about authoritarians and fascists is that they're incompetent. So, all you have to do is wait them out. It's like that Sun Tzu phrase from The Art of War. If you sit down on a river long enough, sooner or later you'll see the bodies of your enemies floating by. That's my approach to socialists and Marxists. Because all authoritarians are incompetent, sooner or later they're going to trip themselves up and destroy themselves, or get stabbed in the back by one of their underlings, like Robespierre.
You just have to avoid the blast radius of their mistake.
Yeah, I mean, this was Ayn Rand's approach to the Soviet Union. This is what made her such a genius. She basically, everybody else was going on about how the evil communist empire is going to destroy everybody, and she was just going like, nah, they're authoritarians. All authoritarians are incompetent and morons, and they're going to collapse. It's important to recognize that although liberals and progressives are all sociopaths, they're incompetent sociopaths, and sooner or later they will destroy themselves. So just keep out of their way, let them destroy their own lives, and then we'll basically pick up the pieces, because that's what we always do.
Which is possibly how we should have fought Germany if the option were available, but they were being...
Yeah, well, I mean...
Jason, your camera is on. Or are you aware of that?
What?
Your camera's on, bro.
My camera?
Oh, Jason's camera's on.
Oh, is that offensive to you guys?
Oh, no, I didn't know if you knew your camera was on or not.
Oh, okay. Thanks for looking at it.
I just think
you were picking your nose, so...
I mean, no, I just didn't know if you knew your camera was on, so my bad.
It's just that I think it's important to avoid an unnecessarily adversarial and paranoid approach to these things. You don't want to get Alex Jonesy and get all New World Order. You need to understand that there is no
Walmart's taking over. The globalists. Walmart is part of the globalists, and they're taking over.
Yeah, but again, you've got to remember that the authoritarians are incompetent. Always keep that in mind. Always keep in mind that the best thing to do is just isolate them and contain them. And sooner or later, this is why I think all liberals and progressives should form their own country so that they can see for themselves how it doesn't work. This is how we learned. This is how America solved the problem of communism in the was it 17th century? You had all these pilgrim settlers experimenting with different systems. Some pilgrim colonies had private property, some had a communist system, and they were free to experiment with what they wanted. And the communists all starved to death. And so everybody wins. And so that we need to have that kind of approach. Liberals and progressives should be able to create, even on a state level, their own little communist utopias, so that when it collapses and they all starve to death, everybody else learns an important lesson.
But they want you too, though. You have to be part of it.
That's the problem. I mean, this is why I like the state system in America. I think I want to see California go as far left as possible so that it can learn its lessons. Because it's not a belief that every single left-wing policy is evil and insane. It's a fact, and we can prove it just by letting them win, basically.
Well,
we win by letting them win in the end.
Well, I do remember a couple Hangouts ago, Piero was saying that he wants people to get into different states and to try these things out.
Piero, yeah, that's actually a good... Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah. Piero wants all 50 states to separate, and he wants the South and the North to sort of be on their own separate states, and all the people who agree with him will be in one place, and all the people who I guess agree with Brandon will be in another part of the country.
Well, we don't need to separate them completely. We just need to guarantee a certain level of independence, because a lot of the time it's not cultural or necessarily or philosophical, it's economic. The left need to learn that all their economic policies don't work. And the best way to do that is to remove all the excuses that they use for whenever their economic policies inevitably fail. So so they can't blame Republicans or the CIA or Walmart or whatever. So it's just them and their policies.
I would just like to point out I am incredibly triggered by this entire conversation right now.
I was going to say it must be night and day compared to Piero's, but
I'm so triggered right now, Andrew. You have no idea.
I mean, if I wasn't absolutely sure of the facts, I wouldn't be saying this. But the point is that
we could all just flip and just troll the left for a while and talk like them.
Yeah, but we're not them. We're better than that. We are better than that.
I just triggered all over myself.
I don't know. Hey, you guys know about who was it? I think McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis had that redhead who came and made videos and started crying and stuff and said redheads have a soul and stuff. Did you guys hear about that scandal?
The chick who freaked out because people were like, because she took the redhead people don't have souls thing too seriously.
No,
I think she was imitating this other kid, a red-haired kid
Oh,
that
the dude
said
who,
the same thing.
yeah, he flipped out. He's like, redheads should have souls.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. He's a troll. He was proven to be a troll.
Yeah, it was fake. It was fake. Objectivists could make the best undercover trolls because we understand the issues. We could really make some high-quality undercover trolls.
Every time I told Vic Brandon was fucking trolling, Vic would be like, "She's not trolling. She's serious."
Well, this is why I'm against trolling, because you don't want to blur the lines between fantasy and reality. You need to be the left. One of the reasons why I'm happy to leave the left alone is because I am factually, objectively correct in my assessment that all their economic policies fail. They, on the other hand, know their policies don't work, which is why they want to impose them on everybody. Because the only way they ever get their own way is through force, coercion, and authoritarianism. Only people who have assurance of truth and honesty believe in freedom, believe in leaving other people alone, because we know that the truth will out. Whereas when you don't have truth on your side, this is why socialism and Marxism is inherently tyrannical and fascistic. It has to be imposed because when people are left to their own devices, they won't choose socialism and Marxism voluntarily. It always has to be imposed by governments. Whereas capitalists, we know that if you leave people alone, give people freedom, they will inevitably become capitalists through sheer trial and error, because that's how it happens.
The socialists know that too. The socialists know that too. They know that if they leave people alone, they'll all just go off.
That's why all liberals, progressives, socialists, and Marxists are fascists. And they have to be by definition. That's why they're all big government. This is why anarcho-communism is such an absurd idea. You can't have freedom and left-wing ideology. It's impossible. Because only ideas that work ultimately will be chosen voluntarily by people in a free society. And because no left-wing economic policy works, and everyone on the left knows they don't work, that's why nobody on the left is for free markets and economic liberty.
I think you need a hive mind. To get it to work, you need a hive mind where everyone agrees and no one has a brain.
Only it won't work. You need the hive mind to maintain the system when it fails to work. This is why the Soviet Union kept an authoritarian system decades after they knew it wasn't working. They kept the system. Why? Was it because they thought that they could get it to work if everybody agreed? No, it's because they didn't want to give up power. That's all it is about, ultimately. It's just about power.
And it was funny when Russia finally fell apart, you might think it started in the 1920s or the 1930s, and so here it is in the 1980s. It's a different generation, right? They've handed on the baton. No, it's not true. All of the Soviet leaders who capitulated in the late 1980s were these decrepit old people. They were all breathing on oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, by then power had lost its luster because they didn't even have solid bowel movements. By that point, they were so old, so they didn't care.
But power never got handed on. Power was not a multi-generational thing in Soviet Russia. It was one generation seized power and never let go until the whole thing collapsed.
Yeah.
So, and they were still there at the very end.
The only reason they gave up power was because there was nothing to have power over anymore. I mean, that's pretty much the left in a nutshell. Get power, run everything into the ground, and then basically give up power. They'd never give up power so long as there's something to squeeze the blood out of.
So what's your assessment then of China? Because I've heard that the communist is like a traditional. It doesn't actually impose a lot of stuff anymore. They've actually freed up their markets more than they used to.
The communists, this is known as parallel Menshevism. There's two kinds of communists. There's the Mensheviks and there's the Bolsheviks. The Mensheviks were like Marx, who believed that capitalism was a transitional phase and you needed to have capitalism to generate the money that you could then redistribute in a communist system. The Bolsheviks believed you could skip capitalism completely, go straight from feudalism to communism, which is what they did in Russia and China. What the fascists and Nazis worked out, and which is what the Scandinavian countries do now, is they realized that no, you need a perpetual capitalist system. You can't just have capitalism and then not have it, because sooner or later the money runs out, because you need something to continually generate wealth, and only capitalism is capable of generating sufficient wealth. Even Marx knew this. And so These people are adapting parallel Menshevism, where instead of transitioning from capitalism to communism, they're keeping both running simultaneously because economic communism doesn't work. Even communists know economic communism doesn't work, except obviously the brainwashed morons in America who are just brainwashed by the college professors and live in ivory towers. But the real communists who are really applying it in the real world, like in China, know it doesn't work, and so they know that they can't have economic communism. They need to have economic capitalism, but because they don't want to give up the power, they therefore have to keep political communism in place. So it's essentially a sort of gutted out shell. So the communism is still there purely to justify the maintenance of power on behalf of the people in it, whereas the economics is capitalist now because, as I say, there's no other way of generating sufficient wealth. This is why the quality of life of the Chinese people has skyrocketed in the last 15 years. 500 million people are now out of poverty because of free market capitalism in China. It's the biggest success story in economic history. Not that the left even acknowledge this occurs, because if it's one thing the left are good at doing is ignoring the biggest facts on the planet, like the atrocities of Stalin or Mao, for example, which many of them still deny. And so,
I think we started there on. Doug mentions over on the side that capitalism is a transitional form. Doug, I have a question for you. If we define capitalism as people doing whatever they want without hurting other people, what would you transition to or from past that? Why would you leave that system behind? I define it as doing what you want without hurting other people.
He's saying that's what Marx believed.
Oh, okay. He's just outlining Marx's view. I thought he was claiming Marx.
Yeah, because he thought that capitalism would inevitably collapse on its own, which of course didn't happen, which is why socialists and Marxists today are authoritarian, because they know it's not going to happen on its own. They have to force it, for the greater good, of course. The greater good, the greater good, as socialists and Marxists regularly say as they sit around their strange statues of robes, no doubt.
Sounds like zombies.
Yeah, basically. Well, the collectivists, it goes without saying. And so, I mean, the whole thing at this point is just all socialism, Marxism, and communism is just a facade. It's just a bunch of megalomaniacs that want power. They know the economic policies aren't going to work, which is why all the socialists in Scandinavia have freer economic systems than America does. Denmark is way higher on the economic freedom index than America, because these socialist morons know the jig is up economically, but they still want power, so that they justify that power through redistribution. So they have high taxes in Scandinavian countries and high spending, but entirely fueled by a free market system, which is why the leaders of Sweden, Scandinavia, and Norway all came out and objected to Sanders saying that they were socialist countries. They said, no, we're not socialist, we're free market. They have to say that because otherwise they won't get business investment. And without that, then they're not going to have any economy, so they're going to have nothing to redistribute. And that's the point. Ultimately, all that leftism is now is just a giant leeching, siphoning redistribution system feeding off the back of free market capitalism. It's free market capitalism is the only economic game in town, as demonstrated by the fact that the last great holdout of communism, China, even it is adopting free market principles, because at the end of the day, that's reality. And you can live in an economic fantasy for only so long. And the only reason why we've got all these leftists living in an economic fantasy in America that think that socialism and Marxism is valid is because they are spoiled brats living off the success and bounty of capitalism. To say they're ungrateful is an understatement.
And what do they all say about Venezuela right now?
They don't acknowledge what's going on in Venezuela, except the usual garbage.
What is going on down there? I heard about forced labor camps down there now.
Yeah. Venezuela is basically becoming a nightmare. It's
I agree. It's crazy. Like Venezuela.
Yeah, and you know what they've just started doing? In order to assist in their economic problems, they've just brought in a Marxist economist to supervise.
Syria.
Yeah.
But what are the papers saying about it? How are they explaining the results? And what kind of government? Is it a left government? Is it a right government? What are they saying?
I believe it's a right government.
Yeah. Well, what's happening is that most of the liberals during the Bush years kept holding up Hugo Chavez as this great workers' hero, and so they don't admit that the whole system's collapsing, and so most of them are just ignoring it.
Figures.
Yeah. And so they don't even have toilet paper. I mean, it's bread lines a mile long. It's Soviet Union all over again.
That's why usually in riots you see people with lots of toilet paper running around.
Yeah.
Fuck your toilet paper, man!
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, government control equals rationing, and so that means that people aren't going to be getting what they need or what they're used to having the usual amounts. So there's always going to be tension and breakdown and civil disorder. So Venezuela is heading for total collapse. South Africa is the same way, because South Africa was taken over by Marxists as well, and that's why the country is now South Africa in the last 20 years has undergone the greatest economic plummet in history of records, as far as I'm aware.
Well, but that's because of apartheid, though. Don't forget.
No, I mean apartheid was not an economic problem. It was a moral and legal and political problem, but it wasn't a cause of any economic issues. The problem is that the party that took over after the apartheid was ended were all Marxists. All of them. And so they've been running the thing as a Marxist experiment, and like all Marxist experiments, it's been a complete catastrophe. Look up the South African economy.
I'm just saying, though, that's probably how they'd explain the results. We'll just say, oh, it's racism or something stupid.
Yeah, it's racism because now the black people are in charge of South Africa, and now white people are being killed. There's huge persecution of whites in South Africa.
Whites in South Africa, there's still a lot of wealthy whites in South Africa, though.
No, they're not, because their properties have been confiscated.
No, there are. There are.
They're being hunted down and killed. It's huge amounts of persecution. This is why loads of South African whites are leaving South Africa. It's because they're basically a persecuted minority, and there's huge race-based income redistribution. And that's why the economy is collapsing, because they're taking it from people who have the experience and know how to run these things and giving it to people who don't. Purely on the basis of
white
race.
people cannot be persecuted, Edward. You missed the narrative today. White people
I know. It's official leftist dogma that white people can't.
All other races can't be racist except for white people.
Yeah. That's the double standard of the left.
That is such nonsense. I can't believe that
That's standard SJW third wave intersectional cultural Marxist narrative. It's said by all of them.
Other races than whites.
I had that fact today or yesterday at work. I had to have a coworker hand me a loaf of white bread, and I said, "Will you please hand me a loaf of racist bread?"
Very good.
Pretty well, because the whole kitchen got involved.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious. Somebody actually told you, hand me a loaf of racist bread.
He knew what I meant, too. He knew it.
Yeah. I mean, this is how everybody knows this is ridiculous, but there's a lot of people who are cowed by the authoritarian left into going along with this kind of madness, and I just wanted to see what the breaking point is. I'm actually looking forward to seeing when that occurs, when people say, okay, enough of this madness.
Well, it's going to go pretty far, and I think it's going to get out of control in Europe, and America's going to have to probably be involved in solving it.
Well, this is the problem. I mean, South Africa and Vietnam and Venezuela show how bad it can get, and that's why those two countries are never mentioned by the leftist media anymore. I mean, when was the last time you heard South Africa spoken about by anybody? It's never spoken about.
One thing that the leftists won't do is that they won't admit that their systems are collapsing.
No, they know that they don't work. Yeah, but they won't admit it because they would lose power.
I'm curious just to ask Black Miasma, what do you think of Venezuela, or have you looked into it, or?
There are problems with Venezuela. Yeah, there are problems with certain policies that are made by left people, but that happens on both sides of the spectrum.
Here we go.
So, I mean, like, here we go. What? I mean,
kind of right-wing policy. No,
I mean, I'm not talking about Venezuela. I'm talking about in general, both sides of the spectrum. Wait, hold on. You simple ass motherfucker. I just sat here and said there are issues with certain leftist policies.
But you think it's not?
Wait, no, hold on. When the fuck did I say there weren't? I am saying there are issues with leftist policies. Don't sit here and tell me I'm not, when I just fucking said
But
there
then
are.
right after that, you said, "Oh, but there's problems
Yeah,
with."
there are.
There's problems with
No,
it.
hold
Suggesting that Venezuela's problems are
No, I
non-partisan.
didn't. No, I didn't fucking say that. I said, yeah, there are issues with fucking Venezuela, but in general, there are issues with both sides of the spectrums have their political issues. I'm not talking about just Venezuela. I'm talking about generally speaking.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Let's just talk about Venezuela only.
That's not, if we're talking about Venezuela only,
Yes.
there are issues with Venezuela,
Do you
and
think it's
Venezuela is a
not a
shithole.
do you think the issues are non-partisan?
Okay. There are issues. Yeah, Venezuela is a shithole because of fucked up policies in the left.
No, I'm just saying.
So don't fucking sit here and put words in my mouth about how
the problem is. Okay, let me respond. The problem is that
fucking respond, but don't put words in my fucking mouth.
The problem is that this is a pattern that I see on the left, where they basically say every time I try to bring up a problem with a particular issue, policy, nation, ethnic group, culture, religion, political side, they always say, "Oh yeah, but what about the other side?" And then they try to
talking about any other.
I know. I'm just saying that it's a trap that
I'm not. There's no fucking. But there's no fucking trap here.
Yeah,
I'm saying
but
there are fucking issues.
Can you name a right-wing policy that results in an entire country not able to get toilet paper? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so no right-wing policies have fucked up the fucking country.
Well, no free market capitalist policy has ever resulted in massive
market failures and shit like that don't happen.
Market failures are a good thing.
Market failures have fucking collapsed and destroyed economies and shit.
You would have to give me an example. I can't think of one.
What example?
It's the same hyperbole, you know.
Do you know why market failures?
No, it's not. If you're gonna sit here and say that market failures and shit are good things, then you've lost the fucking plot.
No, I haven't. Let me explain why market failures.
Okay, fucking explain it. Explain it. All right.
I have to explain it.
All right, explain it then.
Okay. Markets, economic policies, economic principles have to be based on real values. They have to be based on real needs, hunger, real resources. Otherwise, you have a fantasy bubble. And what happens in the free market, same as in a controlled economy, is you get a bunch of people with delusions who don't have an accurate grip on reality, and that creates bubbles. And what happens is the bubbles burst, and that causes a crash because reality catches up in a free market because you have an error correction system. Let me
just mention when you have a booming economy, you can go around and look and you see a lot of people building buildings, and you come back 6 months or 5 years later, and some of those projects never got finished because they were stupid projects. And everyone can always get money when the economy's booming. And so when you look at a booming economy, what you're looking at is a lot of mistakes in progress. When you look at a busting economy, you look at all the people who are making mistakes, taking a hike and going to do something else.
Here's the thing too. When you have market failures and millions of people getting fucked because the market has fucking crashed, you know that affects more people, right? Than just the people like that. But here's the thing though. A lot of people who don't have money, who are fucked and broke and and financially destroyed because of a market.
They're not.
They can't. How are they supposed to put money back into a system if they don't fucking have it?
They are not destroyed by a market.
Okay, so they've not been. So they can't be financially fucking destroyed by the market.
No, not by
if they've invested.
Markets never fail.
Okay.
Never. So let me give you an example. In 1890, it might have looked like maybe something besides the horse and buggy was the future.
So why does the term market failure exist then?
Up in Detroit, they used to level whole forests making these horse and buggies. You know, a four-wheeled buggy to pull behind horses. They used to build millions of these damn things. And that whole industry evaporated in the space of about 10 years. So that guy who thought he was rich and thought his kids would be rich died in poverty. And his kids ended up working for their living. So is that a failure of the market? No, that's the market at work. That's punishing him for not seeing further ahead and not investing in automobiles with his
The point is that when markets collapse, it is because reality catches up. Because there always has to be a reality backing up or grounding the economy. Otherwise, you end up with a socialist system where the market is based on fantasies and ideologies. You have to have reality. Human beings make mistakes, and reality punishes you for making mistakes.
You know, those mistakes aren't easy. It's not easy. It's not easy to come back from those mistakes for a lot of people, especially a lot of people who don't have fucking money. So when markets and shit collapse, and a lot of people who've invested in those markets and support them, they get fucked. That happens
because people make mistakes. People make mistakes, and you can't protect people forever from reality. And you can't.
No one's talking about.
Yes,
no
you
one,
are.
No one is talking about.
You are.
Here's the thing, though, right? Yeah, you kind of do need safety nets for a fucking functional fucking society, bro.
Why?
Why don't you? Why don't you need safety nets for a functional society?
Yeah, why?
Why do you believe in punishing people who've done nothing
wrong
and rewarding people who've done nothing right?
I'm asking you this. Why don't you need safety nets for a functional society?
Because you don't need a society that punishes people who've done nothing wrong.
But they're not being punished though.
Why?
They're not being punished.
All right.
I'm asking you. If you have, wait.
Now, if you think there should be safety nets, go build a safety net. That's up to you.
Okay, I do. And a lot of people who fucking do that. A lot of people who agree with me do.
Yeah,
wait, Edward, hold on. I'm gonna ask you because most of you were talking at like two or three you were talking at one time. So I'm gonna ask you this shit. So tell me why a safety net isn't helpful to a fucking function.
Well, it depends on what form. A voluntary safety net is a completely different thing to an involuntary safety net. If you have a safety net that consists of government going around punishing people who've done nothing wrong and rewarding people who've done nothing right, then you don't have a meritocracy, you don't have any real economic justice.
Okay.
Because people who made mistakes are rewarded by a government that penalizes people who don't make mistakes. If somebody wisely invests, they deserve what they get. If people badly invest, they deserve what they get. There's no justice to that.
Okay, but Edward, you do agree with the safety net. If it's a voluntary safety net, right?
If it's voluntary, yes.
Okay, but it's a voluntary safety net, so you do see the value in function.
Yes, because human beings are compassionate, and human beings should be allowed to be what they are. Human beings are inherently compassionate, and that should not be prevented. People should be free to be compassionate, but they should not be free to impose their will upon other people.
That's fine, but you do see that there is value in the safety net, and you do see that a safety net is necessary for a functional society.
And it has to be done with discernment. You don't just go around rewarding people. You have to understand some people are victims of circumstance, some people are victims of bad luck.
That's completely
but you
fine.
Don't go around
Wait, but that's completely fine. I'm just asking you that one question. You do agree with the functional safety net, right?
The problem with the government is the government does it without discernment whatsoever. You have no sense of merit, no sense of justice. You just have a government throwing other people's money around because you're never as careful with other people's money as you are with your own.
All right. That's completely fine if that's your position, but like I said, like we both see the value in fucking safety nets. So
because it's only moral when it's done voluntarily. Without a welfare state, without all the government giving other people's money to other people, you have people who have to be voluntary and compassionate towards other people. The real moral level of a society can only be tested in a voluntary society. Only in a voluntary society do you know how many compassionate people there are. You know how many good people there are. Otherwise, if people are being forced, then you don't know what the real moral values in society are.
Okay, that's great. But like I said, so Doug is saying he didn't say they were necessary. So do you I think they're necessary. Even if they're voluntary or no, do you think safety nets are necessary?
It doesn't matter whether or not they're necessary. The problem with the word necessary is that it basically could be used to justify mandatory.
That's regard whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm asking you though. Do you think they're necessary?
I think it's an irrelevant question because if
I don't think it's an irrelevant question. I want to know.
I do think it is. I do think it is.
I don't think it is. I want to know if you think it's a necessary.
No, because
so you don't think it's
no,
necessary?
No, the term has no meaning because.
Okay, but that's not what I asked you. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you think it's necessary, and why isn't it a relevant question?
Not in the sense, no, because the term is used more often than not to justify making it mandatory.
Okay, but I'm not using it. Okay, but I'm not using it in that context. Well, I'm saying it is necessary for a functional society.
Everybody on the left.
That's fine. But I'm asking you this: do you think it is necessary, regardless of without the context of it being used as some
you can't separate the context.
Sinister shit. Yes, you
On
can.
a matter of principle, I refuse to.
Okay, so you refuse to answer the question because you do think it is necessary.
No,
I think you do.
No.
I think you do. I think you do think it is necessary.
My point I'm making is that it doesn't matter because if you leave people alone, they're going to do it anyway.
Okay.
It is human.
Why would humans do that? Why would humans feel it is necessary to do that? That's why you would do it as charity, though.
Because we've evolved to be a gregarious species.
But that compulsion, that need for charity means that you feel it is necessary.
It is human. If you leave people alone, they will do it on their own. And so saying it's necessary is unnecessary.
Okay, so yeah, it is necessary.
No, it is inevitable. You're missing the point.
I'm not. You're just afraid to say the word necessary.
I'm not afraid. It is not the right word. The word is inevitable.
Charity, if people so people don't think charity is necessary.
No,
do people think charity is necessary?
It is inevitable.
Why can't you say the word?
It doesn't make any difference.
Why can't you say
because
necessary?
It's not necessary.
How is it not necessary?
Because it's inevitable.
That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't it doesn't make any sense. Just because you think something. Because not everyone is going to volunteer. Not everyone gives in to charity. So it's not inevitable for the human condition. It's inevitable for some people, sure, but not everyone.
Well, obviously I don't mean everyone because we're not a hive mind. In the aggregate, it will always occur. Human beings, the point is that human beings have many human beings have a lot of compassion. Many human beings are very compassionate. It is the norm.
Yeah, it is. You know, like it is. And a lot of people are compassionate, but again, for a lot of people do feel that it's charity.
Yeah, but the main enemy against that is state intervention, because when the government comes in and creates welfare states, you end up with a net drop in the amount of charitable donations, for example. This is why Christian conservatives give more of their money to charity than the left, because the left believe in just sitting on their fat ass, voting for a progressive, and having the money all done by the government. And forced redistribution by the state makes people complacent. It makes people not believe that it's necessary for them to operate or required or whatever word you want to use. You need to have a totally free society so we know what the level of compassion is, and if it's too low, then we fix it by addressing the moral values of society. You can't deal with purely moral values in society when you have a mandatory system that negates morality, because
that's awesome, and your rant was awesome. But again, though, a lot of people feel that charity is necessary. So why are you afraid of the word necessary?
I'm not afraid of it. I'm pointing out.
Okay, so
when people
here's my wait. Here's my question to you. Why do people feel that charity is necessary?
Well, because there are a lot of people with needs.
Okay. So, if they feel that is necessary, then why don't you feel that it's necessary, even on a level of charity? Like, you keep saying it's inevitable and shit.
We're not a slave to the needs of other people. The needs of other people is not a burden that I'm required to play. I'm objecting to a Kantian duty, the idea that I have to follow it, or that I should be forced to follow it, or that it's moral to do so even against my own will. I have to bear in mind liberty. I have to bear in mind will. I have to bear in mind the voluntary activities.
But
it's extremely important to avoid certain kinds of mindsets and language which could be exploited by tyrants.
Okay, but you understand that people create their own needs and desires in their own, like, morality, right? You understand that, don't you?
A lot of needs are a reflection of our biological
But
reality.
okay, but you do okay, but a lot of that may be true, but a lot of people who don't do charity.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, yeah, but a
those
lot of people don't do charity
that's their
because
choice.
you have forced redistribution. A lot more people do charity.
And I'm not saying that though.
Yeah.
I'm not.
People would be more moral without a welfare state. People would be more moral without minimum wage.
Why
People
would they be?
moral
Why
because
would they be
wouldn't
more
be
moral?
forced to pay for other people anymore, and so
Okay,
they would
do you know why one of the reasons why charity is paid for partially by the government? It's because charities have a hard it is nigh impossible for a lot of charities to even get up and go because they have a shitload of overhead expenses, like a lot of advertising and shit. A lot of that is helped out. A lot of the government helps them out a lot with that.
Yeah, but the problem is you're talking about charities that are developing in our current economic climate where the government does a lot of forced redistribution. A lot of these problems, it would be cheaper to set up without a government intervention in the market, and it would be regarded as a higher moral priority for society if there was no welfare system. They would have a lot easier time of it.
Edward, I guarantee you would not even hear about half of these fucking charities if not for the fucking government.
Well, again, the government is solving a problem it created, so that doesn't count. But
it does actually. Charity has always existed in some form or another.
Another thing, though, is that charities used to be far more local.
Yeah.
Now we're more
there used to be a lot more voluntary charitable institutions, and they used to be bigger and more efficient and more effective.
Yeah.
Then when the government came
over, local, they're more efficient. They don't have to worry about advertising. But if they're big and international, then it's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, because you're talking about logistics and all sorts of mess. But the point is that when we were in the 19th century, when there was no welfare state or safety net, the human beings, there was a stronger culture of charity. Huge. I can't stress this enough. There was a massive, even in the medieval Europe, there was a massive emphasis on charity and voluntary donations. And it was a better, healthier, more moral
We're
society.
also talking about a completely different era in which the entire structure was different of how things were ran. It's better only because you had a very specific circumstance that helped it probably.
No,
you do have a very different economic landscape now. Just saying freedom now doesn't really solve issues.
It does. It does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Just saying give everybody freedom. You can give everybody freedom, but that doesn't do anything. Freedom won't put freedom. No. Freedom won't. Wait. Freedom won't put food in your mouth just because you are free. Okay.
Because you have the freedom
how?
to work.
Okay,
you have the freedom to lift yourself.
You have the freedom to work now.
No, not if you earn more money. Not if you earn more money by doing nothing.
Okay. What
government creates incentives against working.
No, they don't, and you can't just live on the. No, they don't, and you can't just live on fucking welfare here. You have to actually be able to. You have to meet qualifications to receive welfare here.
Because of.
So what is this nonsense about you just being free when you need to meet qualifications for being on welfare?
I'm talking about Europe, but in America, the reason why you don't have it as bad as in Europe is because you had welfare reforms in the 90s. But before that, there were a large number of people who basically just didn't have to work. In Europe, it's definitely the case. You get people who don't have to work for decades, who go on welfare, and they tend never to go off.
Okay.
If
you want to talk about how horrible Europe is, that's fine. I don't know about the European system there. I know about this system to an extent. What the hell?
But only because of reforms by people.
One fucking second. Who the fuck is Empty Console, and what the fuck is he talking about? Who is this?
I have no idea. I'm not paying attention.
Is this a fucking troll or something?
I don't know. He says he works for Google and YouTube.
Damn. Don't we all?
Make sure there are stuff to fix also on YouTube. No third party. What the hell is this?
I have no idea. I'm just off for a drink. You talk about
what? We go from like some some nigga who screams to have an argument to what the hell ever this is.
What is empty console? Why do you have the live YouTube thing in your browser?
Black, listen to this. In 1948, Germany, after World War II, we had a bunch of military controls on their economy. We had price controls, we had rationing. And one day, the mayor of Berlin took all these controls off. He just wiped them away. And the American general, Clay or whoever, came into his office and said, "What the hell? I heard you took all the controls off. My advisors tell me this is going to be a huge disaster." And the mayor says, "Oh, really? My advisors tell me the same thing." And so what happened was later that day, the price of eggs dropped by half. After years of a shortage of eggs, all of a sudden, later that day, the price of eggs dropped by half. Now that's in a CNN Cold War, the CNN Cold War video series. So you can.
Okay, was that Freedom?
Yeah, that shows that Freedom was able to drop the price of eggs by half, where rationing and government control and etc. wasn't able to do anything for the price of eggs for years. And Freedom, in one afternoon, Freedom dropped the price of eggs.
Doug said he was laughing at something I said. Is that when I was like, who the fuck is this nigga over here?
Why don't you also consider East and West Germany? Like, there's been all kinds of experiments done in the world with different economic policies, and we have results. Like, I don't think anyone here wants to live in East Germany, and that was a heavily controlled society.
Yeah,
like the mistake you make is thinking that like any left system or left policy that like I automatically go with simply because I identify as being on the left.
Well, economic, just economic.
Yeah, there are failed economic policies on the left. I don't deny that. What pissed me off was when Brandon assumed because I said, well, in general, that somehow meant like, no, I don't want to admit that there are failed economic policies on the left.
That was me. No, I was just I was just worried that you were going to try to avoid this.
I wasn't.
No, I know, but the point is that it's a pattern we see all the time, that the left like to equivocate, and every time you try to pin them down on a specific issue on one side, they always want to make it about the other side, and it's just an evasion tactic. I was just worried you were going to make that, that's all.
They make it as just inevitable the problem.
Well, my bad, then I misunderstood you, so sorry for pissing off at you.
Equivocation, false equivocation is pretty much the #1 pattern I see from certain people. It's just equivocate about everything all the time, and it drives me up the wall, that's all.
Y'all want me to kick this person here? Is this empty console person? That's what Superfin guy and that's what Jason are saying.
So I think he figured out our IP,
Brandon.
Yes. Maybe he's trying to figure out the IP address of the Google.
Yeah, he was. I saw that he was pinging us, and with that he may get our IPs.
Oh shit! Seriously? I didn't even fucking know.
What? Now what's going on? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, how do you suspect that?
Somebody named somebody.
I saw him typing that
program.
Okay. Wow. He fucking Armish dropped. Okay. Okay. Wait.
What did you do?
Okay. Apparently, somebody named Empty Console came in here, and he pinged us.
It doesn't matter. Just keep him out. Just.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that in Google Hangouts you can successfully do that.
How do you know?
We have anybody. All sorts of.
You have the URL up for the Hangouts.
And for him to ping you, he would have already had to have your IP.
Well,
yeah, exactly. He was trying though. He was trying to see.
But how do you know he was trying to do any of that?
I saw him typing on his screen share.
Oh, yeah, so I saw that too.
What was he typing? And how do you know it wasn't just an image?
Commands.
He took the Google Hangout URL and started pinging it.
You didn't have a command prompt up.
Yeah, command prompt open. I don't know what he was doing.
Holy shit, this is all slightly Greek. What was his motive and what was his goal?
We don't know.
Yeah, it's all nonsense.
He came on and claimed he worked for Google, but then he didn't have very good English, so he got it.
He's just a troll. He's probably from Britain because it's like 3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why are y'all, like, when I first saw him, I saw Doug said you have really shitty grammar for someone who works for Google, and that's for YouTube, and that's why I got distracted from the conversation.
It must be late in India right now.
Or early.
Or, well, I guess maybe it's noon. It's midday.
It is 4 o'clock, and I'm on the internet.
Yeah, listen, good hangout, guys. Maybe we should call it a night, because I got to play guitar before I go to sleep still.
Okay, then. Bye-bye, everyone.
All right, my bad for yelling at you. Then, Edward, I completely thought you said something else entirely.
No, I thought you were saying something else. It doesn't matter. As I say, it's just a pattern that we need to address. We need to probably do an entire thing on this equivocation tendency, because it is such a huge problem, an intellectual breakdown on the part of certain people.
Hey, Ed, let's work out a schedule sometime tomorrow or the next day. We'll talk out a schedule about something.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Just everybody, thanks for coming to the hangout.
Hey, cheers, everybody.